Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another edition of the Triton Poker Series. Super high roller action coming your way from Montenegro as this festival gets around the bend toward the juicy stuff. We are going to reflect on yesterday's mystery bounty at the top of our pregame show, and then, of course, we're going to bring you coverage of the 50K. But the weather has finally forgiven us. The sun is shining. The skies are clear. Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow, I think, Kevin, that perhaps vacation mode should be engaged. What do you think?
You know, they haven't branded this as Triton Paradise, but
but maybe it
feels
is.
that way.
It is a little bit of Triton Paradise.
It?
Now, you might be tempted to think, is Ali drinking on the job? No. I only put alcohol in Kevin's.
And I'll save that for later.
That's not true. Those are the banana smoothies that they're rocking over here. I continue to explore the barista menu, by the way, and I've unlocked some new stuff. All right, listen, let's get serious. As many did yesterday on account of the fact that the poker took second stage, Kevin, of course, to the envelope stuff. You know what I'm talking about. Mystery bounty time. Let's reflect, and then let's come back and talk about it as we take a peek at the final table of the 40K. Now, this final table would begin with 7 players. Nick Pietrangelo wielded a chip lead at various points throughout the procedures, wielding 2 10s here. He would open from the hijack. Jesse Lonis would 3-bet with an ace-3 offsuit. Wakil decided now's the time. Unfortunately for him, it was a bad time, as Lonis bowed out, and the 10 on the flop would see Jamil bowing out as well. Once the king showed up on the turn. A little disappointed was Wakil, without question, but $108,000 to help brighten his spirits. Pietrangelo spirited once more with ace-5. He would open, and guess who? Jesse Lonis in the mix from the small. DeVoris deciding to put a squeeze on with the ace-queen of hearts. A lot of meta in these things, and that had something to do with Pietrangelo's decision to come back over the top, kick out Lonis, book a table for 2. Tragic was the declaration, and things on the flop didn't look good for Pietrangelo. All of a sudden, he did pick up a wheel draw on the turn. 5s and 4s would devastate, and then all of a sudden, out of left field, the better ace and the nut flush draw was vanquished. DeVoris out in 6th for $145,000. 10s would say hello again to the Lithuanian Dominicus Michailidis on the button. He would raise, Lonis would continue to bludgeon, and you could see a little furrowed brow on Michailidis' face because he knows that Jesse had been running white hot, and on the flop, the jack would put Lonis in front. The turn would keep him there, and the river would make it official as absent a heart. Michailidis couldn't make the flush and couldn't make anything further than a 5th place finish. $184,000 going his way. Lonis involved again.
No, I don't. I actually don't have the best hand. You actually have a hand, Jesse. I had it.
Bounty hunter extraordinaire. Danny would flop top pair. King-9 tray. Everything looked good.
Oh, baby.
And then it looked bad. Real bad.
Oh, baby.
Turn. Smacking Jesse. All smiles. Can hardly believe the sun run as the sun set on Danny's run. Reigning Ivan Leal Player of the Year out in 4th for $229K. Lonis involved again. Jack 5 dominated by the King Jack of Pietrangelo.
Is that a good value, Jim?
Yeah.
7-6-5 board. And somehow, someway, Jesse continues to outperform. On the turn, some opportunities for Pietrangelo. 4 or 9 were required. A king for a clean winner. And instead, the queen would dispense. Nikki P in 3rd. $278K to Nick. The heads up between Barack Wiesbrod and Jesse Lonis began with Lonis holding an overwhelming chip lead. But that was short-lived. Wiesbrod would fight his way into a big chip lead, and then Lonis would set the stage to eliminate Wiesbrod. Ace High was always outperforming the Jack 10, which turned into a Broadway draw on the turn and turned into nothing better than 2nd place. When it was all said and done, $422K went to Wiesbrod, and Jesse, $619,000, 2nd Triton title, and he just absolutely steamrolled the boys, perhaps in part due to a little Gambledore morning walk, as I understand, the, sorcery rubbing off on him.
I saw Lonis and Korzinen coming, across the beach on that morning walk, and I mean, at the moment, I didn't think, oh, this is what's gonna lead Jesse to winning 12 of the 32 bounties in this upcoming tournament, but you have to consider the possibility when we know how blessed that man is.
Do you feel as though, knowing kind of Jesse's approach to the game in general, Kevin, that it is so well served in a format like a bounty hunt? During the post-game interview, he said, I like to play big pots. I like to, every now and again make a loose call, and you can get rewarded here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incentivized in the format, and especially here at Triton, 20,000 of the 40,000 entry fee going towards the bounty prize pool. It's just so valuable to pick up bounties, and those who kind of throw ICM to the side, as Jesse often does, maybe to his own detriment in other formats, is rewarded in this one.
I think also we cannot move on to talk about anyone else before we acknowledge the fact that in January of 2021, Jesse actually sent a message to Triton or tweeted. I'm not 100% clear on which platform it was, but he wrote, "Soon I will be on the Triton tour. I promise I will make it worth it, or I promise I won't disappoint." Yes, that's what it was. I don't have it up in front of me, but it was a direct message to us at Triton.
Yeah.
And by the way, we didn't reply. What's going on, guys? Why, can we reply to the man? But then here he is, title number 2 in just his 5th festival. I mean, we ain't seen the last of him.
Yeah, I looked that one up. I was here in the booth with Henry during the moment when we took note of that direct message that Jesse sent back in 2021. He had, I don't know, 500,000 in career earnings at that point. He had just made his first WPT final table, first major final table of any kind, I believe. In just 4 years, to be here on this stage with 2 Triton titles is incredible.
What's incredible about it for me is it's not as though he was being very public about these sorts of declarations, right? He's not running around being one of these cocky, arrogant types, in your face, call your shot. Just quietly put it into the universe, and the universe spoke back yesterday. Do need to talk about the fact that Barack Visprad fought back. He was out-chipped mightily and then made a match of things heads up.
Yeah, I was actually just rewatching a highlight of that Trips versus Trips hand that he had against Jesse in heads-up play. Barack had 3 of a kind with a backdoor flush draw, made the flush, got a full double up. He had a 4-1 chip lead against Jesse in heads-up play, but of course that wasn't enough to close it out. Just an unfortunate string of pre-flop all-ins and other such small pots that led Jesse back to the title. Wisbred had made 3 consecutive final tables, and
that's staggering.
I mean, maybe in the hunt for player of the series, when you put together these kind of results, 5th, 7th, and 2nd place, as you can see there already in just 4 tournaments.
Listen,
it's an incredible start to the trip.
I got to believe there's no maybe about it, as you got to look at his profile there in the Triton Poker Plus app. Nicky P, by the way, in 3rd, won his first title here last year, but has been cold since. He's got 3 bounties that he's going to be opening. Danny Tang, of course, reigning Ivan Leal Player of the Year award winner, made 5 finals in 13 attempts here in Montenegro last year. He's got the 2nd most bounties with 4, so Jesse with the lion's share. Things are so scheduled, by the way, to take place during the dinner break of the 50K coverage, of which we're going to be bringing you day 2 in moments. But, fluid environment, we'll see whether or not that's officially when it goes down. Tend to think it will be. So, with the 40K in the rear view, then let's turn our attention to that 50K. And all attention in the room, understandably, was on Vladimir Korzinin, the one we've christened Gambledore or Santa. Call him whatever you want, but don't call him somebody who's never going to come back to Triton, because here he is after taking a couple of festivals off, and everyone has been captivated by his procedures.
Yeah, I mean, involved in so many pots during the stint that we saw him on the feature table late yesterday in day 1. Just, I don't know, no way to get through this guy. I mean, he gets all in with the worst hand. It got there. He gets all in with the best hand. It holds. You open the Jack-6 offsuit in the cutoff, you flop 2 pair. Just untouchable, this guy.
At the start of coverage yesterday, I believe he was 14th in chips. It did not take long for him to end up chip leader. He is going to get things underway in 7th. Unpacking the numbers, 143 entries in this one from 83 uniques. We are going to resume with 30 players left, only 23 of whom are going to make the money cap. Up top, not 1 but 2 7-figure scores. 1.6 and a tickle for the top slot. 2nd, also worth over 7 figures as you get a peek in the Triton Poker Plus app there. The min cash, when we do burst the bubble at 23, that's going to be $83,000. Now, in terms of storylines, this festival, it has been Team Foxen outperforming all others. Alex and Chrissy both involved, and yet Team Foxen, it's our first final table of the series the other day without either Alex or Chrissy there. What's going on? Have they righted the ship, Kevin?
Yeah, well, I ran into Kristen Foxen at breakfast today, had a brief conversation about, you know, she said she took the 50K off, or rather the 40K mystery bounty, took it off, rested after a disappointing result at her final table. We saw that hand where, you know, she felt that she blundered folding the king 4 suited. We don't need to relive the whole thing, but of course, recovering from that, maybe stepping aside for a moment, allowing her husband, Alex, or encouraging in some way to just take the chip lead position as we head into the 50K with 30 left. I mean, he's got 2 million in chips.
Give us a peek, by the way, at that chip count, if you would, Producer James. 2.1 million, a good bit of runway between Foxen and the Serbian Velocevic, who sits in second. Velocevic, by the way, Danilo cashed 2 for 4 here last year. So far, 2 for 5 here. Obviously, geography maybe having a little something to do with it, a home turf sort of sensation for him. Chidwick also looking to get things going here. 3rd in chips right now. Stevie's one of those guys that when you give him a stack, it is so difficult, absent coolers, to get chips off him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we spoke about him maybe not having the success that we're used to seeing in the past year or so. I had a great run, obviously, in that last event, finishing 3rd, but you expect someone in Stevie's position to just get it done every time. On the flip side of that, you know, he's been around so many of these big tournaments and is therefore willing to risk his status, let's say, or risk, you know, security in these tournaments in favor of the service of playing extremely well. And, you know, sometimes these things lead to the feeling of an inevitable victory, but other times it's like, oh, Stevie, what was going on there? That
I mean,
felt...
It's almost like he's a
dicey.
victim of his own success in terms of the weight of expectation that his
Sure.
results as one of the top 3 to ever do it in terms of total earnings can create. But I think he just approaches things absent any ego whatsoever. He loves to play the game. He plays short deck. He plays PLO. He plays everything at every given Triton 4 times a year at a minimum, and then he plays beyond the borders as well. So when that's your reality, you're going to have dry spells. It isn't a reflection of somehow, oh, you know, he's lost his touch or anything like that. So don't panic. Team Chidwick is doing just fine. Now, towards the bottom, a little bit more telling as we are 7 away from the money. That's where the focus is going to be. I'm not sure if we scroll down to see who those who are on the short stacks are in the app, but we can give you a glimpse at it. Last year's main event champ here, Victor Malinowski, starting with 17 big blinds. There he is, 25th. Ramin Hajiev, an invitational champ, title holder. No doubt has an eye on that event tomorrow. He, too, is going to be looking to spin something up. Matt Belcher, 510K. But, you know, the shortest of all stacks, Roland Rakita at 8 bigs, and then everybody else with kind of a stack that doesn't force them, Shakurchi, Rayard, to really engage just yet.
Yeah, Ali, I'm feeling like this might be the first sort of grindy bubble that we witness here at Montenegro because, you know, coming off of the mystery bounty, of course, we didn't have to wait at all for the money bubble to burst, but now 30 left, 23 pay, kind of climbing in stakes as we breach that 50K mark. You do see the field start to consolidate around really top experienced players. I mean, who don't we recognize on this list right now? Those players at the bottom are going to really be prioritizing that $83,000 min cash.
Give us a peek, Producer James, if you would, at the grab bag that is our feature table. I know it's a little bit of a spoiler as we're just about a minute away from getting you down into the arena, but this is how it's all going to stack up. You're going to have a chance to watch Chidwick, aforementioned Malinowski. Of course, we knew you would all have our heads on a stick if we didn't deliver Gambledore to the top of the coverage. So here he is, Korzanen, 1.4 million. And by the way, Smith is relieved to be on his left, unlike Poseidon Ho, who suffers on the right.
Yeah, certainly wanting that extra information. I mean, when you're dealing with a player such as Korzanen, who's so capable, who's so unpredictable, having position on that player and at least having the chance to witness the previous action, huge strategic advantage for Smith there and anyone else to the left.
When we try to explain the magic that is Gambledore, do you feel as though his unpredictability, where he's not even sure in any given moment how he's going to approach a spot, the inability to identify patterns is that competitive edge?
That's a good way of putting it, that he doesn't know what he's going to do. And that in itself could be a competitive edge, being open to creativity, being open to kind of any option in the moment, something that many players close themselves off to, and I would say makes it very hard to counter.
Some people like to color outside the lines, and that doesn't mean that they're not great artists as we begin to paint the canvas today in the 50K 8 Max from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Coverage brought to you in part by Jacob and Kozenev. Outer table glimpses, as per usual, a slow glimpse around this room, which houses only 30 of the original 143 entries. 7 removed from the money. This is where we find ourselves. What have we here? Rayard, 12 bigs. Talked about him toward the bottom of the leaderboard. Doesn't look nervous. I think he's going to be just fine. I might be afraid to bust that dude, just for the record. Meanwhile, Rakita sat with 8 bigs, even leaner than Alexandre. Boy, that was a feeble effort at the French pronunciation of Alexander, wasn't it? I didn't even give it the Alexandre.
You want to try again on this man?
I think I sort of just did. Alex Foxen, no introductions needed and no further rungs to ascend to. He comes in as the boss stack. Ibinger on his left ain't the greatest. Tactician is the Austrian with 905. Good for 30 bigs. What else is cooking? Let's check out this burner. Ponikov's fueling up. Yeah, we catch him right in the middle of a nosh. What is that? An apple? A peach? Looks like some whole fruit. Doesn't look like a whole lot in front of Tolerine. 24 bigs though, 730,000 as he empties his bag. Looks like the whole fruit brigade is also being tended to by, is that Clemens Reuter, I believe?
Indeed.
There's Talal Shakurchi. First stop since London 2023 for Talal, where he got second in our Invitational. Won the main that same year in Vietnam. Good to see him back in the streets. Sat to the left of Watson. There's something about having a mug at the top of the day's play that's like, oh, business time. There's something Eric Seidelian about it for me. You know, just an honest blue collar. Kind of, I'm here to do my thing. Seth Davies doing his thing. 44 bigs in front of him. What else is cooking here? Is that Fedor in the foreground? My goodness. It's a tough little table.
Yeah, Fedor, 1.6 million. He's table chip leader.
He got the Talal memo. Caffeinating, 53 bigs. Okay. That's plenty of stimulant. There's Illis Parsonen. 4-card man has been dabbling more and more in the 2-card streets. Found himself into a day 2 here, 19 big strong. Rocking that very cozy looking Finnish motif. Hoodie. Believe a Burberry piece, as Randy and I explored once upon a time. How's Makita looking? He's looking just fine. 1 million plus, 36 bigs. You hate being to the right of Foxen, of course. That's not fun. When he's all chipped up.
Not someone who's going to want to sit around and wait, Makita, but 30 left, 23 pay.
Noida, by the way, just spied him. You know, he's been lurking, making day 2s and deep runs. Wow, the coffee bar really working overtime, it would seem, as both Tolerine and Roberto Perez have something to get their day started. 29 bigs for Roberto. Here's our feature table, though. Danilo Vilasevic, your chip leader, 6 bigs in front of Steven Chidwick. And in turn, 7 bigs in front of Korzinen is Stevie. Kjatley and Poseidon Ho midfield along with Zarzubov. Dan Smith and Malinowski. 18 and 17 bigs bringing up the rear. No cause for panic. These are the stack depths that are so studied. Smith, another one of the greatest to ever do it. When you look at his resume. Well, things get underway with the blinds at 15, 30, and 30. Kjatley with pocket 8s. Raising it up. Chip leader in the big, sizing up Kjat stack. Before what looks like eminent defense with a suited queen. Against under-the-gun openers in particular, even though we know this is a defendable hand composition, Kevin, it becomes challenging to get value even when we flop a clean board and a queen sort of thing, right? Because we have to be so wary of Kiat's range.
Yeah, definitely. Proceeding with extra caution against this under-the-gun range. Not to mention the fact that we're near bubble. Kiat, one of the shorter stacks at this table. Third pot here. Gonna take it down with no resistance.
Have you been anywhere particularly exciting in the last 6 months?
No, I wasn't playing at all. That's my
Oh no, but like anywhere in the world,
yeah,
like
yeah, Mexico, Portugal, Amsterdam.
great places.
Where more freedom you can find me.
Story checks out. I don't see Korzinen's passport replete with stamps from repressive governments. His is a free spirit.
Yeah. Chidwick taking pause on a light one there. Healthy
Deuce
stack.
offsuit. Yep. Korzinen 2.
Was wondering if Korzinen was an any 2 from the cutoff type, but as you mentioned, always fluid in strategy. How about an early mystery hand?
Yeah, brought to you by WPT Global. We're going to black out. Danilo Velocevic is holding. Small blind limp here. Kiat Lee with a 10-7 offsuit. Don't go flooding the chat, by the way, with speculation as to what Danilo has just yet. Let's grab some data points before we start to question what he's cooking. Jack 7 board. We can see what Kiat's got. 2 pair, 10 of diamonds working. Plus position in a limp blind versus blind hand where Danilo has knuckled over. Kiat with the check back. Now Jack's full of 7s for Lee.
Not surprised to see the caution from Kiat. Maybe a hand that he would normally bet in position. Pretty reasonable value bet on the flop, but covered near the bubble. Wanting to polarize more.
Hands, but I remember hands with you. Hey, Jack.
I remember that one too. Cool.
Kind of board texture that invites Danilo to dismiss a wide variety of check back hands from the big.
Oh.
This is not what we like to see if we're Kiat Lee. No longer playing jacks full of 7s, just quads with a 10 kicker. Any ace, king, or queen would beat him now.
It was very good energy.
Quite interesting run out. Danilo, you would expect to be quite aggressive pre-flop with an ace in his hand, although some of the medium ones that don't want to get all in could certainly limp. And Kiat on the other side.
250.
Bet 250,000.
250.
Overbet.
It wouldn't be unusual for Kiat to have an ace here. We can see, as is, just the 10 that plays. But very typical for Kiat to play cautiously pre-flop, checking back a number of king high, queen high, ace high hands.
You know these overbets polarize. They often cause spidey senses to tingle. And now it feels appropriate to ask, what do you think, chat? What is Danilo Velocevic checking flop, leading small turn, and then overbetting river with on this board? Does it beat 10 high? You got a read on it, Kev?
Well, what Kiat has to figure out here, does it track that an ace would have checked the flop and bet the turn? That's what he's representing.
And 5 high is ultimately all Danilo can furnish as Kiat sniffs it out with 10 high. And that is a statement call.
Big call from Kiat.
Very much so.
Really nice find. Certainly not necessary as part of a good defensive strategy to call this light. Just had the right read on the situation.
You know, for me, I'm thinking to myself, king and queen high have too much showdown to behave in this fashion.
Yep.
Would rather play as a bluff catch. The ace obviously is the hand that
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried about.
Have to figure out if that ace, just the whole sequence, it had to limp pre-flop, a little bit less likely because of the setup. Has to check the flop, but then decide to bet the turn for value. It's like, well, why not bet the flop for value if you were going to bet the turn?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, put
paired
that one
flops
together.
tend to motivate ace highs.
I would think so, yeah.
Not too often you see a man call over 1.5x on the end with 10 high, and yet that's precisely where Kiat Lee found himself, and on the back end of that one he finds himself dressed with 1.3 million moving forward,
One blue, two here.
drawing nearly level with Velocevic, who he preyed on there. Ace Jack suited now. Poker
even
gods
I
may be
don't know.
rewarding the gutsy call.
Raise 75,000.
Small blind open.
Blind versus blind here against Malinowski. Just 16 big blinds effective. Kiat's inducing, hoping to get it all in pre. I have to think the 8-4 offsuit is
5 seconds.
uninterested in this proposition.
Sure enough. Limitless lays it down. Back-to-back pickups for Malaysia's Kiat Lee, who only recently picked up his first title. And boy, that room was electric when he got
for
the
it.
job done. Had waited so long. Dozens upon dozens of caches. 25K short deck in Jeju to wind down his festival is where he finally tasted glory. He had had so many second places, Kevin. I mean, it was to the point where you really would not fault one for stopping and asking themselves, maybe there's a problem in my heads-up game. Maybe there's some issue that I haven't identified or that is being exploited. I mean, paranoia
Sure.
would set in for me well before the number of second-place finishes that Kiat had, but he was just determined, persevered, and finally sorted it out.
Know a number of people who have been through that, myself included, for a brief stretch.
60.
Raise 60.
High-profile second-place finishes. It can be taxing,
I
for
have
sure.
all of the space I need.
But of course, in tournament poker, so much of it just determined by what situation you arrived to heads up with. I'm sure a number of those, you know, Kiat maybe arrived at a big chip disadvantage to overcome, for example.
Well, Danilo, little taxation with representation.
5 seconds.
Ace-Jack suited. Certainly warrants the imposition.
Zubov, the type to always be thinking about how can we attack with this trashy-looking hand. Feel
Well-
like I've seen it so many times already this week from Zubov, finding ways to bluff with low equity.
And others as well, and it does feel as though it's somewhat of a recent advent in the game, people really identifying the attributes of this particular hand and utilizing it, the offsuit big little combo, to push back on folks. What is it specifically about this hand type that allows it to behave this way?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things going on at once. One is that we want to be polarized in our approach here because we're risking such a high percentage of our stack. So we want to have a low equity hand to leave ourselves the room to fold to a 4-bet. In this case, Velocevic just flatting. The other thing is that the king is a good blocker and the 3 is out of the way. And out of the way allows maybe Velocevic to have a 10-9, a jack-9, a queen-jack, all these in-between hands that would fold to our bluff.
10-5-5, not the board either had in mind, and let's see what sort of appetites are Zubov, who's going to bring to this 495, playing sub-1 SPR.
Five seconds. Uh, 150,000.
This is where it starts to get fun. Velocevic flops nothing, but still has quite a strong hand against the bluffing range. Need to be willing to continue these types of hands that have generally missed the flop. And it gets uncomfortable for some players with such a low SPR, but Zubov clearly not committed.
5 seconds.
Those 300K that are back are so valuable to him.
So is the 150 that he's chosen to bring forward, by the way, and you would think Velocevic has that on his mind, absent a club on this particular board, as he heads into the Merc. 6 helps neither party, and this is crunch time for Zubov. The second barrel, one would imagine, would have to come for all of it to be meaningful enough to create the fold equity against the sort of hand that Velocevic might be capable of folding.
Yeah, we're definitely running out of options at this stage of the hand. Really stretched it out about as far as we can, at least for before the river. Expect to see Zubov slow down.
That expectation becomes reality as the Russian knuckles.
And if we're Velocevic, we know there's a small chance we're getting trapped. Pocket kings, pocket aces.
Hence the check back. And now, given the check back from Danilo, does Zubov sense the opportunity continues to be before him to steal this?
I mean, he has to consider it, for sure. If we arrive to this point in the hand with aces or kings, we're very likely to just be all in for value, or maybe all in minus a couple of chips to survive the blinds and try to spin something back up.
You don't feel like any two pair would have checked back the turn for Danilo, do you?
I think that Danilo can trap here. Zubov deciding not to fire this time.
Yeah, it's a shutdown.
The incentives go both ways there, I think, on trapping. If Velocevic had aces or pocket tens or something like this, I do think he would check back the turn.
Okay. Sit down.
Taking the free showdown is Velocevic. And shortly thereafter, taking the pot down as well. Those are rough, Kevin, when you realize that all you had to do, perhaps, was just find that second barrel for your tournament life and then earn yourself a pot that would have been incredibly meaningful. But obviously no critique of Zubov for being a bit apprehensive about that. 11 big blinds, something that he can try to spin back up, but 0 bigs, can't do it.
For sure. I would have, you know, just as a viewer, I would have liked to see what happens if we jam the river there or make a river bet of some kind. I think it's a reasonable line in theory. And Danilo, if he never calls a hand like ace-jack there on the river, it's probably just a good bluff.
Cool hand, please. Pass. Five seconds. Pass.
Dust bunnies abound. Through to Dan Smith.
5 seconds.
65.
Raise 65,000. Pass. 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 Pass.
No interest in a light continue from Zubov. Now on 10 big blinds, thinking about survival through this bubble. Chidwick, though, covers Smith by a wide margin. Not even unreasonable to just be all in with the offsuit ace. Thinking through his options. It's an uncomfortable play to make against +2, but in the context of bubble spots, sometimes we see these lighter bluffs.
So dominated, but defending. Paired flop
Okay.
is what both Chidwick and Smith cast their eyes on.
Generally feel pretty good about attacking the paired board. The 2 5s, although a little uncomfortable, because Smith would never open a hand with a 5, and Chidwick would defend so many of them. We do face a lot of check raise aggression in general on boards like this from the big blind, but we do just have a big overall advantage. Nothing wrong with the bet here from Smith.
What I do appreciate is just how much balance these ace highs bring to these situations. They're not ever going to be 100% frequency of one approach or the other.
Sure, yeah. We have so many of them in our overall range. As you can see, Chidwick reaching for a check raise, as you point that out, Ali.
Yeah, I mean, in turn, this is not a check raise that Chidwick makes 100% of the time. In fact, depending on the situation, you could see Chidwick check folding potentially on a flop such as this. It would require maybe some deep final table ICM implications, but facts remain. Even in this particular setup, he'll check call sometimes.
5 seconds.
There are a few hands that Chidwick is
Fold.
losing to that he can get Smith to fold right away.
The
I think
ace of spades is what beckons, right?
Yeah, this is going to remove a lot of Dan's comfortable continues as the turn brings another ace and leads us to a likely chop.
Yeah, that card is going to remove any discomfort that Smith had. Aces and fives with a king kicker for both. Pretty fortunate for Chidwick. Absent another spade that might allow him to barrel, and unclear with the 10 of spades how Smith would react.
Generally expect Chidwick to slow down on this card. The ace, such a good one for Smith's range. Chidwick's check raise overall going to include a lot of bluffs that don't have anything right now, and they would also need to slow down. Even a hand like King Jack or King Queen, which may have check raised the flop for value, definitely going to be checking now as well. With less than pot behind, don't normally expect a lot of aggression from the big blind on this turn.
5 seconds.
Well,
Bet. 100
allow Stephen Chidwick to prove me wrong. Continuing to barrel here with the ace, no kicker. Maybe feeling like kind of a free roll situation for him. Very, very unlikely Smith has him beat, so let's just add even more aggression to our overall strategy.
The fives belong to him, not Dan, in this particular pot. Under the gun +2 open from Smith. If Smith has a king or an ace, it's unlikely he'll be able to show any sort of aggression in consideration of that reality.
I thought perhaps Chidwick's best way to getting more money in this pot ahead was to check and get Smith to bluff with some kind of underpair or Queen Jack suited or Jack 10 suited type hand, but as played, seems like Chidwick has extracting value from a king on his mind. We'll see what comes on the river, because I don't know if part of the intention here is even to fold out chops on the end.
Well, Smith's running a bit lean. His coffers contain 340,000, 120 of them to get to the river, and then he has to be looking ahead to what feels like an ask for all of it. Mind you, a diamond or a spade could potentially be issues when the jam comes, and of course, continued concerns about 5x.
5 seconds.
Ace all in.
Play roll in.
Wow.
I confess I did not see this coming, and you see Chidwick making the call. Credit to Dan Smith, by the way, for fearlessly ripping it in there. You know, if I'm in Dan's seat, I'm thinking, this ain't King X.
Yeah.
I have the ace.
Yep.
I mean, surely it's got to be a 5x, right? Maybe some sort of diamond combo that decided to follow through, and he did unblock diamonds, but
Yeah, that feels like perhaps the thing that swayed Dan. So little money behind there. He knows he's not folding the river even when flush is complete. Maybe he can fold a percentage of the time, but if Stevie's ever setting that up in a way where this is meant to allow his flush draw to reach the river at a cheap price, that's really bad for Dan, especially at a point where denial of equity is quite valuable.
you know, this is an opportunity to observe a couple of guys who draw the line between good and great with their procedures, exemplified by that exchange. Well, during the Re-rack. Do want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank those of you who are streaming us live from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Triton Poker Series coverage of the 50K, largest buy-in thus far. First to offer 2 7-figure payouts at the top. Working our way toward the money bubble. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow. Let us know where you're at, where you're streaming from. Let us know what you think of our coverage, which we take much pride in, and
5 seconds.
bring people from all corners of the globe together to deliver to you, all free of charge. If you're into it, let us know by clicking the like button, and while you're at it, go ahead and click subscribe and ensure that you don't miss any of what we have on offer, both during our festivals and between them here at Triton Poker, which continues to grow in popularity.
Oh boy.
And growing from pocket fours to pocket queens, Dan Smith, fresh off the chop with Chidwick. Has Korsinen in a way.
Smith here with just 17
5 seconds.
and a half
Raise
blinds.
all in.
Player will in.
Korsinen with a huge open raise with these 2 4s. No funny business from Smith.
Korsinen's pre-flop open sizings are seldom, if ever, just a click. 3x plus, from what I've observed.
I think it's 535.
Now he's asking for a count. Very capable of delivering another 415 in here, Kevin.
It feels like we're committed by the time we've put out the 4 big blinds. But of course, Korsinen has a bad feeling about this range or this run out. Allowed to do as he pleases.
And he has made the call. 730K pot, 4-1 plus, the advantage for Smith. But many learned the hard way about the magic that is Gambledore yesterday, and Dan is not counting his chickens before they hatch.
Or straight, I think straight.
Other players at the table figuring out how Dan's going to lose this one.
Straight.
Is it going to be a set or a straight?
Yeah, I think so.
Look at Dan. He's like, shut up, all of you. This is going to be tough to lose if you're Smith.
Won't be a straight.
Won't be a flush. A sailboat, however, could sink these queens. Not going to happen on the turn. Can Dan double? Yes, as he's the man to make the set.
Thank you.
So it'll be 535.
You gotta love Vladimir. Just gets a big bite taken out of his stack and is
Give it back.
promptly fist bumping.
You do get the sense that that's the most stressful 80-20 that Dan Smith has ever won in his career.
That is a great read. You know, earlier I think I overheard Korsinen speaking to Smith and saying, I don't remember hands, but I remember hands against you. And Dan Smith can certainly take some memorable lines. Put you in some real blenders.
Yeah, I
Top
got the
shelf.
sense there was a specific one that they
I'm
had in
going to
mind that
order
I'm not
after this hand, if that's okay. Thank you.
privy to myself.
Love the hoodie, by the way, that Smith is rocking. I believe a few chess pieces on his chest there. Of course, a tremendous chess player is Dan. I'm sure he helped to popularize the game within the high-stakes community, many of whom do take some time to continue to dabble and keep their minds sharp, maybe break the monotony of grinding solvers and studying poker spots.
Pass, pass. Pass.
Ace-Jack now for Limitless. Polish online long-time phenom.
Time. 5 seconds. Time. Raise 60,000. Pass.
Limits himself to an open of, pardon me, 60,000.
Yeah, maybe considering the all-in or the half-stack all-in kind of play in this spot. Ace-jack offsuit looking like a close one between those decisions from the hijack, 15 blinds deep.
5 seconds.
By choosing min-raise, I think we allow Chidwick to come in with a call here.
Time.
See if he likes the potential. With just 15 big blinds effective, it's by no means mandatory, but also the chance that Chidwick calls and it allows Poseidon Ho in the small blind or Vladimir Korzinen in the big blind to join along. Their stacks are deeper.
Pocket fours being considered here.
5 seconds.
Button is an advantage, and also perhaps some perceptions as to Malinowski's friskiness, although Victor not exactly deep enough to get too out of line.
5,000.
Nevertheless, questions being asked by Stevie. A 3-bet to 155,000, helping to make 7-8 suited less attractive.
I admit, not the option I was expecting from Stevie. It looked like perhaps he was thinking about a large jam with the pocket fours, try to clear out some strong hands behind, but you just can't count on the players behind you to make the big folds that are necessary to make a jam with pocket fours good. Maybe Stevie, running through those options, decided let's just risk against Malinowski exclusively and find a path to escape if Poseidon or Korzinen were to enter the pot.
Ace-9 offsuit. One never knows what Vladimir's thinking. And he just declared all in.
I mean, this is just going to get through, right? I think both players are folding.
I don't know. I hear where you're coming from, and versus anybody else, I think I would very comfortably agree with you. But Victor has seen it all out of Vladimir.
And so is Chidwick.
Time.
The thing is, Malinowski has the benefit of holding a hand that could have Korzinen crushed, whereas Chidwick far less likely to enjoy that luxury, even though he would be paired.
Sure, and I think this is what's so fascinating about multi-way spots in poker, right?
It gets through, by the way, as the third best hand unexpectedly finds the 4-bet jam and takes it.
Yeah,
Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Gamble Door.
Not him, I'll jam.
Big fallback for both these players.
Big.
It's 2 and
I
5.
do think that
Not that big. Solid.
Chidwick's 3-bet there
I have a solid hand too.
really hinged on the idea that Korzinen would not be 4-betting all in light. And as soon as we see that the ace-9 offsuit is going in there, it really brings to question the quality of that initial 3-bet.
You know, I don't think I'm ever operating under any assumptions of anything when it comes to Korzinen, including light 3-4 bets.
I think Chidwick's going to come to the same conclusion when he watches this one back.
It's just like an instant, oh yeah, my bad, I forgot. Gamble Door. Korzinen bouncing back without so much as a struggle after sending a bundle over to Dan Smith. They now sit level, roughly.
How to do this? The way you throw it is always very handsome.
Oh, thank you. Lots of practice. I'm very tight.
Yeah, I've been learning secretly.
He's been training every day in the mirror.
Smith getting a walk with a pretty one.
With your wife.
Where did Gambledor say he went?
Detroit,
Mexico,
Portugal,
Portugal,
Anyway.
Amsterdam.
2 countries in the city.
Yeah.
Hazard a guess at what brought him to Amsterdam, Kevin?
I like to sit in that seat and try and get them all.
You're the analyst.
I heard the river walk is beautiful.
It's difficult.
The tulips and the windmills in the Netherlands are spectacular this time of year. I've never been to Portugal. Have you been to Portugal?
No.
You've been to Mexico.
It may surprise you as
Kev.
a former American, but I lived 21 years in the U.S. and I never visited Mexico.
Did you say former American?
Well, I'm still American, I guess, you know, if we're speaking technically.
Were you living in Canada?
Yeah. Dual citizen.
The way you do it is
You trying to expatriate on me?
I know.
No, I haven't,
yeah.
haven't given it up yet.
You get used to that.
These decisions can be difficult in times like this, Kevin, but don't give up on us. Ace King for Chidwick. Everyone giving up versus the 70K Open.
Few cards on the top, few cards on the bottom, so we can go right into the mud. That makes this image more solid.
No, I don't want to practice that.
I feel like from Poseidon's comments, Stevie has potential to run like a paid seminar on just table presence, but not like the poker face part, but, you know, chip handling, fold quality,
Mustache waxing.
mustache waxing.
Although-
Definitely part of the seminar.
The mustache, no longer there.
Thank you.
The
You wanna make
old-timey
them spin
villain
a little bit
mustache
so they
is
don't wobble.
giving way.
Lives on in his avatar.
Little flick of the wrist as you release.
Just like basketball, you need to let it.
Exactly.
Raise 85,000.
He's actually doing a full training session right now. Oh my.
Oh, Dan
Play a lot
Smith.
of basketball.
We talked about the value of having position on Santa.
Yep. Who's poised to gift at least 85,000 to Smith here. Jack 5 suited, lacking durability. You think Smith ever plays this as a trap?
I mean, it's so easy when I'm looking at the Jack 5 suited to be like, I would love to see a trap here.
But the thing is, you can just get action more often from Korzinen's opens than from others.
Yeah, of course we can see he's willing to fold to a 3-bet with his bottom range hands, but you also just know that if you go post-flop, maybe check the flop, this man can just say all in at any point.
Well, possibly lamenting his decision to take it to 215, given Korzinen readily folded.
Thank you very much for one more.
We opened the door for one of those crazy 4-bets that he just pulled off, granted in a different situation against Chidwick and Malinowski. So you can't necessarily get too results oriented there. It could have been for the whole thing, potentially from time to time, for those aces. Well, if you want to get a sense of just how popular when it comes to Triton audiences Vladimir Korzinen is, Tube Rob Roy wrote, saw Gambledore on a final table, feature table rather, was supposed to do some work, insta-click to join the stream. Good to have you with us, Rob, and I would imagine you haven't been disappointed by that, man, based on what we've observed thus far, which includes the delivery of what looked to be an ungodly sized omelet. I mean, that thing looked like a stuffed taco.
All in like a hero. Call like a hero.
Meanwhile, Chidwick stuffing 65 into the pot. Kiat Lee making his contributions with the same kit. Now, Victor, Queen 8 suited. 320 back.
He's going to think about this one. We're perhaps far enough away from the money bubble that a 10 big blind stack should continue to overcall. And I think also having position on Kiat, who just called from the small blind, is a little added bonus to the EV of calling here. Malinowski knows that there is a stage at some point where he's supposed to tighten up, and to the point where perhaps hands like this become a fold, but not there yet.
So, three-way affair, King, Queen, 6. Couple of Broadway gutties versus second pair. Victor with the advantage. 2 checks in front of Stevie. That ace of spades. Something he put to work against Smith with a check raise on the flop, blind versus blind earlier when they chopped it up. Not employing it on this occasion, the check back, bringing a 7 and perhaps an added sense to Victor that his queen is best.
Tempting as played for Kiat to attack this board. You expect the small blind flat to include a lot of Broadway cards. Every pocket 6s, every pocket 7s. Maybe 7-6 suited as well at this depth. He can represent a lot of big hands. Sizing small too, taking note of the short stack on his left. It's immediately uncomfortable for Malinowski. You don't expect Kiat to ever bet weaker than Queen 8 for value, even for this cheap size.
Can close the action and take a swing at 335.
We do sometimes see more squeeze aggression in these three-way pots. Chidwick does just fold this time. Thought maybe he could try to represent a king that checked back the flop.
Bowing out, leaving Kiat to brick the gut shot. Let's see whether or not Lee wants to try to muscle his way through this one.
Feels like the spot to go for it as Kiat. Jack 10 just completed. He could even have the offsuit variety. Malinowski going to have so many weak bluff catchers in this spot, including the Queen 8 suited that you see now. Kiat does put Victor at risk.
230K demanded by ace high. Better than 3-1 lay on a call for Victor. Looks like some time banks are going to be understandably utilized.
Pure bluff catcher here. Stacks are so short that Kiat could have something as thin as King 10 suited. It is uncomfortable for Malinowski. He has to sort through how Kiat's going to arrive unpaired. Which hands he's going to follow through on the river. If he fires all his missed flush draws, he might not. Wouldn't blame Victor for folding this one. His turn call was light in the first place. He doesn't exactly have great removal on anything that we want to remove. Only benefit here is that he doesn't interact with ace 10 and ace jack. If he thinks Kiat fires through all the ace 10s and all the ace jacks, maybe we can find this call.
Best hand down as Victor can't find the call. And he's going to be forced to fight on with just 230K. Sub 10 big blind stack, not where we want to find ourselves, especially when half a big is forced in there in the small. Credit to Kiat Lee for the find, by the way.
Yeah, well set up as well. That turn bet being on the smaller side allowed that river jam to be sizable enough to get Malinowski off of a bluff catcher.
And that pot allowing the Malaysian to move into second. Behind the chip leader, coming into the day at this table, Danilo Velocevic of Serbia, second overall, behind Mikita Badzikowski, who is up at the top with 2.285. Alex Foxen, who came in overall chip leader, just a hair behind Velocevic in third, with DoorDash founder Stanley Tang in fourth. If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be Stanley's first ever Triton. Indeed, confirmation. Easy to conflate because I've seen him on screen so much
Yeah.
recently.
That slipped past my radar as well.
Understandable, you know, that's a low-flying bogey in Stanley Tang. Yeah, he's not out there chirping and bringing attention to himself. Just quietly entered the arena.
Quietly entered the $1 million cash games and the highest stakes tournaments in the world.
There was a little few more decibels associated with those appearances, of course. Korzinin quietly calls. 10-7 of spades. Velocevic chirps with King 8 suited. Targeting, no doubt. Get the sense that big stack or not, he may not, granted, have the opportunity to see a limp before him from other operators, but also respond to it in this way. And Vladimir simply steps aside versus 4x.
Yeah, blind level 24.
I'm not alleging that Danilo would have been nervous had Korzinin called, but I would imagine there is some relief associated with the man limp folding versus limp doing anything else.
Certainly don't want to hear the words we've heard him say so often. Just limp all in.
20 and 40K are the blinds now. Looks like Chitwick is being collared and placed elsewhere in the room, so we bid him adieu.
Sorry?
5 seconds.
Call.
Call. Pass. Pass. Back. Pass.
Well, Korzinin followed up that weak limp with the 10-7 suited. With a strong one here.
5 seconds.
Such an annoying spot with Zubov's stack to see that you could complete for just 20,000, but you've only got 230 back.
4.
He is going to stick around. Relying on Poseidon to play carefully in the big blind.
Three-way affair, some interference in the blinds. King, King, 8 board, Ace, Queen, still best. Korzinin, by the way, I mean, again, this Ace, Queen suited under the gun, he'll 3x sometimes, he'll 4x sometimes, maybe he'll jam sometimes, he'll limp sometimes. I mean, it makes him difficult to play against.
It's a lot to take in.
Okay, blinded.
A lot for players to pay attention to.
But the thing is, the more you pay attention, the more confused you may get.
Certainly in the middle of a high-stakes series. Tough to parse all the information that you're taking in.
And tough, by the way, to break.
Yeah.
30 players remaining. Nobody has been showered on the day.
It's hard. Stroke hard is like clockwise. This is counterclockwise.
Poseidon really getting into the nuances of live play today.
Thinking of designing a workout and physio series, perhaps, for poker mechanics at the table.
I feel like cash game players are the ones that really bring the silky looking bet deliveries and mucks and stuff. We do see the Florida high muck from time to time from Sean Winter here.
Yep.
Helicoptering it well above
Makes for a great photo.
everyone. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Call.
By the way, shout out to our photographer, Drew Amato. Best in the business. Captured some really cool ones of
110.
Jesse yesterday.
Raise 110.
Korzinin with a huge hand here. Keeps it pretty affordable for Poseidon.
Yeah, 40 becoming 110. Blind versus blind, the suited king limping.
Seems like too much hand to fold. See how much weight Poseidon puts on this incoming money bubble. You can see now the field down to 28. 5 off the money.
Steps aside.
Give me a green one. Just 20, but I think.
4 blues.
Thank you.
Kevin, you feeling a little woozy at all on the back end of that banana colada?
I'm doing great, Ali.
For now.
Feeling good. Strangely good.
Feeling a little bit worse now that I've planted seeds of paranoia about what else was in your banana colada. Fear not, Kevin, I wouldn't do such a thing.
I at least had eyes on it off the tray that it was brought over on. I'd be more concerned if I arrived to the booth and it was just already sitting here.
Or if you saw like a bunch of empty X-Lax wrappers
Well,
somewhere near the booth. Ace-9 for Kiat. And it looks like Victor's found the one. King-Queen offsuit. 215 in total.
well, let's see what Vladimir has in store.
How much is that?
Just 5.5 blinds.
215.
Oh,
Call.
He's come with a flat.
Pass.
What does this do to Kiat?
I'm going to leave that one up to the man at the table. So hard to decide how we want to proceed. Kiat fortunately covers everybody in this hand.
He could really lean on Korzinen's flat and then play for an even bigger pot without having a second opponent post-flop.
Not wanting to be all in at risk, or rather all in covering for a million chips. With ace-9 offsuit, Kiat just flats.
So 725K, main pot is complete, and the joint for Korzinen on a 5-high board where Kiat could have reasons to stay interested. Ace of diamonds, I'm looking at you.
Ace of diamonds is noteworthy. Although for Kiat to bet at this pot, he would need to think that he's ahead of Victor's hand, which is unlikely.
Check back from Kiat. Board pairing 3. Let's see what Korzinen does.
With 500. Pass. Show now, please.
Kiat's going to get away easily.
And Malinowski's going to be getting away as well.
Good game.
Oh my.
Unfortunately for him, it's from this tournament.
Ace high? Alright.
Don't need to.
Yeah.
Just verifying
Yeah.
that Kiat would have beat him anyway before saying goodbye. And, well, Korzinen claims another Vic. Get used to the image if you haven't already.
That was nice flop.
Huh?
Nice flop.
If I'm to believe the handle, even though it is Adam and not Aram, looks like Mr. Oganyan is soaking up the stream. He's been saying hello, Kev, out there. Shout out to Aram, if indeed it's you.
Not coming out to Triton this series, Aram.
Haven't seen him.
Maybe deep in the online streets. Lots of action there as well.
Sure.
Good to hear from you either way.
2380.
Long walk
Pass.
out of the room for
Pass.
Malinowski. Won't be cashing in this one. Kiat looking for a little cheddar with jacks Up front raise now. Suited king on the button for Vladimir.
Five seconds.
210.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Right, 210.
Korzinen
Pass.
continuing to fight here.
Yes, he is.
Danilo folding a king and a 4. Take note of that because Kiat will not be folding this hand. See if he decides the best path here is to 4-bet or to call. Against most players, we probably just call, but I think this well strong enough to seek additional value in some way.
Raise 550.
Kiat's inducing. No jam yet.
You know, we've seen him raise and fold. I can't remember if we've seen a 3-bet and fold from Vladimir yet.
There
But
we go.
now we have, if we hadn't already. And I got to tell you, if you're going to approach things the way that Korzinen does, having that capacity, a very important one.
Yeah, definitely. We expect sometimes when we see players doing the things that he's done, that there's no filter, there's no brake next to the gas pedal. But of course, relative restraint shown there.
I confess my teenage driving record suggested the brake pedal was absent my vehicle between the 4 car accidents over a span of
Oh.
2 years and I think
Ollie,
multiple speeding tickets. Yeah, but you know,
not advisable.
I got it out of my system early, Kev.
God.
You know? Velocevic continues to rule the roost here at our feature table. Kiat Lee, 3 bigs back of him. Korzinen in third with 35 bigs. He has certainly been the focal point of the action. Predictably, perhaps. Just given the sheer entertainment value, edge of your seat lines that he can provide. You got to have the popcorn close when Gambledor's in the building, Kev. Important question real quick, Rabbit Chow. Kettle corn or movie theater butter?
Butter. 100%.
Wow.
Not big on the...
You know, you could have just said butter and redeemed yourself maybe by hedging, but when you say 100% butter,
Yeah. Just melted butter, no popcorn.
yeah, that's just wrong. Kettle.
Really?
I'm not going to say 100%, but kettle. To
Third
movie-
option. Third option.
Talk to me.
Cheddar. Not
Like
a
an
fan.
additive after the fact on a plain batch, or are we talking cheddar
Like the
as like a pre-seasoned?
yeah, from the grocery store, that kind.
I don't know. Cheddar popcorn?
There's a
With that
real
nuclear yellow number 40?
there's
or
a
whatever?
real good one at the Costco in my area. I've been hooked on it. Some French brand. It's great.
French popcorn, you say?
Maybe
I mean,
Quebecois, I'm not sure, but
once you make it posh, all of a sudden I'm
yeah,
interested.
yeah.
If it was the old Orville Redenbacher, I might not.
I'm making it sound posh, but it's sold at Costco. It comes in a garbage bin.
Come on.
It's like
You
it's
sure
like
it's not
seven
Garrett's?
7 tons of. Oh, that's a good
You're a
shout.
Chicago guy, yeah.
Yeah, although I always just get the cheddar. I don't like the caramel.
That's crazy. That's the one I empty out when someone gets me the tin. Meanwhile, Zubov emptying his clip with King Queen on the hunt for some cheddar. Pocket sevens. Velocevic, boss stack, asking for a count.
Good luck.
So, heads up between Velocevic and Zarzubov after Danilo made the call. Just the anticipated outcome. Once we saw the holdings, Jack 9-5, 2 overs and a gut shot for Zubov. He does improve to 10 outs. Seems all right with it. Turn is an 8. Still steady at 10 outs is Zubov, but just 23% equity, trying to stretch it out. Can his run be stretched? Only the river knows. It says no.
Good luck. Thank you.
A wrap of the rail. Good luck and good night, Zarzubov. Rich getting richer here. Not the biggest balance transfer, but still. Extensions for Velocevic.
Always entertaining to have Zubov at the table,
Great character.
navigating that short stack well, but so few options after he lost that one earlier to Velocevic. Gets the
Hell
rest
of a
from
poker
there.
player too, by the way, Kevin, is Zubov. I mean, we've seen him summon some courage from deep within
Oh yeah.
in situations where the mortals may not have been able to.
You're a big fan.
Why is it next? I guess we're.
Because we're behind 5 seconds.
Under 10.
Right, 110.
Onwards we march. This time, pocket 6s for Korzinen. Once again, almost 3x. No takers. Korzinen, by the way, is here, not so much for this 50K, but of course the Invitational, which will be coming your way in a couple of days. Is that right, Producer James? 2 days' time, the Invitational? Not tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, okay. So it was 2 days yesterday. Time moving on, and I'm frozen.
Small blind, big blind, please.
You can also buy a small blind.
His partner in the Invitational, by the way, Jesse Lona, is picking up the title in the 40K Mystery Bounty, along with 12 of the 32 bounties available. Each envelope a guaranteed $40,000. Average EV just north of 80,000. So on top that 619K that Jesse earned will come much, much more. As he picked up title number 2.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Kiot's going to get after it here on the button. Korzinen in the big.
All in.
There, Ollie.
Just rips the pocket four as Kiot steps aside.
This is a response to your 4-bet. Karma.
I mean, he did have jacks.
Yeah.
Feels like Poseidon's just imagining he had ace deuce or something. But
Is that a Jesus piece of some sort that Poseidon is donning, perhaps in an effort to ward off any of the juju that Korzinen might cast upon him? I can't really tell.
yeah, I don't know that my vision's good enough.
It
Ollie.
seems like some sort of fortune-based amulet. You know, I don't think he's wearing it for bad luck.
that one can assume.
In fact, the prominent manner in which he's placed it on the outside of the zip-up suggests he's really leaning on it for some heavy lifting on the day.
Mentioned getting after it. Velocevic here under the gun. Though I believe just 6-handed is this table. Not yet consolidated to 3 tables of 24.
80,
3 tables of 8 to make 24.
200.
Raise 200. Pass. Pass. Pass.
And a small 3-bet from the ace-jack offsuit, stretching out this 25 blind stack.
Not even close.
Clemens Reuter, you would think, is going to get this through.
Pass.
First activation we've observed from the Austrian. always a little bit hazardous when we target the big stack, but we do feel motivated to do so if it's one of those stacks that is utilizing its size to maybe broaden ranges, even from under the gun. So credit to Reuter for putting that one to work. 1.1 and change for him and Dan Smith, running 4th and 5th of 6. Poseidon Ho at the back of the pack. 20 and 40,000 as we continue our coverage of this $50,000 no limit event here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series Montenegro. That glimpse brought to you by BetACR.
Getting us down to 25 remaining, by the way, was
80.
Stanley Tang at one of the outer tables, eliminating Mike Watson, who was all in for just a few blinds with ace-3. Tang with the pocket sevens, holding up.
GG, Sir Watts. Clemens involved once more. King, Queen,
the
the
most
inspiration.
conservative way.
Energy saving.
Yeah.
This one is some energy.
You show weakness.
I like natural.
Well, Velocevic has chips with which to play
Save energy.
all kinds of pots. 3-4 offsuit. Not the preferred holding, but we'll give it a whirl.
Yeah, it looks like a great spot to me. Chip leader in the big blind, facing just min. And a lot of flops like this one where we can represent things that Reuter can't.
Got shot in the 2 unders.
Maybe even thinking about a lead.
Appears that way.
Don't expect a lot of c-betting on this board. Paired board, you might think unusual to see leads, but add in ICM to the positional disadvantage of not having a 7 or a 6 from the hijack very often. And Velocevic is going to start leveraging that chip lead in a great way. Gets it through against King Queen, which looks like not much of a hand, but that's a great outcome for Danilo.
And I think that's one of the benefits of having that big stack, which Clemens is looking down the road and thinking is going to continue to ask questions of his open. So just stepping aside.
Certainly uncomfortable to think, oh, the best case scenario is I make a top pair hand and then he keeps blasting and represents trips.
Clemens sitting this one out. Ace and the hijack now for Poseidon. He too stepping away. You think he's going to be tightening up ranges with Vladimir on his left?
Definitely. I mean, we saw one quick instance of it, the King 6 suited, blind versus blind, where he limp folded 2 cores and in. I think he's treading cautiously right now.
But this arrow shouldn't be facing me.
That's what I was going to say.
That good.
140.
Aggressive action from the 10-9 suited. Covering stack. Blind versus blind. Kiata's a fringy looking one here. Maybe a break-even call, given the context of the spot.
So he's going to dig in for the extra 100. Size up from Velocevic. Customary in blind versus blind altercations, where he has flopped bottom pair and the wrong side of a gut shot, more than we can say for the 7-6.
Likely outcome is bet and take it, although playing a polarized strategy on this board would be fine for Danilo. Could play some checks. He does start passively.
No betting. And no changes on the 4 of spade turn.
Expect Milosevic to keep checking. Lots of ways that Kiat could have a stronger hand than 10-9 right now. And for Kiat, maybe trying to represent some of that stuff. Given that he's been checked 2 twice, we can start to rule out a king. 2 pair plus, very unlikely. One of the best hands Danilo will have here is a queen. Does check again, though, and now we make the bottom end of the straight on a 3-heart board. If Milosevic was going to seek value here, he'd have to bet small, try and get called by just a Queen X suited or King X suited type bluff catcher. Or does he want to check a 3rd time and offer Kiat the chance to bluff with a hand like this? It's hard to visualize hands like what Kiat has right now. They're relatively rare to have completely missed the board, usually not front of mine. Yeah, don't blame Milosevic for just seeking value here instead.
Chips continuing to flow toward the chip leader, and we have some information flowing into the booth. Moments ago, we were talking about speculating, and by we, I mean me, which is not an effort to take credit, but just own the fact that I was zeroed in on Poseidon Ho's necklace.
That's right.
Apparently, something that he procured while he was visiting Egypt.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That makes
It's
sense.
a snake head with, you know, at the necklace and then down with a number of like hieroglyphs or whatever, but he confirmed that it's being worn for good luck.
There you go.
So good to get that squared away. What's being squared away here? Is this Roland Rakita's last stand? Cards have not been revealed yet. A jam of 60K, which Bads and Foxen both called. Then in the side, Bads check called 50K on the 8-7 tray board. 9 of hearts on the turn, plenty completing. Neither would bet it. Bads would then check the board pairing 7 on the end. Foxen bet 190,000. And it doesn't look like Bads has cards anymore. Indeed, he has folded. So
seems the players at the table may already be aware of the outcome impending, just respecting action at the other tables before they reveal. Certainly a spot that Foxen could have been bluffing. There was a notable side pot here.
We are 2 away from the money, so obviously not looking to adulterate outcomes elsewhere. That's difficult, by the way, if Roland knows that he's out of here, to just stay in his seat there and kind of respect the integrity of what else is transpiring in the room, which looks like it could potentially be involving Talal Shakurchi. A fold on the end. Who was he up against?
Maher Noira.
Yeah. Didn't really clock the particulars. All right, where's Roland at?
I think Roland's out.
Yeah. Had ace deuce.
Seeing in the app actually on table 5, the showdown. Foxen with jack 7.
Trips.
Jack of hearts. Made trips on the river there.
Mm-hmm.
Roland with just ace high. No piece.
You know, Rakita came in shortest stack in the room to start the day, so obviously the outcome not something that comes as the biggest surprise.
Have we got another?
It appears we do. Ponikov's not going to slow down lunchtime, even though he's involved.
Is that a curry? Yeah, it's looking nice. I didn't know they had that here.
Looked a little thick.
Maybe beef stroganoff kind of situation, like a stew.
Didn't clock any noodles, but let's see what we clock here. King Jack against. Was it an ace for Tolerine?
Yeah, ace 3 for Tolerine.
Okay. Overcard, undercard. Ponikov's the covering stack. Tolerine with just 110,000 in total. Does have the lead. Heading to the flop. Looks like an open ender is what the ace tray is going to have to fade as he interferes with Broadway Pathways for Ponikov's. Board pairing queen. Ace side doing all right here. And on the end, a hold for Tolerine, who nods his head as that was the stone bubble. 24 remaining. Departures on the day began with Alexander Rayard in 30th. Diego Zeider, 29th. Malinowski, who we observed alongside Zubov, 28th and 27th. Serwatz, you mentioned, in 26th. And then Rakita alone during the 2 all-in situation. The lone man that couldn't find the double as Tolerine shows some resilience and keeps the bubble intact here. Average stack, 1.2 million, 30 bigs. Min cash, by the way, for those that haven't already clocked it, $83,000, 2 7-figure payouts up top.
Not yet.
Something cooking. Gonna take it pre-flop. Fold it around to Tolerine. 280K in front of him now after that one. And all you can eat. Back-to-back pickups for Ben.
No longer the shortest stack in the room after that win. Ramin Hajiev at the same table here. 320K. He's now in 24th.
Tolerine's Festival, by the way, this is 5th effort. Just 1 cash, a 20th place finish, and the 25K 8 max for $41,000. Coming into this one, looking to notch cash number 2. But Alex Foxen's brought his tokens to the table just to make things a little tougher on the crew. Rebalancing efforts, of course, completely random. I'm keen to find out what Ponikov's is snacking on, by the way. Who have we here? Is this Chidwick coming back to the main stage? Okay. He's been bounced around a little bit. Looks like Parsonen's going to be joining him.
He looks thrilled.
I high ICM pressure for you. I mean, high ICM pressure for you. It's
Looks like we're going to get the cards back in the air here at the feature momentarily. Well, at the top of the broadcast, Kevin, you speculated that maybe we're finally going to see a bubble that's in line with what we've come to anticipate. 7 away from the money to start the day at 30, 23 paid. And you kind of looked at the people that were on those short stacks, the remaining field, the distribution, the tables, and it feels like you've been fairly spot on. I mean, granted, we've got ourselves down to 24, but not in a hurry.
Yeah, and of course, a little bit of luck to that draw. I mean, Tolerine could have been out just now. He was all in with ace-3 against king-jack. Effective flip, but holding there.
Stone bubble, though, now, and if we look at the overall leaders and then scroll down to the bottom, Hajiev's is the only sub-10 big blind stack. Tolerine now on 10 big blinds exactly.
Fate of those short stacks that you just mentioned going to be watched carefully by those at this table. Ellis Parsonen, the shortest at this table, tied with Poseidon Ho.
Believe it or not, I just got a text.
Okay.
Not going to say who from. But the advisory is that
That's a good time for
that which Panakov's is munching on is the seafood risotto.
Oh.
And apparently, the person who texted me is laying claim to the fact that he was the one that unearthed that little gem on the menu that Panakov's has now decided to follow suit with. Hard-hitting journalism from here in the Triton booth, Kevin.
You know you're just planning your order for your next break, aren't you?
You can take a man out of CNN, but you can't take the CNN out of the man. Ace-9. Milosevic enjoying the advantage. Button versus big blind. King-7 deuce here. Reuters defense from the big, and now a check.
What was that?
Great card.
Great card. That
That's
10
the
of
same
clubs.
card. The Ace of Flames.
Same card? Like ace of spades?
Different
Then
set.
we should change the deck.
45K and take it for Danilo. As boys break the ice a little bit. Tension-filled part of the program, of course, the stone bubble. Requires a lot of attentiveness, focus upon how things are moving around in terms of stacks. We're going to move to the outer again. What have we here? Is this Stanley? Looks that way. I see two paint cards here. And Tang apparently was a 3-better versus a Shakurchi, open to 85,000. He took it to 200. Fedor decided to 4-bet 375, and we can see why. The needles for Holtz.
I think
Perhaps-
actually
Is it the other way around?
the aces are for Tang.
That
That was
oh, yikes.
that was Fedor getting a double at risk on the bubble.
That's a massive pot, by the way. Let me just unpack it one more time. Shakurchi opened to 85. Tang made it 200 with aces. Fedor then on the button with 2 queens, 4-bet to 375. Tang demanded the rest. 815 more flowed forward from the Germans button. And you saw just now the gut shot and the inferior overpair filling in on the river. Queen high straight. And Holtz says, not so fast, boys. The bubble will remain intact. However, Tang's stack will not. That's a dirty one to suffer. Ouch. I can't tell if this visual is Stanley taking it well or suffering greatly. Maybe a little of both. This is why it's safer in here in the booth.
Okay. So no one got it right. Huh?
Things have gotten a little less safe at the feature with the return of Stephen Chidwick.
No, they do have a break, I think.
Not really. Sure not.
Usually I just fast forward.
Yeah, me too, but it's sure not 45 minutes. I watch on Octopi where all the in-between stuff is cut out.
Really?
Wait a minute. Did Chidwick just suggest that he watches our streams on a platform where all the in-between stuff is cut out?
I think he's doing a Slightly
Octopi has it,
misleading
like no, they just go hand
bit of
and
marketing for his
hand and then
company
cut-
there.
they cut it,
Octopi?
string
The whole
hand.
hand history is in like in hand history replayer format, like
Yeah.
everyone's cards. You can just like click through, and then every hand has the clip timestamped in the corner, so you can watch the hand if you want,
Wow.
or you can just like click through the hands.
You know,
Pretty efficient for reviewing.
I'm
Triton
friendly with Stevie.
stuff. Or
I'm
anything.
trying not to take this personal, but it's the in-between stuff that I live for,
And,
Kevin. You know this.
Sims are embedded too.
Ali, it might
You guys can just like click
hurt
and
to
play
hear
and see
this.
the
Oh, no. What?
But when these guys review footage,
Yeah.
you know they're
Wrong.
muting it, right?
Well, you did brace me for the pain.
Should have asked you to sit down before I said that.
Yeah. Yeah, you should have. Ace 6-7 flop. 80K the open from Velocevic. Kiat flatted the king 10 suited. No betting on flop return despite second pair for Danilo, who was the aggressor. Still has the best hand here on the end.
Does feel ambitious to seek value on the jack. Kiat may be even going to consider bluffing when checked to a third time. Quite a few misdraws, though, available to him, weaker than the king 10. No obligation to bluff this one. Shuts it down.
Kevin, you hurt my feelings. It wasn't your fault.
I listened to the audio, Ali, if that's any consolation. But that's only because
You're paid to listen to me when we're in here.
I have a headset on and I'm listening to it live.
You don't have a choice. Well, it looks like still some choices in this one here. Do I have this right? Is this a Bads versus Joao Simão situation where Makita opened to 80 pre-flop? There's Joao. A 3-better pre to 185,000, which Makita called. 10-10-5 board, drew a couple of checks. Deuce of clubs provided a backdoor flush draw. Makita led for 150, which Joao called, and here on the end, after an ace hits the board, Bads checks. And we await the Brazilian's choice.
Lots of chips behind here, 1.2 million. Simão just checks.
What does Bads show? Little pair versus what looked to be
Wow.
ace-king there. No value pursued.
Big hand to check behind on the river there, ace-king.
Stone
Really
bubble.
feeling the pressure of the stone bubble,
Yeah.
and Makita covering in that instance. Having raised under the gun. Simão from low jack, early position himself. Bad's putting in exactly as much as was appropriate there with the 2 4s while they were good.
You want to be like Steven Chidi.
Mine's better.
The flying V formation.
Seen the damage that Korsinen can do with this hand.
Yeah, that big 4-bet where he cleared ace-jack and 2 4s.
Smith again waking up with a premium, facing a Korsinen open raise. This time 30 big blinds effective with 10s, early versus early. A bit uncomfortable to put this one all in, but plenty of hand against the man on your right. Do we want to 3-bet here as Smith? Or just flat? I don't think all in is coming from this early of a position.
Just a flat from Dan, and now Velocevic with a powerhouse in the hijack.
This is dangerous.
If I had, I would. But
Ace King, of course, putting in more action. Danilo covering everybody. 3-bet could look like he's pushing around this situation.
You're so right. And yet, on the stone money bubble, even with the frequency that Danilo will have attached to this 3-bet being light, 2 10s are going to have a real concern about how to proceed.
Korzinen covered here with the weakest of the 3 hands. When he steps away, I think Smith might be putting this in. He's so high up in range for having flatted here. He was thinking about 3-bet stacking it in the first place. And if Danilo recognizes that Smith would always fast play, or at least if he believes, wow, that's a big getaway. Nice pass from Smith. We don't want to flip in this moment.
Long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, Smith is going to live with the fact that that fold is going to be against a worse hand with the...
Any bet size, and it would put the chips out as if like the real like chip amounts. And we used to have a lot of fun like figuring out what bet size would be like 1 of every chip or 2 of every chip, or like making different like.
9.
Well, that wouldn't be 1 of every chip, right? Because it'd be like 4 of the hundreds or whatever.
Wow. That's mastery.
Because you could bet all the way down to like 1 chip, so you could get a lot of colors.
Happy to abandon the thought rather than talk over the mighty Stephen Chidwick. Just to kind of help support Dan's choice, right here at this table, 2 of the shorter stacks in the room sit and surround him in Parsonen and Poseidon Ho at 11 bigs apiece. And you got Hajiev elsewhere in the room with 6 bigs, Tang with 8, Tolerine with 10, even shorter than those 2. One of whom has chosen to activate here. Fold it around to his button. Parsonen makes it 100 to go. Ace 9 for the Finn. Ace 2 suited for Stevie.
Wow.
And he brings forward 700,000 of 1.25.
Parsonen choosing there to raise fold the ace-9 offsuit, allowing Stevie to pick that one up with the worst hand. I do think Parsonen had the opportunity to just open jam himself.
Presumably different response from Chidwick in the face of the open jam for 11.
Yeah, Stevie would be out.
Thank you.
Overall chip leader right now is Danilo Velocevic, Matt Belcher in second, Alex Foxen chip leader coming in third. Simao, who we saw check back the ace-king against Bad, sits in fourth with Makita in fifth.
Yeah, like
Spiritual.
ordering your
24 remaining, 23 paid.
all your spaces and
Stone bubble here in the 50K.
Feng Shui. It's spelled F-E-N-G though, right? Yeah, F-E-N-G. Okay.
Velocevic opening the offsuit ace from +1. Elis on 9 blinds. An annoying one here, but I think one we have to get away from. Does fold. going to help move the cards over.
I guess feng shui is like the meta
No takers.
in the Eastern world.
And for the boss stacks in the room, this is something that they can live with. Keep the bubble intact
In the Eastern world,
and allow us to accumulate. That's what's on their mind. Let's see what's happening elsewhere in the room. Might the bubble be threatened? You saw Tang get his aces cracked moments ago. He's taken his final 390 under the gun rather than go through the blinds and decided to ship it. Belcher, pictured here, the caller. We await action to complete elsewhere in the room before authorization will be provided. As you see Parsonen and Reuter on hand for the particulars. Velocevic will come down as well. Will Matthew Belcher spoil the party for Stanley Tang and in turn start the party for the remaining 23?
Players from other tables already around, so I think they're clearly ready for action to get underway.
It's like when the birds of prey start circling, sensing that maybe a carcass is upon us. Tang hoping it won't be him.
Ace-jack for both players here. Hearts for Tang.
2 hearts on this queen-9 deuce board. No further on the turn. So we're going to carve it up, retake our seats, and play on. Obviously, the other short stacks in the room, the most invested in that particular pot. All of them on Team Belcher, understandably. That 83K min cash is going to have to wait to be guaranteed.
Those 2 shortest stacks. Hadjiev and Tolerine still at the bottom on that outer table. Just 6 and 7 big blinds, respectively.
Do you, Stevie?
With the separation that Velocevic has at this table, you'd expect him to open extremely wide from under the gun, and Stevie now. They've got all 4 nines between them. 30 big blinds effective. I don't anticipate Chidwick to want to put all those in the middle unimproved. It's just going to flat.
Not often you see 2 people wake up with the same pocket pair, all 9s present and accounted for.
Maybe a door open for Korzinen. Queen 10 in the small blind.
I mean, never have you wanted more to have Queen 10 than when all 9s are occupied. What has he declared here?
I think he said call.
Okay.
Always sweaty.
For sure.
When he declares the action. And Smith may be tempted to stick around, but he's covered by everyone in this pot. 3 ways already. Going to be hard to win this one. Does look like he's reaching for calling chips. 7-6 suited, such a premium drawing hand.
7-1. 8-1 rather on the call. Queen 7 tray, top pair for Korzinen, a tickle for Smith.
What's he got on his mind here?
Note that the 9s are drawing dead. No path to a straight available. Betting right in to the chip leader open is Korzinen, and for that matter, into a 4-player field.
And the comfort of having that chip lead likely going to make Velocevic the only player who sees a turn in this pot. He can afford the 175 if he thinks Vladimir's up to no good. Chidwick going to be out with this much action ahead of him.
So, 2 fight on. As Danilo keeps his eye on Vladimir for the 175. 350 more into the middle, bringing the pot to 800,000 here. The ice is thin underneath Korznen's feet here on a stone bubble, where the ICM pressure can be leveraged by the chip leader, who opened and hung around in the face of the barrel, but he is undaunted. 150 now.
And cheap enough from my point of view that Velocevic still probably can't get away. You worry that you're up against a pair of 7s, pocket 5s or 6s, a pure bluff, who knows? Just thinking in absolutes, pocket 9s on this board for 150, too strong to fold.
300 more. Pour into the center. Unbeknownst to Danilo, he was drawing dead. Now let's see, innocent enough looking 5 of hearts on the end. If Korzenen was proud of the Queen 10 across the first 2 streets, that's not a card that's going to diminish the sentiments, but perhaps being called twice will.
Just grabbing the remaining white chips from a stack that was once higher. 75K extra going to go Korzenen's way at this showdown.
Look at this milking that the chip leader's on the receiving end of. You don't generally see a line where you regress bet sizes across streets.
No, but really was the only way to get paid by this hand across 3.
Poseidon Ho looking up and simply saying, legend. Yeah, he is. Stanley Tang appears to be involved once more in an all-in collision. He chopped up the last time. Here he is against Badziakowski, who opened to 100,000 and stuck around. Ace-Jack turning from top pair to top 2, and a 4 free river means the bubble has burst. And unfortunately for the American Stanley Tang, founder of DoorDash, he's not going to get a dash pass into the money. Use DoorDash, Kevin?
Oh, yeah.
You just saying that?
No, I do. I feel like 2 or 3 times a year I take a poker trip to the US and I try to time it with a free 1-month trial of Dash Pass.
Wow.
You know, get in as much delivery as I can while I'm there. Cancel it before I get home.
So
Sorry, Stanley.
You're scamming Stanley.
Yeah. I mean, I think their company's doing okay even if I
Yeah, but if
take
everybody
advantage of a few promos.
does what you're doing, Kevin, maybe the company doesn't do so well.
Yeah, now they're only worth $5 billion or whatever instead of 7. Come on.
I got to think about whether or not I need to open a short on account of Kevin now disseminating this scam, which wouldn't be personal, but, you know.
Guys, if we all do it, then
What is
nothing
your-
will change. And
Stanley's net worth would change if you all did it. Pocket 8s for Kiat Lee. He opens to 100,000. Korzenen
You don't know what the hieroglyphs
wants to
mean?
play. King 10
You
off,
just saw
keeping
it
him
and it
curious.
spoke to you?
Plus the button.
Very cool.
Danilo closes the action with 7-5 off. 375 in the middle. 3
You're
amigos.
of the snake too, so.
Ace, Queen, 4. Pocket 8 staring up at 2 overcards. Neither of the opposition have connected in the form of a pair, but you can see Vladimir's connections, a gutter. Action checked over to him. Look, he's like, wait, what? This man raised pre and then didn't bet that board?
I think he was still taking stock of his new chip stack. Up over 2 million now.
You're probably right.
270.
He's going to bet 270 with the gutter, and it does feel like it's going to get through.
Oh, yeah.
The sorcery continues here in Montenegro.
Trust me, me too. It's a relatively new country. It's
Pretty
relatively
well
young
organized stack for someone
Montenegro, yeah.
with the
buy it in
persona
Egypt?
of Gambledore.
I'd say he keeps a neat home.
Yeah.
Did you get that from Egypt?
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Europe.
When did you go?
You just imagine he'd be one of those
How long
players
does
where like
Montenegro exist
it's
as
just in a
known-
pile.
known state?
You ever see the film Ex Machina?
I'm very interested by it.
Kevin?
I think I have.
I know
that
you're
like
not a
the-
huge cinephile. It was a sci-fi. You had that eccentric billionaire who built the...
Yeah.
Alicia Vikander, I believe, played the
Yeah, yeah.
the role of the robot.
robot with
Yeah,
the AI
hot
brain.
robot, by the way.
I
for the
remember
record.
this. Yeah.
That makes sense now.
I just get this visual of Korsnen having a similar sort of retreat in a alpine forest somewhere, where perhaps the competitor
Two side.
to Elon's,
It's a 4 or 5.
what are they called? Cyberbots, humanoids. What the heck? What the heck is he building?
You're telling
That's
me
gonna
he's
ruin
got,
us all.
But his is for winning poker tournaments, clearly.
No, he doesn't need robots for that. He's here to do it himself.
He doesn't go down there and just like upload the information to his brain.
You think he has a link somewhere?
Maybe down in the Alpine
Yeah.
laboratory.
They were
Ooh, I
9-2
like
of
that.
club. Thank you.
That house is sick, by the way.
Yeah.
Club is no good.
So you've been many times?
Yeah. Like that.
What's your
Ace Jack
favorite
for
thing that you've
Smith.
done there?
What's the name of the Tesla robot? Can't even remember.
No idea.
Somebody knows in the chat. I could probably just Google it, but you know, I'm lazy. Ooh,
Wow.
Milosevic, not showing any laziness with King 7 of spades.
I
He gives it a workout.
don't think. I mean, Kiat has a close one. We're in the money now. This one a bit speedy from Milosevic.
Usually, the moment the bubble bursts, we do see a lot of grease on the wheels.
I mean, very wide range default spot, of course. Less than 20 big blinds effective. Small blind versus button. Got to be a reasonable to close choice to begin with. See a lot of players leaning call with this category, but Danilo, undeterred, taking the aggressive route. If Kiat calls, it's a gross spot for Dan Smith. If he folds, he's getting snapped.
It's one thing for Dan to dig in against Danilo. It's a whole nother to overcall. So with Kiat out of the way, things are made easier. And you see Dan just verifying that Lee didn't call before he digs in. And he'll be happy that he did. Ace of spades is handy. Not to mention having the best hand in a 1.8 million chip pot.
5 days.
This would be harmful to Milosevic. Forgive the obvious. He's not the man at risk, though, as Dan Smith looks to hold on, and he's doing so on the Queen 6-4 flop.
I guess snowboarding wouldn't carry over very much.
Turn is worry-free. No king, no 7. That's the mantra for Dan. And the river delivers. Step up to the Xerox machine, sir. And copy that stack and then some.
Navigating kite very well. You can do well in the snow kite. The snow kite is more dangerous. Because if you use the wind to pull you up like over 10 meters or so on the water, if you fall into the water,
Maybe he's
you're
too cold.
safe.
I don't know.
If you fall to the snow. Ooh.
I'm sure it's very different, but like when you're on the top of a mountain snowboarding and it's windy, it's very scary.
It's very scary. Yeah.
Yeah, imagine that, but being in the air above the mountain.
I'm okay.
That is a big pickup for Dan Smith, who can now loosen the collar significantly. 36 bigs puts him second behind Vladimir Korzinin as Velasevich slips to third at this table. Parsonen with the short stack, just what the doctor ordered. Ace, queen of clubs, in it goes. This from under the gun.
Vladimir. Reasonable one in the hijack. Haven't seen him make folds like this just yet.
How much is that?
Pondering this ace-10 offsuit.
Go.
He's going to flat it. Nothing complicated ensues behind, and Parsonen will love the look of the dominant hand in an over 1 million chip pot here.
What's it called? Hydrofoil? That one looks pretty fun.
Jack 5 deuce. Parsonen performing well, but he's had a seat for some of the magic that Gambledore has pulled off in these spots. Now the nut flush draw as well for Parsonen, but of course any queen will do for Vladimir. And instead it's the ace, as both men make top pair, but Parsonen will double.
Outer table action.
What have we? Looks to involve an all-in from Tollerene here.
I believe we're at table 3 here. Tollerene opened all in. Early position. 355,000. Ibinger rejamming from the next seat. Looks like queen's in front of Ibinger.
A6, is it? Offsuit for Tollerene. Just 7 bigs.
Looks like Tollerene's out.
Yeah. Board failed to deliver. 39593, the full run out. Obviously on the inside of the bubble is a much cozier place to bust than on the outside, which is exactly where Tollerene finds himself. Picking up the first of the 83K min cashes, is it? Yep. Poseidon Hull, meanwhile, finds himself all in. Ace King. Gets through.
Callable.
Sonny, when do these refresh again? Is it 16 or just final table?
16 and 9.
No more. Okay, thank you.
Oh, it's fast action.
Chat, by the way, stepped in
Until after.
promptly. Just took me a while to
I
get
guess
around
empty
to
bubble
it, to
doesn't
advise that the Tesla robot is called the Optimus, which of course makes me think of Transformers.
Yep.
Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, right?
Yep.
You know, I confess, I kind of like the Decepticons. They were cooler to me. But, you know, Poseidon, couple of jacks. Is that a window into me?
Were you rooting? Were you rooting for Darth Vader as well?
I liked Vader. I did. I just liked the noise when he breathed. Poseidon will like picking up chips. What's going on here? Haji have had a short stack, and it looks like it's been absorbed Ramin did some work to get himself into a min cash, as he really didn't have a whole lot cooking. 4 bigs. He jammed them. Perez would end up a caller. Hajiev had ace, king of hearts, 2 queens for Roberto. 8-7-5-3-9, the ultimate run out, and I think Hajiev will be just fine living with that one. Had higher hopes, but a payday is better than busting out on the bubble. GG's to Ramin.
Wow.
2 kings for Kiat in the face of a Korzinen open with ace-jack. Vladimir can get sticky with these Broadway aces.
And a bit of history between these two. Kiat 4-betting Korzinen without showdown not long ago.
295.
Declaring 295,000. Another 155.
Something's been announced.
What did he do?
I think he's in.
Oh, wow. And this feels like it was sized to induce, Kevin, out of Kiat against Vladimir in particular.
Yeah.
Who he knows can put the whole thing on the line at any given moment, including this one. We're out of nowhere. A 1.9 million chip pot takes shape at the feature. Kiat Lee's fate hanging in the balance. 71% heading to the flop. And more than that now on the 8-6-5 board, which is clean. He has spade coverage. Keep it ace-free, dealer. That's what Kiat's thinking. Compliance on the turn. And on the river as well. Healthy pickup there for Kiat. As the yo-yo that is Vladimir Korzinen's chip graph finds a downswing.
Korzinen at this feature, but on the wrong side of a number of all-ins already today.
I didn't.
Biggest
It
pickup
looked like
being
so
that post-flop
dodgy
spot
now.
with the queen.
I believed you. You would have tricked me. You said it so confidently.
Yeah, I thought so. Like after he was like, fuck.
Good luck.
Good that you checked though.
See you at the final table.
Oh, do we have some rebalancing? Perhaps an unpopular random choice has been delivered.
Has Gambledore been summoned elsewhere by Sonny?
I think Iraq
Surely a
has been
riot
handed over.
is going to ensue. I mean,
Right after losing a big pre-flop all-in too, that's so... I mean, I'm sure
Yeah.
you won't dwell on it, but you feel disappointed when a million chips heads over to
you're like, but
your
wait,
rival
can I
across
just
the table. Like,
one time get those back and then
can
can
we
I just
move
play
him
it
too?
out?
Yeah, can we both go? Give me a chance to get my chips back at least. Sure, we'll see him again shortly.
Ace-3. Not going to see Reuter involved. Parsonen, fresh off the double. He'll sit it out. Should we? No fan of 9-7 off on the button. Mr. Smith.
Obviously,
Take a
he
walk.
touches my card. It's magic.
No one wants to play against the guy who chose between 4 cards.
Yeah, it's so dangerous.
Well, this is where we find Korzinen. Love that, by the way. The kiss blow was so epic in his winner's photo in Monaco. But it's not even a kiss. It's almost just like the magic dust that he's just blowing
Did he sign his initials in midair? Is that what he was doing there?
I don't know. I didn't clock it. Did you?
It looked like maybe VK.
Okay.
He's already got his own logo.
Dude
envisioned. No electronics. Just it's in his own mind. You know,
Yeah.
that was a logo,
Insane swag.
a graphic.
Aura, I think, as the chat was talking about it.
Perhaps to him, it really was there.
Well, 550 is really there from Poseidon Hose Button. And Reuter with an ace-6 suited chose to click. He does cover. That's the good news.
We can get away for 11 blinds. Uncomfortable, of course, to fold at a good price, but you can see that Reuter was well behind there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Reuter agreeing. Poseidon, by the way, appears to have assembled a squadron of time banks in front of his stack there.
He was building quite the formation throughout that bubble.
Well, he's formed his way off of the short stack by a couple of bigs ahead of Clemens Reuter. Cost himself a couple of bigs moments ago by opening and having to fold the ace-6 of clubs. Kiat Lee, after the encounter with Korzinen, finds himself ahead of Dan Smith by a couple of blinds here, as things have shaken up at the feature table. Pocket nines. Luring a 2-bet off Poseidon stack. Kiat with Jack-6 off. Books a trip.
Back to the stage of the tournament where we can make some loose defense and see more flops.
6-5 tray, top pair for Kiat, and this is troublesome. Versus nines.
Hard to get away with just 2 times the pot back. Kiat might even be thinking about leading for value. Cutoff range not expected to hit this board. Does start with a lead. Quick
70.
call.
Yeah.
Under-repped, I would say. Poseidon's hand strong enough to raise. Kiat might expect him to.
Could look a lot like a couple of overs that like the price that Kiat offered. And now with a 7 on the turn, 4-liner on board, 4X not supposed to be in hose open range. You could see Kiat with some sense of comfort rather, that a barrel here isn't going to get raised.
It's common to continue on these low 4 straights with another small bet, almost with range. Jack-6 good enough to get additional value. And as a result, Poseidon's hand, again, a clear continue.
Board pairing 3 on the end, and this is also a card that could allow Kiat to continue to perceive that value is available to him.
The river is tricky now, hoping to get called by ace-high on the end with another block. Less than pot behind. In Poseidon's stack, maybe now we check and hope that we can catch a bluff from miss backdoor hearts. Something like queen 8 of clubs. And Kiat does decide to try and get value from ace-high. He just gets snapped.
Yeah.
Not too painful, actually, for the pair of 6s.
Yeah, was able to set its own price all the way down.
Smile there. I think he's happy to have only lost half of what he could have.
没牌不会扣那么快啊。我没有试过是没有抽的不会扣。
Outer table action. We pick it up with Ponikov's having opened to 100,000. Ibinger and the big has called. These guys are going to be our next featured table. Ponikov's with some follow through here, 100K into Matthias. You know, I confess, I'm not surprised that Gambledore has moved to this table, and then all of a sudden it is anointed the next feature. They want Gambledore, Kevin.
Only 2 tables to choose from when we do that swap. Why not choose the one with Vladimir?
Well, we're awaiting an Ibinger choice here.
Ponikov's betting 2 blinds on this 10-6-4 rainbow flop. Under the gun versus big blind this hand. 20 big blinds effective. Has Ibinger said all in? It's a rainbow flop, 10 high. Not many draws visible to me, 7-8 perhaps.
Ponikov's not into the bin. He's asking for a count. Of course, we don't have RFID out here, Kevin, so left to speculate as to what the holdings could be. Again, this was a Ponikov's click, under the gun, big blind defense from Ibinger, 10-6-4 rainbow. Check jam in the face of a 100K follow through.
It's an unusual texture for all the money to go in. Ponikov's no doubt going to be suspicious, thinking if you had a 10, why would you charge so much? Don't you want me to peel my ace-queen, king-queen? Starts to feel more like a bluff. But again, with no flush draw on board, those high equity bluffs kind of limited. 5-3 suited, 7-5, 7-8 perhaps. I think he's folded.
So Ibinger risking things there. Ponikov's will part ways with 4 blinds total. Boy, Korzinen is nestled between Ibinger and Foxen with Ponikov's just a bit further to the left. That is, that's quite the arc there at that table.
Fair bit of chips on this table as well. Perez with 500,000, the only player under $1 million. Foxen's opening the cutoff here. Covering all players to his left. What's Korzinen announced? That's an all-in on the button, 20 blinds.
Well, he didn't take long to say hello, did he?
Wow.
Oh, Foxen looks down, ace-10 of hearts. What's Vladimir got? Pocket threes. That's a whole lot of blinds shoveled into the middle with a hard 6. And the threes are in front on the 9-5 deuce board. They stay there on the turn. And on the end, Korzinen holds all the way down. That's roughly half of Foxen's stack that's being cleaved.
It's going to put Korzinen at the top of this table's chip counts, over 2 million.
Every table at which he parks himself becomes a Korzinen-centric universe.
Does seem that way.
All other planets just revolve around this man's decision-making.
Possible this outer table had some catching up to do in terms of pace of play.
It's also possible we just recognize that Gambledor's here, and even though they'll be the next feature.
Well, I'm just looking at the... Doesn't look like a hand's being dealt at that other table behind Fox in there.
Fine.
But I understand. We're enjoying the action over here as well.
Sure. Maybe not so much Foxen, of course, who took his chances against Vladimir.
Looks like 100K and a call.
Alex and Vladimir with potentially round 2 cooking. See if anyone intervenes.
Foxen under the gun here, 7-handed. Korsen in the low jack. Brian Kim in the big blind. Three betting to 350,000. You expect polarization here. Represents a good chunk of his and Foxen's stack. Korsenen's out quickly.
Yeah. Successful squeeze there from Brian. Of course, absent RFID. We do not have the whole cards to provide you, but nevertheless, it seems like the action is still worth continuing to absorb here.
I guess we were behind. But they still usually don't pause the clock.
The choose your own adventure type deal.
Well, it looks like cards are back in the air over at the feature, so we return. Pocket 4s for Chidwick. First hand back.
5 seconds. Pass. Pass.
Lays it down.
Pass.
100.
Raise 100.
King Jack suited activations from Velocevic, and now the big blind of Reuter contains an ace.
I think these two are going in. 13 blinds, button versus big blind. King Jack suited can't fold here.
This kind of looks like a kite, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to join you with the kite style.
This kite style. After
I got a smaller kite than yours.
So Reuter decides now is the time. 670. Velocevic is going to give him a spin. 1.4 million in the middle. And the Jack connects with Danilo for a big lead here. Ace-5 needs help. Deuce or a tray for added outs. Not happening. Trading the aces for kings. Still just a 3-outer for Clemens.
GG.
GG.
Not there. GG's from Reuter. Absorbed by Velocevic. Payout for Clemens. The last of the 83K hauls. We saw Tolerine and Hagiev both pick up 83,000.
And you live in Vegas now?
Prior to him. Pay jump.
Kind of traveling a lot.
7,000. Now secured
But where is your like base?
Based in Portugal.
by the remaining 20.
Portugal is nice.
Chidwick.
I've never been there, but like nature is amazing. I heard it.
Yeah, very nice.
Created his own version of that
Oh, cool.
spaceship there.
What's going on out here?
20 minutes.
Space invaders?
I just drove there like a year ago because I live in Malaga. So it's like a five-hour drive there.
Okay,
And
nice.
There is a place called Troya, if you know. Just
Oh yeah, I don't know.
it's behind.
You're the big one.
very close to this.
No, just 50. Just 50.
Pretty one for Poseidon. Stirring the seas. The min raise. Parsoning, king 5 off. Last hand before the break, and he's just gonna not encroach on the free time. So Poseidon will take the last pot of the frame. As the feature table will be repositioned elsewhere in the room, Gambledore and company will be taking the main stage. Velocevic up over 2 million. Chip leader coming in on the day, reclaiming the top spot at this table where we saw no shortage of fireworks. Dan Smith, 1.8 million. As we bring you back to the desk, Ali Najad and Kevin Rabbit-Chow with you here. 50K coverage continuing. And of course, as I mentioned, Gambledore has been the story on the day. It seems like his presence in a pot, whether or not he ultimately was a caller, a jammer, or just stepped aside, influenced everything.
Yeah, and, you know, with how active Korsinen was, he didn't win as many of those all-in confrontations as we saw him in day one. Him being kind of leveled out has seemingly leveled out the rest of the field. No huge stacks in play. Current chip leader Mikita Badziakowski, just 40 big blinds.
All right, no reason for us to vacate the desk either, as we want a front row seat, just like you at home do, to Vladimir Korsinen, who's coming back to the feature table when we return in just about 10 minutes for more of the 50K from here in Montenegro. Stay close.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Healthy stack.
Yep. Korsinen 2.
Was wondering if Korsinen was an any 2 from the cutoff type, but as you mentioned, always fluid in strategy. How about an early mystery hand?
Yeah, brought to you by WPT Global. We're going to black out. Danilo Velocevic is holding. Small blind limp here. Got lead with a 10-7 offsuit. Don't go flooding the chat, by the way, with speculation as to what Danilo has just yet. Let's grab some data points before we start to question what he's cooking. Jack 7 board. We can see what Kjot's got. 2 pair, 10 of diamonds working. Plus position in a limp blind versus blind hand where Danilo has knuckled over. Kiat with the check back. Now jacks full of sevens for Lee.
Not surprised to see the caution from Kiat. Maybe a hand that he would normally bet in position. Pretty reasonable value bet on the flop, but covered near the bubble. Wanting to polarize more.
Hand, but I remember hand with you. Hey, check.
I remember that one too.
Kind of board texture that invites Danilo to dismiss a wide variety of check back hands from the big.
Oh.
This is not what we like to see if we're Kiat Lee. No longer playing jacks full of sevens, just quads with a 10 kicker. Any ace, king, or queen would beat him now.
It was very good energy.
Quite interesting run out. Danilo, you would expect to be quite aggressive pre-flop with an ace in his hand, although some of the medium ones that don't want to get all in could certainly limp. And Kiat on the other side.
250?
250,000.
250.
Overbet.
It wouldn't be unusual for Kiat to have an ace here. We can see, as is, just the 10 that plays. But very typical for Kiat to play cautiously pre-flop, checking back a number of king high, queen high, ace high hands.
You know these overbets polarize. They often cause spidey senses to tingle. And now it feels appropriate to ask, what do you think, chat? What is Danilo Vlasovic checking flop, leading small turn, and then overbetting river with on this board? Does it beat 10 high? You got a read on it, Kev?
Well, what Kiat has to figure out here, does it track that an ace would have checked the flop and bet the turn? That's what he's representing.
And 5 high is ultimately all Danilo can furnish as Kiat sniffs it out with 10 high. And that is a statement call. Alongside Kevin Rabichow. Let us know where you're at, where you're streaming from. Let us know what you think of our coverage, which we take much pride in and bring people from all corners of the globe together to deliver to you, all free of charge. If you're into it, let us know by clicking the like button. And while you're at it, go ahead and click subscribe and ensure that you don't miss any of what we have on offer, both during our festivals and between them here at Triton Poker, which continues to grow in popularity.
Oh, boy.
And growing from pocket fours to pocket queens. Dan Smith, fresh off the chop with Chidwick. Has Korsinen in a way.
Smith here with just 17 and a half blinds. Korsinen with a huge open raise with these 2 fours. No funny business from Smith.
Korsinen's pre-flop open sizings are seldom, if ever, just a click. 3x plus from what I've observed.
I think it's 535.
Now he's asking for a count. Very capable of delivering another 415 in here, Kevin.
It feels like we're committed by the time we've put out the 4 big blinds. But of course, Korsinen has a bad feeling about this range or this run out. Allowed to do as he pleases.
And he has made the call. 730K pot, 4-1 plus the advantage for Smith. But many learned the hard way about the magic that is Gambledore yesterday, and Dan is not counting his chickens before they hatch.
Or straight, I think straight.
Other players at the table figuring out how Dan's going to lose this one. Is it going to be a set or a straight?
Yeah, I think so.
Look at Dan. He's like, shut up, all of you. This is going to be tough to lose if you're Smith.
Won't be a straight.
Won't be a flush. A sailboat, however, could sink these queens. Not going to happen on the turn. Can Dan double? Yes, as he's the man to make the set.
Thank you.
You gotta love Vladimir. Just gets a big bite taken out of his stack and is promptly fist bumping.
You do get the sense that that's the most stressful 80-20 that Dan Smith has ever won in his career.
That is a great read. You know, earlier I think I overheard Korzinen feeling a little bit worse now that I've planted seeds of paranoia about what else was in your banana colada. Fear not, Kevin, I wouldn't do such a thing.
I at least had eyes on it off the tray that it was brought over on. I'd be more concerned if I arrived to the booth and it was just already sitting here.
Or if you saw like a bunch of empty X-Lax wrappers somewhere near the booth. Ace-9 for Kiat. And it looks like Victor's found the one. King-Queen offsuit. 215 in total.
Well, let's see what Vladimir has in store.
How much is it?
Just 5.5 blinds.
215.
He's come with a flat. What does this do to Kiat?
I'm going to leave that one up to the man at the table. So hard to decide how we want to proceed. Kiat fortunately covers everybody in this hand.
He could really lean on Korzinen's flat and then play for an even bigger pot without having a second opponent post-flop.
Not wanting to be all in at risk, or rather all in covering for 1,000,000 chips with ace-9 offsuit. Kiat just flats.
So 725K, main pot is complete, and the joint for Korzinen on a 5-high board where Kiat could have reasons to stay interested. Ace of diamonds, I'm looking at you.
Ace of diamonds is noteworthy. Although for Kiat to bet at this pot, he would need to think that he's ahead of Victor's hand, which is unlikely.
Check back from Kiat. Board pairing 3. Let's see what Korzinen does.
$500.
With 500? Ah, shut up, please.
Yeah, it's going to get away easily.
And Malinowski's going to be getting away as well.
Good game.
Oh my.
Unfortunately for him, it's from this tournament.
Ace high? All right.
Don't need to.
Yeah.
Just verifying
Yeah.
that Kiat would have beat him anyway before saying goodbye. And, well, Korzinen claims another Vic. Get used to the image, if you haven't already.
That was nice flop.
Huh?
Nice flop.
If I'm to believe the handle, even though it is Adam and not on. And welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. 50K action ongoing right now as we burst the bubble. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow. One pay ladder has been secured by the field. $90,000 now assured to all of the remaining 20 combatants. And Kevin, I want to start down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. Let me just close the payouts there and take you to it. In 20th place, who would have foreseen this? Alex Foxen, chip leader, coming in just 8 bigs.
Yeah, Alex Foxen started with over 2 million chips and, you know, frankly, almost the same stack as our current chip leader as we stand with 20 left, but now down to just 8 big blinds after losing a flip to Vladimir Korzinen at the outer table just a few hands ago. I mean, he was seemingly untouchable, but maybe this speaks to how short the overall tournament is right now.
I mean, ace-10 of hearts, the one that he chose to go with against the jam over the top of his open. It was pocket threes from Korsunen, a hand that wouldn't necessarily react that way in the hands of other players, but Foxen, of course, being forced into the high variance spot, coming up on the wrong end of it. Stanley Tang. Wrong end of aces versus queens. Fedor Holtz, the man that did the bulk of the damage, ending up making a straight with the inferior big pocket pair, and then Tang ended up on the bubble. Let's turn our attention then to the top of the leaderboard, and the cluster is tight.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 10 players above average stack, 10 players below average stack. You don't often see such an even distribution across the field, and that means that current chip leader with 40 big blinds, nowhere near secure. This is, you know, an open field for the taking.
That it is. 30, 60, and 60 are going to be the blinds. Mikita Badziakuski of Belarus up top. Matt Belcher in second. Fedor, who of course put the hurt on Stanley as we discussed. Queens versus aces. That's what catapulted him up into third right now. Velocevic was the chip leader at the feature table from the top of the day for the bulk of things. He sits in fourth. Average stack, 1.4 million, 24 big blinds. As things continue to get serious here, and Gambledore continues to be in the hunt. Korsunen back at the feature table as we get set to send you down into the arena for continuing coverage here at the Maestral Resort and Casino. Coverage brought to you in part by BetACR. And of course, feature table choices brought to you by the presence of none other than the Estonian Korsunen. Second in chips behind Britain's Jules Dickerson, who sits north of 2 million here. Brian Kim also with a healthy stack of 24 bigs. Perez, Ibinger, Ponikovs, and Foxen rounding things out here at this feature. Seven-handed action. Cards are back in the air. Dirty diaper for Vladimir in the small. He limps. Queen 10 offsuit now for Ibinger, who snacked on Ponikovs at outer table action just before the break with a check jam.
Queen 10, not typically a hand that's aggressive in these spots pre-flop, although maybe could have gone after the Korsunen limp here. We know how active he is when he likes his hand.
Matthias instead deciding to allow the flop to deliver top pair to his doorstep. More than we can say for the nut low here, which checks. Ibinger going to check back. 0% for Vladimir on the turn, but I do confess
105.
I have sensed this propensity from Vladimir, Kevin, and tell me if you're with me, in the face of what he considers disinterest in a heads-up spot, to lay claim to pots and do so at big sizes.
And I wonder if this is Ibinger's exact plan in this pot. His hand well good enough to have opened the action on the flop and stacked off for 15 blinds, but maybe felt like this was the way to get more action.
105. Bet and called. Pot up now to 390. Clubs coming in, but Ibinger improving to the queen high straight, and with zero hesitation, Korsunen announces another barrel, 325K. I think this is call and nothing else, as you see Ibinger promptly arriving there, and Korsunen just snap folds. Did he show the queen or the 10? Looks like the 10.
10, yeah. I think Korsunen's hand hit the muck there.
Good river for me. Yeah. But I have 2-3 off.
Being honest about his hand there.
Yeah. You got to admire how unbothered Vladimir is by outcomes. But if you've been bothered by some of your outcomes and you're questioning whether or not perhaps there's some things that you could be tweaking, we've got just the solution for you. It's GTO Wizard. Want to play like a Triton champ? They've got the tools. It'll help you elevate your game, and now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Just follow them on X and Instagram for your chance to win. That's GTO Wizard, the #1 learning app for poker players. He's 10 now for Spain's Roberto Perez, one of those flags that delivers so much poker talent. Adrian Mateo, Sergio Aido, Juan Pardo, all coming to mind.
Perez, a very well-respected online cash player. Been playing the high-stakes tournament scene for a little while now.
Dickerson is going to be playing this scene, which involves King Jack of Spades. 300. The sizing in pocket kings for Korzinen.
Wow. He can't believe it.
You know, it's so bewildering if you're out here as Perez and Dickerson. You see Roberto not making a meal of it. Jules is going to look over and try to see what's what. To find yourself in these situations because you know the ranges include far more than King-King.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that Ace-9 offsuit produced such a gleeful smile out of Korzinen as he said the words all in. I think Dickerson's made a good fold here with the King-Jack suited.
Yeah. What did you look now? No, now I look, yeah.
Same hand.
People asking Vladimir if he looked.
Or if he had the same hand as last time that he
deuce
bluffed
three.
Ibinger with.
A little bit better.
A little bit.
Tough one there for Dickerson.
Yeah, probably would have gotten that one through against Perez.
Mucked around to Vladimir's cutoff. Right back to near 2 million in chips for Korzinen. Ibinger evaluates on the button.
Pass.
Before laying down, Ponikovs will give Roberto a walk. What's brewing here? Talal Shakurchi, one of the short stacks in the room. All in here, as Bads from the small blind demanded it. With his 10-8, Shakurchi with queen 6. Dug in and is performing well on the ace-king 4 board. The 7 doesn't change that reality. Fade the 6 outs. And double Mr. Shakurchi. One card away. Ouch. You know, it seems like it's going to be so easy. You're licking your lips, and then all of a sudden, the only dinner that is served is you on the plate. Talal showered. 90K will go to Shakurchi. Talal with 9.1 million in Triton earnings coming into this one. First cash in his 5th effort.
Hey, James, for a minute, it's going to be dead small blind, big blind only.
Careful when you feel. Just put it
What was that? No, I saw the one kind of was trying to look away.
Nice bit of sportsmanship from Fox in there. Easy to peel your cards. A little too visible for the person next to you when you're in the 4-5 position. Ace 6 of hearts for Korzinen. gone up to something here. 275.
You know, his sizings are just otherworldly pre-flop.
And for Ponikov's, maybe still some thought that King Jack is ahead of this range. 11 blinds, we know we don't have fold equity. Passes on the King Jack.
Perez passing as well.
Frank Kim in the big blind. You normally expect a good price. Not good enough there for the Queen 8 offsuit.
Well, what's going on here? It looks like Seth Davies is taking a stand. King 10 of hearts. The suits aren't going to be a factor as Maher has ace jack of hearts and Davies in a way. 177 in the middle. This was a Noida open to 125. Davies jam. To the flop we go. King 9-5 and Davies finds top pair. Maher not particularly amused. 2 pair now for Davies, but the 10 does give Maher the option of a queen, which he fails to find. So the American will double through the Tunisian.
25,000.
Sorry? You want to buy these 2 black chips? You want to sell it? Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Taking a peek at Davies Montenegro thus far. He did finish 13th in the 25K WPT Global Slam, 0 for 3 since then. But he's found the money again here, and he will fight on at the expense of Maher.
It's a dead button. Show the big one, please, sir. Just allow us a dead small.
Davies up to 30 bigs, by the way. Kevin, he's a smooth operator.
Davey's been playing these events for so many years now. Staple on the High Roller Tour.
Noida's final 235, being tethered to King 7 of diamonds, not looking to take a trip through the 150K in blinds that await him. Belcher with jacks, direct left.
Could see a small raise here. Just a flat.
Pass.
Players behind with dangerous stacks.
Pass. Pass. One call.
Not with dangerous hands, though.
So, it is just Belcher booking a date with Noida. And let's see what Maher's destiny involves. He got outperformed by Davies despite having the best of it last time around. Maybe perceptions of justice allowing him to do the same to Belcher. Not on this flop. Queen 9 deuce. It might at all be unraveling for Noida. Turn suggests yes, as he's left with nothing more than a king to pull at here. Can he mount up? Nope. No cowboy. And the 50K is going to buck Maher Noida right out of his seat. 19th place finish for Maher. He too will collect 90K. Immediate ladder for the final 18 of 10,000. If you can make the final 17.
It's going to move Belcher to 7th in the chip counts. This just his second ever Triton series and second Triton cash.
Pass. Pass. Five seconds. Pass.
Nothing eventful around to the small blind of Fedor.
5 seconds.
Expect Fedor to play so aggressively on average.
Call.
Blind versus blind. Chip leader stack, but Belcher's got enough chips to cause concern. Just limps the queen 8.
Raise 200,000.
Ooh, Belcher throwing some newfound weight around here. After having dispatched Noida. 200K, the declaration from the King 5. How
about this as a test of
5 seconds.
your willingness to battle in your second ever Triton series? Sitting to the direct left of Fedor Holtz. Nobody between you and the stare down.
Well, Fedor, not one to back away from a challenge, has found himself aces and eights after investing the extra 140K, more than we can say for this King High, which has a check to.
Generally a board texture we expect Belcher to be aggressive on. The King High, probably the type of hand that benefits the least from this, though. We never expect to fold out better.
Bet 80,000.
Hence the very small size.
80K, never going to shed Fedor.
No, queen 8 may be good enough to raise under chip circumstances, but in an ICM world, probably leaning towards check call.
5 seconds. Call.
Check. 160 more into the middle after that check call. The 4 is of no concern to Fedor, but that check call on the flop will be concerning for King High. Let's see whether or not Belcher wants to continue to tell a story here. Do we not anticipate that limp re-raise is more going to be on Fedor's mind out of the small? Or
with an ace, do you mean?
Yeah.
Or, yeah, there's not a lot of aces in this range, but I do think there are some.
Check.
Fedor has a medium offsuit ace or a low suited ace. These are the kinds of hands that aren't good enough to stack for 30 blinds, so they would often choose to limp call.
Matthew, though, going to shut it down. It would seem. Board pairing 4 on the end.
Pending sizing, I think Holtz can get value from King High potentially. Such a clean run out for the Queen 8. You have to think Holtz is thinking about going for value.
Yeah, and whether or not Belcher obliges is going to hinge on the sizing from Fedor, but don't presume that it's only the small stuff that Belcher is going to get curious on, as Holtz certainly brings something a little healthier than what King High is going to feel comfortable having to call.
Yeah, we don't love having that 5 of hearts. We remove a couple of very weak bluffs that might arrive here in Fedor's range. I'm thinking of stuff like 6-5 of hearts. But the king is a pretty clean bluff catching card.
5 seconds.
Just want to figure out if there's enough floats to justify it.
Pass.
Belcher appropriately finds the muck. Don't look now, but Fedor's north of 3 million. And that is bad news if you're trying to lay claim to the title here in this 50K.
Yeah.
Overall chip leader is the German, having displaced Bads.
No, only this one.
Oh, I will try this one.
Sure, that's possible.
What I have to do? I
Nothing because you're big blind at the moment.
Yeah.
5 seconds. It's enough.
120.
Right, 120.
I was thinking I missed something.
Fine.
Ponikov's.
King 6 offsuit 120.
This feels
Eyebrow
like
raiser.
a direct attack potentially at Korzinen. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there might have even been some information revealed there. Korzinen hadn't yet posted his blind. I'm not sure if I interpreted that exchange with the dealer correctly. Maybe some indication that he was about to fold. Either way, Brian Kim's got king-queen offsuit, and Ponikov's only has 11 blinds to start this hand, so I don't think he's going to get away with anything here.
350. Korzinen dispatched. You know, the interesting thing about these spots, as Ponikov's does fold, is you can level yourself into thinking that maybe a re-raise is available if you look over at Brian and decide his move is something to counter what he perceives to be my attack on Korzinen light.
Yep.
And now I actually come back at him and he has to range me toward the good stuff.
I think with more chips on the table, you absolutely see a dynamic like that play out, but Ponikov's options just so limited off of 11 blinds.
Small wound sustained for Ponikov's. You got to credit him, considering that he is far from deep, for still fighting in every spot that he deems profitable.
Definitely the hallmark of a tough competitor.
Mm-hmm.
Someone who knows how to generate success, you might say.
I like that. Generate is the right verb. Dickerson. King 10 offsuit. Cut off. Performing well against Vladimir. And Korzinen in turn doing well to simply flat.
Heibinger. Squeeze candidate. Perhaps too deep here for him to want to think about a 3-bet jam. Just overcalls.
So we'll take this one 3 ways with Matthias closing the action and flopping top pair against second pair.
Yeah.
Dickerson
You're right.
trails. Gut shot, by the way, for Korzinen.
I mean, if you place them from,
I'm going to, yeah.
Small C-bets definitely available for Dickerson in position against both players who called.
Here's 80 from Jules.
Another multi-way situation that could be interesting depending on what Korzinen does here. Could put Heibinger in a very uncomfortable spot with a raise. Just calls, and that's definitely reassuring for the strength of the A7 of diamonds. Now, Matthias doesn't necessarily want to be bloating this pot against Dickerson's range. If he was to raise, it should be quite small. Not wanting to commit 1.5 million. Calling, of course. The natural option.
240K more into the middle. Dickerson unable to shed anyone, but he is able to find a king on the turn for the lead as the opener makes trips. Oh, Gambledor's looking at his stack like he wants to tell a story.
Don't do it, Vladimir. It isn't going to work.
275.
Oh, boy.
Well, he doesn't know that. Credit the find, by the way, because absent trip kings for Dickerson, maybe there's a road to victory against Matthias in this manner.
Yeah, squeezed in between again. This is uncomfortable. Eibinger simultaneously concerned that Korzinen will keep betting on the river and that Dickerson behind has a stronger hand than ace-7. Kickers can still play. Dickerson doesn't need a king to have Eibinger beat. He could just have ace-10. And the fact that this will go, well, I shouldn't assume that Dickerson just calls here, but continuing here heads up is a dangerous possibility for Korzinen. I think had we gone 3 ways to the river, far less likely to bluff it off. I like this flat from Dickerson.
Credit to Eibinger for feeling as though one of these two guys has a king, and as such, I'm in a bad spot. And if they don't have the king, the better ace might be lurking. So now Korzinen has brought the pot to 1.2.
Has he already checked?
Yeah.
Shutting it down. Just wanted to see the river.
So with that shutdown on the end, we can anticipate Dickerson's going to take the pot one way or the other, whether it's a check back, which we doubt, or a barrel. But we've got one in progress here where Foxon's taken his last stand with ace-9, outperforming Bads on a 977 board. He was always ahead. Looking to bounce up to 910,000 here, provided the dealer can keep the kings at bay, which so far he has. That's the only card to worry about if you're Alex. Queen of Hearts makes it official. Flesh wound for Bads. Key one for Alex. Tens now, back at the feature for BK.
Right, 120.
Clicks, and it's mystery hand time. Brought to you by WPT Global. And who makes this a more difficult proposition than Vladimir Korzinen? This is expert mode engaged.
To even try, Ali. How am I gonna? We'll do what we can.
Well, let's see what Vladimir has on his mind here. Looks like a flat.
Starting with call, and we've seen Korzinen be splashy.
Have we seen him slow play a big hand?
I was just thinking, not really. I think even what you might think of as a marginal to big hand, like ace-jack, pocket fives, hands like this, he tends to fast play as well, so maybe rating this pre-flop range to be relatively capped. Ponikov's thinking about an overcall here. Getting quite short. He wants to play the spot wider.
Using a time bank to mull with 10-8 off. Shortest stack at the table.
Potentially trying to extend the length of this hand as well a little bit. If he's got his eye on that $10,000 pay jump that comes at 17. No, just mulling over the pre-flop defend. Passes on a close spot.
Well served, by the way. Considering the presence of a couple of tens, so it's heads up between Gambledore and BK. 390 in the middle. King for deuce, one overcard. Staring down the tens.
Playing a hand like this out of position against Korzinen is just uncomfortable no matter what we do. Brian starts with a check, and we've seen how much aggression he's willing to put into the pot when he smells weakness.
This is going to be another one of those occasions.
220. 220.
Appears that way. 220 into 390.
Too much hand to fold, at least at this venture for Brian.
The discomfort, of course, is associated with our call now bringing the pot to 830K. This is all created by Vladimir's sizings.
Yeah, making a big bet straight away. And we saw this before with King 10 on Ace Queen X, I believe it was.
Then he downsized across turn and also river. Let's see how he approaches this one. A board pairing deuce. Kim defers once more. Brian covers slightly.
Korsinen seemingly taking note of that with the lean forward, observing Brian stack. You wonder if that's sort of like a, do you have enough chips for me to bluff you off of this one kind of look?
Well, he does check back, and it does feel that we can safely remove King X from his range when he does that based upon some of the data that we've got.
You'd think so, yeah. The deuce, so innocent. But
I mean,
no
a delightful
draws,
river for Brian.
No draws to worry about. Is there any chance that Korsinen slows down with a king?
I mean, if I'm Brian, I'm thinking I don't need to worry about King X, Jacks, or Queens, and yet I'm being asked for almost all of my stack. Korsinen with zero hesitation jamming now. I mean, does it feel like something between pocket fives and pocket nines to you?
It really doesn't. I mean, a few data points, Ali. One was the pre-flop flat, which we've observed Korsinen willing to 3-bet with small pairs in the past.
Yeah.
Second is the large size on the flop, which, based on recent history, I feel to be somewhat polarized. Korsinen not automatically betting medium strength hands from what we've seen.
Okay.
But that possibility of a king checking the turn, it feels so unlikely, right?
Agreed.
I mean, are we really looking at a man who's sitting on quads right now in some way? Trap the turn when he improves?
It's tough to make quads. If I park you in Kim's seat right now, in this spot, in this 50K, how do you feel about 210s? All that you know about Korsinen?
I'm prepared to, well, I guess I don't have to go home if I make this call, but...
You bring yourself a lot closer to the trip, though.
All the things that I've seen out of Korsinen this stage in the tournament, we've just seen him be honest when he really has a big hand, and that turn check feels like a big data point.
I'll tell you what, this is as close to flustered as I think I've ever seen Brian Kim in a spot. He is so stoic.
Yeah.
And really has his bearings more often than not, but one cannot fault him for feeling a bit discombobulated here.
Don't want to conflate this spot with the magnitude of World Series main event, but I'm getting flashbacks to Brian Kim and his deep run in the World Series main. He made a big fold to a very capable, very erratic, aggressive player. He was incorrect.
Okay.
These kind of things get ingrained into your psyche.
3 time banks remaining for Brian, who's
early Christmas donation.
gone through a few.
Seems like a wise move. Try to glean a bit of info.
Feels like you want to give me a gift. 2 left.
Korsinen tight-lipped.
I got nothing from that exchange. That was I'm on my last after this runs out, yeah?
No. You still have to, in 3 seconds, you have 1.
Okay.
Is it a gift or is it a hatchet, chat? R10's good. What does Vladimir Korsinen have tucked away between the question marks?
All right, dude.
BK makes the call. And it was a gift. 6-5 offsuit, the gut shot.
Yeah, you give me a card. Hello, you. Hello.
Vladimir Korzinen
I was very close to folding.
stuck Brian Kim in the blender.
Hey guys, good luck.
Good game. He might have chips.
BK up to the task, biting back.
Freedom.
Yeah, I think you're probably, you have 1.225.
And dispensing Vladimir. And I think it is his initials with an exclamation point.
You think I slow rolled, huh?
I love the
I
glee.
just burned 6 time banks for no reason.
I mean, it's not for no reason. Freedom.
Yeah. I hope it didn't.
There's just happy juice going
make
through
us
this man's
okay.
veins.
Nice playing with you. Really enjoy your hand.
That's the only reason.
I hope it didn't make us set up play because of me.
We're going to need the mic back. Boy.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, credit to Brian. He knew that the prospects of a gift wrap were there.
Did find the right call in the end.
Anybody have 6-5 offsuit, by the way, in the chat?
It tracks.
3.2 million in front of Brian now, and he emerges from the altercation with Gambledore, not just unscathed, but all Georged up. Chip leader here late in the 50K as Gambledore gave it all he had. $90,000 for the 18th place finish. Everybody getting a 6-figure payout now. Next 2 busts are good for 100 dimes.
Freedom is a hilarious battle cry to exit tournaments. Saying, seeing that echoed in the chat. I love that.
At 9 left.
Oh, 9 left.
Yeah.
Did we hear Vladimir say it?
Yeah.
Love it. I mean, is there any more proof that the dude is the world's biggest optimist than he finds the silver lining of taking the kamikaze line and, you know, busting himself, but
yeah, the other day you were telling me how I'm so motionless.
Anything but emotionless during that river decision.
I mean, listen, if there was ever a time to break, that was the one. I love the honesty that Kim brought, too. He said, I got nothing from that exchange.
It's pretty funny.
When he did what I've seldom seen him do, by the way, is turn to some speech play.
Yeah.
You know,
I appreciated it.
Sure.
We've seen it work in the past.
A7. Kim putting the new chips to work. Panakovs has medicine.
All in.
All in. The declaration here. 8s for Roberto in the small. Is this an interesting spot?
As short as these 2 players are, be quite surprised if both hands don't go all in.
All in.
So there it is. Brian with the easy fold. So we're off to the races in a million chip pot. Roberto Perez trying to spoil the fun for Alex Panakovs here. Plenty of equity for the ace-queen. 44% with 5 to come. Burned down. 3 off the top. And a Broadway gutty. The product of the king-jack-jack board. Counterfeits also an issue for Perez on this texture. Undercard to the 8 is a good development for Roberto. His advantage grows 71% to 29. Can Ponikovs make the find? No. 6 of hearts, and fresh off the heels of Gambledor's departure, the Latvian will bust in 17th place. 100,000 will go to Ponikovs.
We're redrawing, yeah.
And that is a nice little uptick there for Perez. Spaniards with chips. These are predator, not prey in fields. Davies, little fist bump there for Alex. He's going to skip the pay desk right now. He knows where it's at. He can come back later. Well, it's redraw time. Brian Kim, the story of the frame. 54 bigs, 3.2 million. Dickerson and Perez largely uninvolved. Eibinger found a spot or two. 22 bigs. 4 of them will find some new digs. As the blinds will stay at 30 and 60 with the clock paused. A glimpse from GTO Wizard. Do we have a little bit more action maybe before the redraw? This could be catch-up for the feature. Obviously that pot between Brian and Korzinen took quite a bit of time, so to ensure fair play, we're going to make these guys play the same number of hands as the other tables before we get to the administrative duties of the redraw. King-Queen for Eibinger, who's all right with it.
Just four-handed here, but of course that full big blind ante still out. Eibinger open from cutoff / under the gun. Queen 6 offsuit looking
Take off this or keep it?
not good enough for Brian. Thought we might see a defend from the new chip leader. Maybe still taking stock of exactly how many chips he's acquired.
So perhaps now it's official. Just one hand to make up. I mean, the man with the music at the controls certainly thinks so. I tend to defer. Even though we got a head fake a moment ago back at the chip counts. Not a big difference from what we glimpsed at moments ago, but obviously a big difference in the field, as it's one that no longer contains the beloved Gambledor. Vladimir Korzinen out of there. Gonna bring you back to the desk. Ali Najat, Kevin Rabichow. 50K action will come your way 2 tables strong when we resume. Kevin, you're gonna bow out for Randy, but before you do, I mean, absent Gambledor, obviously one would be tempted to think to themselves, I don't need to watch anymore. But when you look at the leaderboard and you see the players that do remain, this is going to be a clinical portion of the program as we work our way down to the FT.
Yeah, absolutely, Ali. I mean, we're looking at a final 2 tables of top talent, really from the bottom all the way up. Now some separation at the top of the leaderboard. Brian Kim, we just saw with the chip lead. Makita still in second. Fedor Holtz in third. I think there's plenty of high-level play ahead, maybe a lineup more like we're accustomed to seeing in a Triton Super High Roller, especially as we get up to the 50K and higher buy-ins.
Ellis Parsonen going to bring the shortest stack forward. Alex Foxen, chip leader coming into the day, still lurking there, 17 bigs. We're going to figure out how the tables shape up during this break, and we're going to come back with Randy in for Kevin in continuing coverage of the 50K from here in Montenegro. Keep it close.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
So a quick break, and we're right back to the 50K here at the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Alina Jad joined now by Randy Liu and just 2 tables of hopefuls, all of whom are vying for one of 2 7-figure payouts. 6-figure payout upon us, $100,000 the guaranteed money right now, Randy. And I know you were kind of keeping tabs on things as you lurked over here. Needless to say, Randy is deeply disappointed because we've lost who?
Don't tell me we lost.
You knew this. Come on.
Santa.
I love that you play in with me, but
No.
yes, Gambledor's out. But look who's in, and the man that dispatched him sits at the top of the leaderboard, Brian Kim.
3.1 million chips, and, you know, obviously it's a great spot with 16 remaining, dispatching one of the fan favorites. You know, I think people on the stream aren't very happy with Brian at the moment, but doesn't mean that he's not going to try to put his work out and get that top prize.
Not personal, of course. Anybody that dispatches Gambledor is going to get a little bit of hatred, but it's short-lived, no doubt about it. And Kim is going to be still here at the feature table. Looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, we do have the redraw already sorted out. I'm going to start with the outer table because we're going to take that feature in a moment. And as you look now, stacks and the characters out here, who's outperformed? Is it the folks here at this table, or is it the people at the feature?
I think it's pretty even based on looking at it. Stack distribution is pretty fair. You know, but obviously Fedor is pretty happy with this table with 2.8 million, the table chip lead.
Yeah, 46 bigs and doesn't have to contend with the presence of Brian Kim, overall chip leader. Parsonen, who was at the feature, going to be at the outer now. And we're going to send you down to that feature. We'll be able to unpack the seat distributions, the draw, all of that stuff momentarily as Bads, Samau, Foxen, and company come your way. Going to play down to a champion here tonight in this one. But first things first, we got to get to the final table. As we work our way in that direction with 16 remaining, 2 tables of 8. There it is officially, brought to you by Jacob & Co. And now the entire field on a single screen, brought to you by GTO Wizard. Static blinds of 30, 60, and 60. Where they were when we hit the redraw. 150 in orbit. But you get 8 hands for the investment. Foxen and Parsonen, 2 shortest stacks in the room. Kim does have Bads at his table, and that isn't good. 2 bigs shy of him. Will be jockeying for boss stack honors. This much we know. Samau. Ace-8 off. Clicks.
Yeah, standard open from the hijack. Same hand.
Ace-8 off for Smith as well in the big.
Always going to be a call. Don't really want to bump it up with ace 8, ace 9. They play pretty well post flop.
Disadvantage of being out of position and lacking the chip lead when missing on the Jack 5-3 board. Smith has the only option to scoop this one, given that 8 of spades.
I'm actually very curious if Dan Smith will be check calling a bet.
Well, that bet sizing is 85 from Simao.
Because the kicker could be good after checking down, could see Dan Smith call. 8 of spades is helpful. Would have been nicer to have the ace of spades, but it's something. Nope, not interested. Great for Simao.
Power of the betting lead in position on display there from the Brazilian. Simao at his first ever Triton Festival, by the way. Found the cash in his first ever event. 25K WPT Global Slam, 22nd place finish for 42.5. 0 for 3 since now, cash number 2. TBD in terms of just how tasty it's going to be. 1.6 plus up top.
Eventually, all the regs find their way to Triton at some point.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? It's like if you want to be considered the best of the best, and let's be fair, not everybody has that aspiration, but the true greats, I think, have it on their mind, and all roads do lead to Triton, don't they? Hard 6 for Smith.
So he's playing that stack that's unlikely to just open raise because it doesn't play that well post flop if he gets flatted, but he can certainly limp jam it to try to attack.
That's the chip leader to his direct left, which makes life a little bit harder on him. But Kim, suited king, does check back. Ace, ace 4. Smith still with the lead.
Good flop for both players. Dan should want to try to get value from king and queen highs. Hand needs protection. It can get counterfeited by the 4. And Brian's got king high. Could be good. Backdoor clubs. 2 overs to the 4, which is nice. On to the turn.
And that turn delivers Kim the club draw. This is what he has in mind in part. Obviously, the sheer strength of the king high on his mind as well when he clicked call for 60, bringing the pot to 300. And for Smith now, you can't just fear the monsters under the bed. Kim has a big enough stack and position.
Yeah, this is why Dan Smith is double barreling the 3s. He knows that Kim is willing to float with king and queen highs, maybe even some jack highs. He wants to charge those hands to 8. Usually doesn't rate to improve Brian Kim in this spot as played.
You know, Kim also knows, though, that Dan Smith could have plenty of ace-x that would play as a flat in the small blind.
That's right. That's why he's just calling here and trying to hit his club.
Instead, it comes a queen of spades. Bet and call of 100K, leaving the pot with $500,000 in there.
Dan should be content to try and show it down against the king high. He doesn't expect a 4 to ever fold or an 8 if he was to bet once more.
I think also what he may not have expected is the rigorousness of this particular massage. I mean, this is not exactly on the soothing end of the spectrum.
You're like, can I get it a little soft there for a little bit?
You know, it's kind of a jackhammer back there. Smith pumps the brakes. More than we can say for the therapist, by the way. She's full throttle. Let's see if Kim thinks king high has showdown.
Yeah, I like the check, even though he is going to lose. Still beat a lot of other unpaired hands.
interference for Smith with the 2 3s for some of the holdings that maybe you would want Kim to have. I don't know if those holdings would have stuck around on the turn, but things like deuce 3, 3, 5 might have been on his mind. Blinds 40 and 80, and that's going to be on the mind of the short stacks in the room as they are diluted. This remaining field in the 50K is a cream has risen sort of situation. I mean, super solid names.
I'm looking at the leaderboard. Badzikowski, Brian Kim, Fedor Holt, Seth Davies, Velocevic, and Dan Smith round up the top 6. Yeah, and it's pretty strong down there, too.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Eibinger, Samau, Dickerson, Chidwick, Belcher, Perez, Poseidon, Ho, Kiatley, Alex Foxen, Ellis Parsonen. That's the entirety of this tournament, and it's the entirety of Foxen's clip emptied on the strength of pocket 8s, no takers. All of our Triton titles are earned, not given, but whoever manages to walk through this minefield and hoist hardware can take a whole bunch of pride in what it took to do so.
I know they're not given, but I had this idea, it just crossed my mind, was
Okay.
in the mystery bounty envelopes that you get to do later, do you think we should have one that has like free Triton trophy?
No, I've told you I think we should have one that's like minus 40K.
Minus
something.
you
Let's make it a
rebuy,
real...
You rebuy and you get 0 chips.
I want some, you know, I want to really gamify it out there. We have the 0, but it's a draw again.
We want true punishment.
Yeah, I want...
Like, just how about just 0 no draw again?
I want the one that actually just liquidates you, like the whammy. You know what I'm talking about? You remember that press your luck? Samau pressing raise. Under the gun, ace jack, Kim. Box cars, flats the puck. As I say that, I'm reminded that Brian Kim plays a mean game of ice hockey.
He does.
Believe it or not, yeah.
You're right about that. Let's take
Something
a
brewing?
look. Yeah, I think so.
Talk to us. It involves Parsonen, one of the shorties in the room, King Deuce suited, taking his stand against Chidwick, who asked for it all from the small with an 8-9 of diamonds. Suit coverage for Ellis. He's looking to warm up here. 1-4-4 in the middle, and this is an all Chidwick flop.
It's cold.
Mm-hmm. Thermostat lowered by that board texture even further on this turn. Only the king gets it done for the Finn. And he gets Finned.
Hit the cold plunge, my friend.
I confess, when you see the top, you don't expect shorts on the other side. It's sort of an incongruence in attire, but...
He only could afford the top half.
Yeah, right. I don't think that's a jumpsuit situation, by the way. You don't get the towely sweats. But Parsonen eliminated here. First of the 200K payouts. Now we have a ladder on our hands. Oh, no. Forgive me. Ponikovs took the first of the 200Ks. Parsonen taking the last one, so the ladder has already been realized of 11,000. 111, the on-tap payout for 15th. Here we are with Samau and Kim. Where we left them, ace-jack against pocket sixes with Joao having binked this turn in a very real way. Nut flush draw and second pair to put himself in front of Brian, who, given the check-check action on the flop and a second check in front of him, has decided to sprinkle 170 out there.
Yeah, Brian is thinking that Joao is just usually just check folding. He knows his hand could be overtaken by a random spade or an overcard. But should be some alarm bells now after getting called.
Deuce of clubs. on the end.
I wouldn't expect Brian to want to bet again. He does beat a couple hands like the ace queen, ace 10 offsuit with a single spade.
1.4 effective here. You know, unblocking spades, maybe he thinks there are single spade combinations that Joao took this line with that wouldn't be interested in calling the river. But if that's the case, then maybe the sixes are just good at showdown. And
Yeah, that's why I like check game, because
Yeah.
they could be just unpaired single spade.
we beat that stuff. So no need to turn our hand into a bluff. Was the sentiment. Of course, as we can see, while there was a single spade, there was also the jack, which gives Joao the haul. Was Joao Simão a man on your radar, Randy, prior to joining us here in Montenegro? You know, Brazil does bring us so much talent. You know, we got Bruno Volkmann, who comes through. Of course, the
I miss
brothers
that guy.
Zivilewski, Yuri.
There's a lot of Brazilian players that are really talented, and Joao Simão definitely is one of them that would come to mind if I'm talking about, like, you know, there's just so many good ones. I don't know, like, is he top 5? Is he top 10, top 3? Not off the top of my head, not quite sure.
Yeah.
But he's very capable, and I like to see all the Brazilians play because they play their own unique style, and it tends to be the aggressive one that's really entertaining cinema for us to watch.
Is it Pedro also?
Garanyani?
Yeah.
Hey, Stewie.
Another one of those Brazilians. And another pickup there for Fox. And by the way, for those of you that do have the Triton Poker Plus app, one of the features that were implemented, and you wouldn't otherwise know it unless you tried to do this, is in the search box, you can actually type in something other than a player's first or last name. Simply type in the country that they're from. If you were like, who was that Brazilian? Who was that Spanish guy? And all the players who have competed under that banner will be populated. And as I look at the Brazilians,
Who else you got?
Pablo Silva, Felipe Ramos. Can't overlook these guys.
You know, I got a challenge for the chat.
All right.
Type in the country, as you suggested.
Okay.
Type in the countries until you find someone you can't find. Like, no one's from there that played a Triton.
Oh, yeah.
You'll have trouble.
It's true. I mean, it's such an international tour. I almost like playing against a buddy and saying, okay, you got action. I can name everyone who's ever played a Triton under that flag, you know, or who can name, you know, keep going back and forth until you run out of players. Rodrigo Seiji.
Oh,
also
that's a familiar name.
among that Brazilian delegation. Rodrigo Celuan.
Yeah, they seem to pick and choose which Tritons to go to. They don't go to every single one.
You know who else plays under the Brazilian banner?
Tell me. Don't tease me.
Ernildo Santos,
Oh, I
my
love
friend.
Ronaldo Santos. He's fun.
He really is.
He makes your brain melt.
Love that.
All right, Jack 8 offsuit for Deep Run Foxen. He's out.
Remember, the first 3 events of this one featured a Foxen at the final table. The 40K, they took off, and they're trying to get right back on form here.
Imagine they make a kid and it's a poker prodigy as well, you know?
You know, I wonder about that. Would you be happy if your daughter played poker, Randy? When she grew up?
I think I'm supposed to say no, but secretly inside I'm like, come on, let's be DJs together.
Father-daughter DGen session. Queen 6-4 here. Ace high being outperformed by Simão. Blind versus blind limp pot here. See how the Brazilian approaches top pair. Bads, by the way, could have done some things with the baby suited ace in position, on balance, chose to check back this time. Now we'll face a lead of 80, 1/3 pot.
Kind of tricky for ace-3. Ace-high certainly could be the best hand. There is a backdoor straight draw for it. It's not the cleanest. No backdoor hearts. I think most players don't fold ace-high, though, for a little min bet. So, turn card, please.
And that turn is a king. Not sure how many King X combos are supposed to be lurking in Bads' range.
Not a lot, but there definitely are some, especially if it's like a King X with backdoor flush draw or straight draw could potentially come along.
Yeah, it would have to be the spade or diamond variety. Somehow. Not concerned by those combos. 130.
Yes, somehow he expects the 6 and 4 X's to always check back. He doesn't want to give those hands a free river card. Plus, holding the 7 himself, he blocks some of the straight draws that he would want to induce from. So it makes sense that he's targeting those bottom pairs.
Having a 3 is a little bit pesky for Bads, right, Randy? Because small blind limp with some sort of straight draw combo here that's just trying to clear.
Oh, he's made the call.
Yeah.
Doesn't believe. It's great for a Joao.
Pot grows to 660 now. The 5 might make the ace high feel a little bit less comfortable about things.
Yeah, I would say ace high is not very happy about the 5 just because straight draws that were barreling got a little piece, at least. For Joao, though, still should feel very happy about queen 7.
5 seconds.
This is good.
Bet 140,000.
Triple barrel, but tiny bets. It's always so tough.
You know, you sense the milking, but you also know that somebody wants to look milky if at times they're actually bluffing so that they can have more credibility assigned to their line.
This feels very milky, though. I'd be a bit surprised if he calls once more. Wow, he is going to pay it off.
Wow.
Bye-bye, chips. You know, Smell, he sized that perfectly across 3 to get paid off by ace high.
You know what that call tells me, though, if I'm observing it from Makita's perspective, is that he is keeping an eye on Joao. He feels as though this is one of those characters that's capable of a 3-street bluff. You know, some of these Brazilians, they can get a little samba going.
Yeah, samba, that's right. But that's what I was saying, is that Brazilians are, they have a reputation for, you know, barreling, attacking, and they get called down a lot more. And, you know, I'm not trying to generalize, but, like, you got to just use the limited information you got to try to make the best read.
You know, earlier, Randy, we were talking about manners in which we could evolve our mystery bounties. Grant in the chat came up with what I personally have to say I think is a great idea.
Okay.
An envelope that says must buy Ali into a tournament.
Serious?
I mean, what? What's wrong with that?
We're giving extra value to the players at that table. I get it. Looking out, Grant.
I guess it would be a minus 25K is the other way to express that envelope. King, Queen. Kim expressing himself with a click. King, Jack for Foxen. Problematic.
He might consider a little small 3-bet fold off of this stack. 15 bigs. Good properties to block a big stack that's attacking. Yeah, look at this. Even though he's playing a 15 big blind stack, he's found 3-bet fold here. And it's very likely to work.
Well, he's just looking over at Brian and thinking your range is the wide one. You're the chip leader. You're supposed to be attacking right now. It's risky business, but it's strictly business. And let's see how Kim reacts.
I think he's just out. The problem is if Foxen has the goods like aces and kings, he would size in the same way. And King Queen offsuit performs very poorly against that range. Foxen's the man.
You know, not for the faint of heart are some of these spots that Foxen finds. As Brian respecting what he perceives to be a narrow enough range to put King Queen into a poor performance situation. And take a bow, Mr. Foxen there.
Is Dan Smith awake?
How can you sleep through the jarring motions? I'm just telling you. If you need to bring up some asphalt or work out your traps, there's your gal. They've been bringing up plenty of asphalt
160.
on the road between our hotel and this place, by the way. I'm the only person ever to hit traffic on a 1.5 minute drive. But
You're the only person that rents a car for a 1.5 minute drive.
See, the thing is, I didn't want to do the taxi thing, Randy. I was like, you know, I'm not sitting around 1 a.m. maybe, you know, waiting on it or depending on a taxi to show up on time to get me to work. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. And the Dacia Duster has delivered. Poseidon Ho has delivered 160, courtesy of King 10 suited. Joao Simao.
Interesting. Look at this. It's practically a min 3-bet.
Yeah. And this is the stuff we're talking about. This has Brazilian fingerprints on it.
Down's the ace-jack.
That's good news for Joao. Of course, at that price, you're not going to down much, if anything, of what Poseidon opened with. But table for two at a cheap price as he gets the clearance behind. Broadway combo squaring off in a 700K pot. Monotone 9-high club board. Gut shot for Simao.
You know, it's not a bad board to fire a small bet. It is a short stack opening early position. Doesn't tend to have that many offsuit hands, so there's less flush draws that Poseidon would possess, unless you just flop the flush. Pretty sweet.
$140 and take it.
That was a really cool play by Joao. I think it's a play that's a bit unexplored by a lot of regs. You know, the min 3-bet against some other small stacks to attack. That's something else there.
You know, it's weird because you know sometimes they're doing it to induce you to maybe all of a sudden think there's an opportunity to 4-bet take, and then they wake up with it. And other times you're like, okay, well maybe they have something super dusty. I don't know. It's discombobulating, I confess. Cool. I was playing a pot limit Omaha hand the other day in the cash game streets, you know, where I had someone do it, and I looked over and I was like, what are you doing? Because we play a cap in the limit games on the big bet games.
Okay.
And you know, I ended up flatting with aces because I thought, well, let me just trap the guy. He's getting cute, you know, with maybe like queens, something like that, kings, you know. And I ended up getting showered by some raggy 2-pair.
Well, Ali,
yeah,
I appreciate the bad beat story.
No, you don't.
Please never tell me again. Seriously, like the worst hand or soup I've ever heard in my life.
It was really bad, actually. As I reflect upon it, I'll take ownership of that. And anyone who wants to send an invoice for the last 30 seconds of their lives back, you can address that to randy.lou@nano.com.
Pretty close.
9 trays suited, not close. Versus King 5 of clubs. Dan will sit this one out. Go back to the massage. Do we know the rates on the massages, Randy? Have you explored?
I have no idea.
I think it's $2 a minute back in Vegas. these days. I wonder if they're rocking €2 a minute or if it's
that would be more
a €1
expensive.
situation. Well, right. Oh, looks like an extended rub now. Smith's like, no, I'm chipping up, girl. We're good. Look at this. You know, when the lower lip gets pulled inward there, you know she's really giving it max pressure. That's my read.
I feel like I would have broken in half by now.
You know, last time we were out here, I did end up getting a Thai massage, but you have to wear like the PJs, you know, for that. You don't actually take off your clothes or whatever and then they just fold you up into different shapes.
They fold you into laundry?
I got folded. I got origami'd, man. It was wild, but I was there for it. Well, plenty of folding going on around to the button of Alasevic. Need 4 off. Not interested.
Do you mind to fold lower, please?
Oh, okay. Sorry. 5 seconds. Cole. Take it up.
Smith's going to limp. Jack 10 off for Brian.
BK's been bleeding quite a bit. High watermark of 3 million chips down to 2.1. Third of his stack is gone.
Check.
Checking back. Ace 8 tray.
Yeah, it's not.
Dry board.
Is it possible to have pen or piece of paper?
Bet 80,000.
That bet took a little bit of time. Not sure if there's anything to read into that. Is it a tweener spot? But Brian with Jack 10, could see him certainly call 1.
It's a combo that could find itself straight draws or a pair with plenty of the turns.
Cold.
So he'll hunt 160 more into the middle. That's not one of the turns that Jack 10 gets excited by. Board pairing 3.
Feels like there should be a check down mode now for Dan Smith. Still though, Queen High could potentially win at Showdown.
Check.
Smith not going to swing again.
Doesn't feel like the Jack High needs to bet under a typical range. There are definitely hands that stab that Jack High beats.
Check.
So a knuckle back from Brian. Queen High still best.
Kind of feeling like a check is going to happen. Queen High for sure. Should never be able to get a better hand to fold. Unless he strongly feels that he can get other Queen Highs to fold and King Highs. But yeah, check is quite solid. It's very hard for Brian to rep a good hand right now if he was to bet.
Yeah, it would be so random for him to barrel at this point. I think maybe we just check back and hope that a cheeky deuce 4, deuce 5, 4, 5 is across the way.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Jack 10 High can still win at Showdown. The 10 would play against other Jack Highs. Probably don't expect King High to bet the flop that often, so betting here is just to attack Queen High.
10 seconds.
Let's see if we can find a bet though. It'll be really nice, but it's so hard to do so. And here we go, Brian Kim.
Bet.
This should win. Wow.
650,000.
Didn't see that coming.
He understands it's going to take some degree of might to ensure that Jack 10 doesn't get looked up, but Dan Smith hasn't found the bin just yet. He's asking himself what makes sense here.
It feels like Brian's repping a 3.
A 3 plus, right? I mean, this is just not ace, 8, or 7x.
5 seconds.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just a 3 or nothing. Was such a crazy line too, but it worked. Must have figured that Dan Smith, if Dan had a good hand, he would have just bet the river. The fact that he bet means he's heavily weighted towards high card and, you know, just take the pot.
And that's one of those spots that illustrates the will of Brian Kim, right? Because you and I both looked up and thought to ourselves, this is so low credibility, you know, this spot here surely is going to raise eyebrows and get looked up with some frequency, you know, independent of knowledge that Queen High is what's across the way, of course, but he just finds that big sizing and does so, as you pointed out, as he's been bleeding out. You know, you can get a little bit gun shy. You're like, let me preserve the precious chips. Great work there from BK.
Yeah, and that's the pros right there. Sure, a line is, you know, it's unlikely you may have a good hand, but it doesn't mean that they never act on it. Wait, are those earplugs in Makita's ears?
Yeah, he tends to rock those, by the way.
Like no music coming out of it?
No, I mean, those would be the world's worst looking AirPods. Ace King, really good looking here on the button for Dan Smith.
That's very interesting.
Raise 160,000.
Clicks.
Poseidon Ho, 10-9 offsuit. Sub 10 bigs. Big blind defense against the Dan Smith button open.
Standard defense. Queen 9-4. Poseidon out flopping Smith. Action checked over. I like how the massage therapist is looking over at the flop like,
yeah, she's sweating
I don't know, man, this texture here.
5 seconds.
You know that Disney movie Inside Out where you see like the people that are controlling the person? Like, what if like the massage, like, she's just like, bet it. Like,
why isn't my mind listening? Wait.
Did that just happen?
No way.
100K barrel out of Smith into 440 and Poseidon laying down second pair. Sometimes we question the RFID, Randy. Every single time I've done so, I've been wrong.
He must have misread his hand.
I mean, he would peel at that size 100% of the time, you would think. I mean, granted, he's down to just 8 bigs. But what are we defending the big blind with 10-9 offsuit for if we're not calling second pair on that board?
I'm going to go with he misread his hand because that is an absurd fold for that price with his hand and his stack. There's just no way that could ever be right.
5 seconds. Raise 160,000.
King Jack suited. Out of bads.
Pass.
Second biggest stack at the table, just north of Brian Kim. Boss stack belongs to Samau. Suited one gapper on the button for Brian. Passes. Queen Jack offsuit for Foxen, however, and that's not going to be on his mind. Dominated, unbeknownst.
Never know what's going through Fox's mind. Does find
Call,
which is default play.
Heading to the flop, 440 out there. King, queen, deuce. This is top pair against second pair, and issues on the horizon for Foxen potentially. Let's see how costly Makita seeks to make things.
Yeah, Makita's hand is strong enough to go for 3 streets of value. For now, though, which size to see bet?
5 seconds. There, 250,000.
It's a sizable C bet, half pot, which should skew the way Foxen approaches this on future streets, although on the flop, never really expect him to fold mid pair.
Quarter milli. It was a lot less than that Poseidon was facing, granted with less chips. When he folded his second pair, much to our surprise, Foxen, of course, having different thoughts as he calls, extra $500,000 into the purse. He again checks it. Not a card that mandates Makita to slow down.
This card doesn't change anything. You should certainly keep betting. He's got many draws that he would double barrel. Ace, Jack, Ace 10, diamonds, Jack 10.
5 seconds.
He needs to protect that semi-bluffing range with value. He practically has top pair, top kicker, given Fox will always re-raise Ace, King pre.
$500,000. Things getting a little bit more serious now.
Gotta ask the question, if you're Foxen, if I call here, am I willing to call a river shove on a blank?
He doesn't like having that Jack of Spades in his hand, am I wrong?
Yeah, he doesn't like it. Yeah, for sure. Because of Ace Jack, Jack 10, this is a good part of the semi-bluffing range that he beats.
Wants to give it a chew. And, you know, Bads is one of those guys who you know can ask for the rest on the end.
His chips mean so much more, too, at this stage of the tournament. Only 15 remaining. If he costs 500K here, check folds river, he's down to 10 bigs, but with 1.3 million, he actually can still work with it after folding. So nice fold there.
The right decision for Foxen. Future game consideration in hand. Future street, rather. Consideration, maybe. Having a little something to do with that. L Street Gaming in the YouTube chat, by the way, Randy. Issuing a healthy dose of flattery our way.
Oh.
Shout out from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. You two are the best commentators in the business. No shade to the other Triton folks, but you two are top tier. Well, humble thanks, of course.
Arigato gozaimasu.
The whole team. Top tier, if you ask me. And L Street Gaming, huh? That's weird. Are you logged in as L Street Gaming over there, Randy? That's so strange.
Oh, God, let me log out.
What's this Venmo activity I see in my feed? Randy Lou, $100 to L Street Gaming. That's weird. Ace 9. Offsuit. Nothing weird about an open. Out of Velocevic, who's been fairly quiet. Snacks on blinds and annies.
You say snacks? I want
You
some
know,
snacks. Any snacks?
It's funny because the entire time we've been here in Montenegro, Randy and I have been looking in between our seats at the desk at this pile of unclaimed snacks. We have some protein bars, it would seem pistachios, and it's been replenished somewhat throughout. You know, I don't know what the source is. This isn't like a spring water that's just bubbling out of the bottom of the stage. And I confess I was like, well, whose is this? Turns out Crab keeps provisions on hand. See, I'm a good roommate, right? You know, if you share a fridge with somebody at some point in your life, You know the feeling when you come home, you're like, oh, I can't wait to have whatever it is that you had bought from the grocery store, and then you look in there and it's gone, and then you look over on the couch and this dude's just eating it. You're like, come on, man.
I have an idea. Let's
Hide
hide it all.
hide it all.
You know.
I knew it,
We're on
man.
the same page.
Yeah. You know what, though? I think what we should do is we should open the protein bars and then take them out and then leave the wrappers neatly kind of where they are, so he reaches for empty wrapper after empty wrapper. Then put like a trail of crumbs back to James's little area.
I like that.
Yeah, producer James. Frame him. Little walk there for Bads. Every time I see those two earplugs, I always think if you just put them on the either side of his neck, it would be like Frankenstein. You know the corks?
It's
That,
in his
like-
temples.
Oh, it is? I thought it was in his neck. It's in his temples? Hold on. Are you correcting me when it comes to a film or some sort of pop culture reference? Because this is going to be a new low point for me if you're right, Randy.
Can I borrow that pen and stab you in the neck?
Is it for real in the temples?
Yes.
What are you, a Frankenstein expert? Pocket sevens here for Smith. No expertise required to click 160. No slight, of course. Straightforward stuff, though. Queen Jack suited now for Ibinger. Big blind.
Let's see. He's up against an early position raise. Oh. He's announced himself all in. Queen Jack suited, making a play. Interesting from the big blind versus +1.
That is max pressure application. Unconvinced that Smith lacks raise folds.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to do it with the Queen Jack combo because you do block raise folds from +1. Like King Jack, Jack 10s. But it's also a very tough call with 2 7s. You could easily be cooked by a bigger pair.
Is this worth the gamble? He says call.
Wow. That's nice.
Dan Smith gonna offer some wheel spin here to Ibinger.
I think Ibinger might be surprised.
He doesn't look thrilled that Smith would dig in with such a holding, especially considering how much of his chips were required to do so. He would fight on with just 355 if it goes belly up, which it doesn't on a 6-5 deuce board. And now Ibinger's in trouble. No spade on board, 2 overs, 2 to come. 3 million in the middle. And it inches toward Dan. And now it completes the journey as an 8.
He looks disappointed.
Rolls off and Matthias rolls out.
Nice. Well played, Dan Smith. The massage goes on.
You know, if the massage therapist fist pumped it there, that would have been something.
All in here?
Meanwhile, yeah, we got something cooking. The Spaniard and the Malaysian, Jacks versus Ace-King. Top set for Roberto, who covers Kiat Lee. Might he be following? Dan Smith out the door. He's trying to prepay. You see Perez.
All right, there you go. Combine them. Make them touch.
Saying don't do it, but now he can comfortably deliver his entire stack to the right as he draws dead on the turn. Action was just a Perez open and a jam on the button from Kiat, so pretty straightforward stuff there. And look at Ibinger. He still looks stunned.
Yeah. I don't think he agrees with the 7s call is my thought.
Yeah, I don't think he was standing there questioning Kiat's jam with the Ace-King.
But, yeah. Yeah, he's disappointed. Look at him. But, you know, Kiat, on the other hand, every time he loses, he's still a very happy guy in the moment.
Well, listen, he got the monkey off his back in Jeju by ending the festival with his first ever title. That was kind of the thing, I think, that was bugging him a lot. So 2 quick bust outs in short order. Ibinger and Kiat claiming the 111K payouts. 122 the next two busts. As we fight on with 13. It's weird, we get these kind of protracted stretches where it seems like nothing's happening. A lot of raised folds, a lot of walks, 3-bet fold. And then in quick succession, 2 casualties. Chidwick, 170 from the 210s as we keep it here at the outer. Seven, 8 off for Davies.
Just 90K more with the connected 8-7. Rough shape against 210s in terms of pre-flop equity.
Ace, Queen, 9. 2 overs to Chidwick's 10s. In position. Davies ready to hit the muck in the face of so much as a sneeze out of Chidwick, one would imagine.
Bit of a tough board for 210s. If he checks this one back, then he's probably checking back some ace-X's to protect his range, but he is going to fire. That must mean he's going to bet most of his range. Almost 3 million for Chidwick.
You know, and on the topic of almost, Randy, I almost believed you with the Frankenstein business, but now I'm in the YouTube streets, and apparently I've got not one, but 2 characters in Razchak and Ruin who have said no. 100% they're in the neck. You trolled me.
No, I didn't troll you. I actually really believe it's in the temples.
So I could have made some money, is what you're saying?
I'm sorry. Do you forgive me?
I do.
It was just my ignorance.
You know, I've taken enough money from you here in Montenegro.
175.
Randy.
I don't want to talk about that. It never happened.
King 7 suited. Kim looking to take some chips off some folks. Foxen, ace 5 off in the hijack. Alex lays down. Around to Velosevic's big, ace 10. No fold in his future.
Yeah, this hand seems a bit too good. 2 on a 3-bet fold.
So he defends and looks up at 9-5-4. No pair anywhere. Ace high in front, but checking over.
King 7 acceptable board to consider a c-bet. 7 of clubs interfering with straight draws that can continue. One backdoor club potential. This is actually already immediately quite tough for ace 10 offsuit. He would always call a flop bet against late position, but early position, there's less unpaired hands that are raising from there. Still though, this is a really good call from ace 10 high. See if he can find a way to victory. Might not be able to because that turn card, it's all Brian Kim.
Yeah, it is. Club draw acquired, gut shot acquired, excuses to follow through on the 150 that he fired on the flop.
There's hesitation here from Velocevic. A lead, $1.25. Must feel that this is his type of card. He leads so small. I'm not sure how credible it'll be to Brian Kim. kind of like raise here for Brian, even with position. Against the 125 into 730, it just feels like it's some weak one-pairish hand. Yeah, I love this raise. Even if your opponent does have a piece, you got plenty of equity.
So Velocevic took a funky little line with that lead, thinking this texture is his to represent, and the test came back positive from Brian Kim. Even though he didn't actually have better than ace-high, he had enough equity to lean and enough chips as well as he raises and takes it. Such a strong player. So many people were cheering him on in that deep run in the World Series of Poker Maine last year. Not to mention, of course, Kristen Foxen, who also captivated, both of them here, putting in work.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised Brian Kim went out so early at that final table. You know, but he's the type of guy that lives and dies by the sword. Made a big play, and sometimes you're wrong.
Every time people start to get fresh in those spots and overly critical, I point out that that dude didn't get there without doing exactly that on multiple occasions correctly, you know, and probably pushing people off of winners in the process. So just because it so happens that when it was super deep, he caught himself in a spot where it didn't work, doesn't mean that all of a sudden we can take issue or lay blame.
I even sent him a private message like, good luck at the final table. I think I got blocked after that.
No shot.
Cut
it out.
I did say something nice.
So you were the kiss of death.
But he didn't respond until way after the main event ended.
Listen, he was probably so dialed. He wasn't trying to look at social media or anything. I mean, the main in particular, you make a deep run like that.
It's once in a lifetime.
It is. Unless you're Mark Newhouse. Queen 6 deuce here. Pair of sixes for Smith versus top pair for the small blind of Velocevic. This one limped pre. See what kind of line Danilo wants to cook up this time.
Yeah, he's going to check it over with top pair. No heart in hand. Would have expected it a bit more if he did have the 3 of hearts. Then again, I guess it is very wide ranges.
Checking over. Monotone boards do keep everybody in line. Smith, happy to check back. 10 of spade turn.
Maybe now we bet with the queen 3? Another check. It's got some unique lines. Nice played though. Dan should want to contain the pot and see one more card for free with the pair of sixes. Hard to get called by worse.
No post-flop betting here, despite a piece for both parties. Again, the influence of the monotone texture on display. Not to mention, you know, some of the caginess of trying to work your way into the FT of an event that offers not one but 2 7-figure payouts. No immediate ladder though. 122,000. The next distributions for 13th and 12th.
300.
Now Velocevic comes with full pot. Deuce X is in range, of course.
I think Deuce X is also in range for Smith. So he's kind of like made up for the previous streets that he didn't bet with the bigger sizing, trying to get max. Looking to get called by 6 or 10x. Dan's going to pay it off. Send that 900k pot over to Velocevic.
You know, every time I see this, I've conditioned myself to regard it as not disrespectful, to call with a 6 there, but respectful, because he's telling Velocevic, I believe you could find a bluff or worse than 6x on the end here for full pot, you know, and that's a bit of credit.
Yeah, so a lot of V-regs that play at Triton, of course, they know everyone's very capable. It's top tier quality of play. They don't like to make very big exploits and fold like top of range, because once they know you're doing that, you really get destroyed. So a lot of respect being thrown out. Here as Poseidon, King 7 of diamonds is his go-to hand with 600k. UTG, big blinds next.
Yeah, $250,000 to take a trip through those blinds and a suited king. Not to mention the ability to maybe leverage the under-the-gun positioning a touch to make the holding look slightly stronger. Coming together for this decision. King-Queen offsuit, direct left for Foxen. He, too, is going to jam to further dissuade anybody from getting involved here with something that might have him in trouble. He is performing incredibly well.
It's a good read by Foxen. Great shape to knock out Poseidon Ho.
1.4 million chips in the middle. And can Ho conjure up something from beneath the surface, from the deep? Well, the gut shot for both parties.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting board.
Foxen doesn't need his, of course. He has the best hand. Continues to on the 4 hearts turn. And now it is just 7 outs that will prevent Poseidon from moving on. And Boomby.
I had a 7. 595.
7 did he just smack? Did he just smack BK?
Sorry, bro.
That was amazing.
I told you.
I'm not just talking about the 7 on the end.
The way to go. You know what I mean? The suit was too much yesterday.
Just too much.
Oh, I like that. He's bringing the pot in around.
You even overdid it. You wore like
the time bank
thing you could find.
Yeah.
That's an arrow.
This is my investment.
Right, but it looks like a stealth bomber too, as a few in the chat have pointed out. You know.
Happy with this poker tournament then. Obviously, it's not poker related.
I like Poseidon, by the way. Fun-loving guy.
It's a bit too colorful for Stealth Bomber, though, don't you think?
No, yeah, and nothing stealthy about the Christmas colors. You know, that's not the military edition. That's civilian stealth.
Civilian Stealth Bomber.
I don't think they sell those.
I don't know. Where do we rent this at?
I mean, because you can't really sell stealth or bomber to the general public. Ace Queen for Danilo.
215.
Upstairs we go. 2.5x from the cutoff.
So he's raising into Poseidon's big blind, hence the larger sizing, trying to dissuade the short stack from defending. Poseidon does not reciprocate. Queen 10 offsuit, moves to defense. Top pair versus top pair. This could be the end of Poseidon Ho.
So much hand here. After defending his big, dominated, an unmerciful development, potentially.
140.
Well, the road traveled is a conservative one thus far. Not because of any fear from Danilo, unless we're talking about fear of losing a customer. Ho doing well to flat. We head to the turn. Might the king provide an exit down the way?
I could see it. You know, that was actually one of the worst cards for Poseidon. Ace Queen is often the best hand still. Just whether is it better to ask for value now or wait for the river. You can see Danilo is still very confident in Ace Queen. Quick fold from the Queen 10. Nice laydown.
I got to tell you, that's the second occasion on which we have observed Poseidon Ho showing reluctance to proceed with hands that many may have chosen to fight on with. This time he does so correctly, Randy.
Yeah, even myself, I'd be pretty tempted to call once more there on the turn of Queen 10. Hand is very strong. Got to think of what hand's going to improve there, but, you know, credit to realizing that Velocevic is still willing to bet better queens despite the overcard that came on the turn.
Well, I did speculate as to whether or not that kind of card in the face of added aggression from the pre-flop raiser would provide an escape, and indeed it did. So Poseidon gets to fight on. Deuces, not looking to fight.
You know those were fake display ducks.
565.
Yeah, if you're
You know
wondering
what I'm
what
saying?
Randy's talking about, he's still bitter about us going to the former #1 restaurant in the world, and we got a stunt duck that they pulled out before the duck course.
There's a reason why it was a former #1.
I agree. I wasn't impressed. I confess. We're talking about Mirazur, by the way, when we were at our Monaco stop in 2023. Meanwhile, no stop to Velocevic's aggressions. Ace-4 of spades. Leave him opening. Brian Kim, Ace-7 of clubs on the button.
Into the muck.
No takers. When are we going to do our next Michelin meal, Randy?
Never again.
No, come on, Randy. Don't give up on me.
Is there one around here? I assume not.
Wow, why are you showering Montenegrin
No,
cuisine?
I'm just saying there's just less.
I don't think the guide
Venues.
makes its way into the
Okay.
deeper Balkans. The Chinese restaurant here is pretty damn good.
Oh, yes.
Jade? Ace-5, passed up on.
Foxen.
All in.
He's on crumbs. Praying for a fold. That's not a fold, that's a call.
No, ace-deuce suited. Surfacing in the big blind. Alex Foxen, final 465, is very much at risk in a just slightly north of 1 million chip pot. The American trying to avoid being on the wrong end of Carnival, and that is an incredible 3-4-5 board. Both parties have themselves a straight. The wheel, however, has itself the club redraw, and you see Joao getting a kick out of things. Never have the nuts been less comfortable than now. Can somehow find the
Can't
club.
even say pair the board because you still might win.
He can't.
Say that,
Foxen, of course, referring to the 3 of clubs on the end, which would have given somehow the steel wheel. Instead, pair of the board is quite all right. When the 5 rolls off, you know, I confess, when the flop rolled out, I was so focused on the ace-deuces performance that I had that tone of disappointment on behalf of Foxen. And then all of a sudden I realized, timeout. There's 2 joints in this dorm room.
Yes, 2 joints in this dorm room.
What?
Nice.
Did you ever stay in a dorm?
I did.
Randy? You
Yeah,
did?
I did.
Did you have like, you know, that one person that's like the narc, what do I call him?
The NARC.
The
You mean
RA?
the RA?
The RA.
Yes, we did.
You can't trust the RA. They're the ones that report everything.
So I had like one of those alarm clocks that you can snooze. Like they're not on your phone, but like the physical one.
Oh yeah, old school.
And
man.
then I would never turn it off, and my roommate was so tilted. I went to class, and one day I was walking back to my room.
And you saw your shattered alarm clock on the sidewalk?
No, I looked out as I'm walking up. I'm like on the 5th floor or something, and there's a clock hanging out the window, but it's still corded. He threw it out.
Oh, Randy, why would you do that to your roommate? You're a bad roommate.
Why did he throw it out? He could have just
You're
unplugged
lucky.
it.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Some of them have battery backups, though.
I owe you one. I owe you one.
Poseidon. Ace 10 offsuit. Won't be taking a spin. That's the real tilting one. If you unplug and it still goes, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Then you have to throw it out of the window. Was it one of those Sony Dream machines?
I don't remember. Maybe Panasonic, Casio.
Because I worked at a Circuit City and I sold those things for a while.
Oh. You worked at Circuit City.
Didn't you work at somewhere like that?
No, Del Taco.
No, I know.
I make tacos. I don't sell computers
Okay.
and refrigerators and what else.
Before anyone goes trying to award a Michelin star to Randy's, Latin American food exploits, it was a 2-day stint at the Del Taco for Randy.
Yeah, they didn't pat me on the back.
They did you a favor, Randy. They did you a favor.
You know why I was working there, right?
Benefits?
Benefits. Well,
Free food?
I kind of hit up the Cash Creek quite a bit.
Right.
Funds were depleted.
Oh, you had to get a job, Busto?
Busto.
Oh,
Busto
man.
no-go.
Dan Smith wouldn't mind busting Samau. Ace-Queen versus Ace-10. Of course, 2 deep stacks. And Joao, a tidy lay down there. Do you think that Dan packed the New York Knicks hat on this trip? Or do you think...
What do you mean? Did he? Of course he did. Why? Where are you going with
Well,
this?
because he didn't know who was going to win that series between
Oh.
the Knicks and the Celtics. Maybe all of a sudden he realized, oh, now
Is
that
it-
they've won, let me go out and find a Knicks hat, although I confess it would be tough to do.
Is it
out
NBA
here.
Finals?
Not finals yet, but playoffs.
Okay.
Don't pretend you're into sports. Meanwhile, we're into something here. Roberto Perez, 10-9 against Seth Davies. How'd we get here? Perez opened to 200,000. Davies defended the big. King 6-4, a check call of 150K. The follow through from Perez. Then 320 more after he picked up the gut shot on the turn, which Davies again check called. And on the end, Davies would check call it off, having rivered the ace, but it was just ace high with a gutter on the turn, which was the real fork in the road for Davies.
Davies played that hand great. It's a huge pot.
To be fair, absent the ace, he's going to have a tough time calling Perez off, and I'm not so sure how Roberto reacts absent the ace on the river. Obviously, it turned into a card he thought he could rep.
Unclear, but Davies doesn't mind. He's sitting on 3.6 million now.
Good for the chip lead overall in this one.
Okay, which cap is that? That Seth Davies got. Is that a sports
I
team?
never know. He's always got like these like country club golf kind of.
Oh, it's not basketball.
No.
Baseball.
Could be some sort of minor league baseball situation. Could also be golf related. He likes to swing the sticks.
You ever watched that movie Major League?
Come on, bro. Jobu, Serrano,
Roger Dorn.
Willie Mays Hayes. I mean, yeah, classic. Charlie Sheen, back before he had Tiger blood. Queen 8 suited.
I'm the chip leader now.
Small blind. Dickerson, the man in the big, sat 1.6 deep, 16 bigs.
Boom.
Ooh, ace-5 for Jules.
Wow. Jules is sitting on 1.6 million, 16 big blinds. Even has a little bit more due to big blind ante. This is pretty rough. He makes the call. Gonna hope to see he's up against a non-ace, which he is.
Ace of diamonds is useful in case of emergency. This is a big one. Davey's throwing his weight around very early as the chip leader. 3.56 in the middle, but an 8 as well. And that is a painful development for Dickerson. Note, however, that anything sharp at the top does the trick. Aces and 4s on Jules's mind. And the 4 says hello. Queen 8 drawing dead.
Wow. Davies, chip leader for just one hand. Now we have a new chip leader, Jules Dickerson.
Yeah, transitory chips there. My goodness.
Look at Perez. Like, those were my chips. New home.
And then 755,000.
You think anyone's ever put an air tag on a chip in a tournament just to kind of see where did it end up?
I like that.
1,755,000.
I mean, it always ends up, one would think in theory, with the champ, but your chips might get raced off too. And it's just in a vault somewhere.
Showered by face off.
Yeah.
Lost to the high card. Nicely done, Dickerson. You know, funny thing about Dickerson, I saw him at the buffet, and he was chatting with me briefly, and he was like, man, I used to watch you play when I was 15.
You know, I'm trying to think back. When I was 15, I wasn't playing online. I don't even think online poker was around when I was 15, to be honest. But, like, I wonder if I would have been. When did you start playing online poker? Be honest.
In first year of university. So
Okay,
however
so-
old you are. 18, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're on schedule, sure.
I was on schedule, but yeah.
And did you only need to be 18 and up?
For online.
For online, really?
Yeah.
You didn't have to be 21?
I think so.
Yeah, good answer, Randy. Don't worry, they're not going to come for your first 3 years of winnings.
Okay, okay.
But Fedor's going to be coming. Ace, king, cut off.
110,000.
Ace, king, ace, king.
Davies wounded, but obviously prepared to get aggressive again here.
Lead ace, all in.
There it is.
And a call.
This one taking shape uneventfully. Just given. It's ace king on ace king violence. Everybody with unique suits though. So 2% of the time apiece. These guys will scoop. Not on that flop.
Top pair, top kicker. No good.
Carve it up, boys. Well, MC in the YouTube chat some time ago, it would seem, did chime in with some college stories of his own, or her own for that matter, including the time that apparently MC and company set fire to a chair and threw it out of the dorm window. Then hid in the dark while the RA banged on the door for 15 minutes. Eventually the RA would give up and MC and the crew got away with a little stunt. Brian Kim not going to do any hiding with aces. He's going to bang on his drum. 215. The beat. I think we stole a foosball table from the dorms one time. We needed a foosball table, Randy.
In your room.
What were we going to do? Buy one?
You couldn't just...
There was 4 of us running up the street at like 3 a.m. with a foosball table. Nothing suspicious about that. Queen Jack for Smith. Finds a gut shot here. After defending his big. Checks along with the flow to Brian. See how 1-1 wants to approach things.
Well, one should want to bet this flop with aces. Dan's got a solid hand with the gut shot backdoor diamonds. 2 overs to the middling and bottom stuff. Probably not too much check raising from the big blind against a UTG open. King high textures rate to hit the pre-flop raiser from early position a bit more. Let's see though.
150K.
He's
into 580,
check
yes.
raise. Wow.
Look at Smith.
Bad timing.
Asking questions of an under-the-gun opener, and again, the depth of Kim's stack may be in part on his mind as being afforded a range.
Yeah, Dan must feel that his opponent is c-betting too much. He's got lots of blockers to hands that can bet call flop, like gut shots, diamond draws, backdoor hearts. But once he gets called, there has to be alarm bells going off.
8 of clubs, and not the 10 that, of course, Smith would have preferred. That which greets him here. He's inflated this one to almost 1.6. They played 2 million effective. A diamond maybe would have allowed Dan to continue.
I would think this was just a check raise, one and done. Really don't want to be blocking that straight draw stuff that would fold to a turn barrel.
Great point. And obviously, once your man calls the check raise, you start to range them away from things between king and 9. Just given your kit. So Smith has knuckled.
Brian needs to bet this turn card. He needs to charge diamonds. He unblocks that. Maybe some thinnish check raises from King X. 450 is the price.
Where are we trying to go from here? 2 unders to the king. Plenty of combos that involve top pair for Brian. Yeah. Smith correctly opting to step aside, but showing some fight. Something that Kim didn't mind, of course.
BK's back to 3.6 mil.
Yeah, it's been a seesaw for his stack.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, while I'm sure they're capable of it, the good folks over at Jacob & Co. have yet to put a seesaw into a timepiece, but just get a look at all the other things that they can manage to incorporate as complications. Incredible themed pieces and customized looks coming out of the craftsmen in Geneva. engineering meets artistry. Jacob & Co. Official timekeepers of the Triton Poker Series.
$220.
Raise 220,000.
Milosevic. Ace 8 on the button. Smith now ace 9.
It's always a tricky one with the ace 9 and the small blind against open raises where you don't love flatting. You don't want a 3-bet fold. Goes for a push of 2.3 million.
Ace 8 crumbling under the weight.
That's a rebate.
Redemption.
What's the masseuse doing now?
Now that's, I know that. They generally go there when it's all over. The little kind of karate chop.
Oh, Dan, don't let her go away. You just wanted the pot.
I don't think he let her go away. She was out of here in a hurry.
Did she even get paid?
I was going to say mark her down, or maybe he prepaid.
Oh,
that's
the
a
prepay.
thing. What if he forgot he was at attorney and just paid her in attorney chips? What if she took him is probably the bigger.
She took him and then she
weird
ran
thing.
it up and holds the Triton trophy.
That would take something special.
200,000.
Queen Jack special enough to be given the click from Danilo. Smith once more was something that can play back. It was sevens that really sent him the healthy haul as he dispatched Ibinger.
He's up against Queen Jack suited as well. It's a little deja vu. Ajax for Kim as we take a look at the outer table very quickly because Perez is in there with ace-3 offsuit against Matthew Belcher's pocket jacks.
Oh, the Spaniard gave it all he had against Davies. And now giving all he has left to ace-3 offsuit, which ain't doing great on a 9-6-4 board. Maybe the 3 presents a road to a straight. The turn will bring it into focus. Now take that off the board, and it's only an ace that will keep Roberto Perez in the hunt here. The 5 will seal his fate as the first recipient of $122,000. 13th place finish for Perez. And that his career Triton earnings of just shy of 1.2. First cash in 5 attempts here in Montenegro. Immediate pay ladder now is $17,000. And an immediate jam from Milosevic. Did he shed ace-jack?
Yeah, because what happened in that hand was Milosevic opened at 200K. Dan Smith flatted the 7s on the button. Brian Kim squeezed to 800,000 with the ace-jack off. And Danilo, with 23 big blinds, rejammed and got the fold from the better hand.
Pretty remarkable.
I'm leaving. Can't get any worse.
Milosevic.
I'm always coming for you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, Foxen, you'll be missed.
You know, by the audience.
Not by this table.
Not
This
at all.
bump.
That was the chip leader coming in to this second day in the 50K.
Enjoy. Happy about that, Chidwick? Foxen to your left.
I don't think he's filling out a complaint card. These guys over here already had their hands full, but now obviously more to contend with. To 9 off. off for Brian.
BK. BK. Folds.
Joao gets a walk with the ace. Joao playing a little charades with somebody off camera. Smith. Ace-8 activations, ace-10 on the button for Poseidon. Just binned it. Did he? No. Jammed.
Yeah, he definitely can't be binning this off of that stack.
You know, there's some spots, to be fair, Randy, that we thought maybe he couldn't pass up on, but he definitely found aversions. This, of course, a little bit more of a straightforward one. Pre-flop, 9 bigs.
935.
And Smith will step aside. Well, they're on their feet. Maybe getting a little bit antsy about break time, which isn't long from now. Still some hands to be played at the outer, so we'll stick it here.
Pretty interesting how it differs like year over year.
Yeah.
Like I was really surprised how.
I think it's also because I mean obviously different things blooming.
Ace up front for Chidwick on 3 million.
Six-handed.
Yeah, Dickerson direct right, by the way, is convenient for Stevie, save for the fact when Jules is in the big blind, because if Dickerson is out, he inherits ball stack opportunities. Belcher, he's been bossing around on the day. One of the larger stacks in the field. Third in chips here. Queen 8 suited, motivating him to click. Now a little one-gapper in clubs for Dickerson in the big.
Makes the call. 550 in the pot.
Jack-9 tray, all diamonds. No diamonds to be found in either holding, no pairs either. Belcher with the gut shot.
Achu. There we go. Sneeze and win.
Yep. No Kleenex required.
Yeah, it wasn't. Was a little.
The dry
sniffle.
sneeze.
Dry
Well, that's a nice punctuation point to the frame for Mr. Belcher. So you get a look at the chip counts at the feature table en route to the break. Poseidon Ho has been lurking toward the bottom of the leaderboard for the bulk of the affair. His 11 bigs are going to come back diluted by the northbound trajectory to 5,125 after a few minutes. Ali Najad back with Randy Liu now, albeit briefly, as I'm going to be ceding the booth at long last to Henry Kilbane here. Randy, that frame, though, I mean, you know, just kind of tidy stuff, conservative stuff out of Poseidon was what caught my attention.
Yeah, a little bit of, you know, cautious play here and there. Unclear whether He knew he had the 10-9 offsuit, folded middle pair, but, you know, he's still in it. 12 remaining. We got chip leads that's been kind of changing hands every single few, you know.
Currently belongs to Danilo Vlasovic as you get a look inside the Triton Poker Plus app on the way to the break. Dickerson in second, Belcher in third. Average stack 2.4, good for 24 bigs at present. Diluted even further, of course, by the 5,125 level that's coming your way in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to march our way to a champ tonight in the 50K.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
But his is for winning poker tournaments, clearly.
No, he doesn't need robots for that. He's here to do it himself.
He doesn't go down there and just like upload the information to his brain.
You think he has a link somewhere?
Maybe down in the Alpine laboratory.
They were
I like that.
Club. Thank you.
That house was sick, by the way.
Yeah.
Club is no good.
So you've been many times?
Yeah. Like that.
What's your
It's Jack
favorite
for
thing that
Smith.
you've done there?
What's the name of the Tesla robot? Can't even remember.
No idea.
Somebody knows in the chat. I could probably just Google it. But, you know, I'm lazy.
All in?
Ooh, wow. Milosevic not showing any laziness with King 7 of spades. He gives it a workout.
I don't think. I mean, Kiat has a close one. We're in the money now. This one a bit speedy from Vlasovic.
Usually the moment the bubble bursts, we do see a lot of grease on the wheels.
I mean, very wide range default spot, of course. Less than 20 big blinds effective. Small blind versus button. Got to be a reasonable to close choice to begin with. See a lot of players leaning call with this category, but Danilo, undeterred, taking the aggressive route. If Kiat calls, it's a gross spot for Dan Smith. If he folds, he's getting snapped.
It's one thing for Dan to dig in against Danilo. It's a whole nother to overcall. So with Kiat out of the way, Things are made easier, and you see Dan just verifying that Lee didn't call before he digs in, and he'll be happy that he did. Ace of spades is handy, not to mention having the best hand in a 1.8 million chip pot.
5 days.
This would be harmful to Velocevic. Forgive the obvious. He's not the man at risk, though, as Dan Smith looks to hold on, and he's doing so on the Queen 6-4 flop.
I guess snowboarding wouldn't carry over very much.
Turn is worry-free. No king, no 7. That's the mantra for Dan. And the river delivers. Step up to the Xerox machine, sir. And copy that stack and then some. Tens now, back at the feature for BK.
Right, 120.
Clicks, and it's mystery hand time. Brought to you by WPT Global. And who makes this a more difficult proposition than Vladimir Korzinin? This
so
is expert mode engaged.
To even try, Ali. How am I gonna? We'll do what we can.
Well, let's see what Vladimir has on his mind here. Looks like a flat.
Starting with call, and we've seen Korzinin be splashy.
Have we seen him slow play a big hand?
I was just thinking, not really. I think even what you might think of as a marginal to big hand, like ace-jack, pocket fives, hands like this, he tends to fast play as well, so maybe rating this pre-flop range to be relatively capped. Ponikov's thinking about an overcall here. Getting quite short. He wants to play the spot wider.
Using a time bank to mull with 10-8 off. Shortest stack at the table.
Potentially trying to extend the length of this hand as well a little bit. If he's got his eye on that $10,000 pay jump that comes at 17. No. Just mulling over the pre-flop defend. Passes on a close spot.
Well served, by the way. Considering the presence of a couple of 10s, so it's heads up between Gambledore and BK. 390 in the middle. King 4 deuce, 1 overcard. Staring down the 10s.
Playing a hand like this out of position against Korzinin is just uncomfortable no matter what we do. Brian starts with a check, and we've seen how much aggression he's willing to put into the pot when he smells weakness.
This is going to be another one of those occasions.
220. 220.
Appears that way. 220 into 390.
Too much hand to fold. At least at this venture for Brian.
The discomfort, of course, is associated with our call now, bringing the pot to 830K. This is all created by Vladimir's sizings.
Yeah, making a big bet straight away. And we saw this before with King 10 on Ace Queen X, I believe it was.
Then he downsized across turn and also river. Let's see how he approaches this one. A board pairing deuce. Kim defers once more. Brian covers slightly.
Korzinin seemingly taking note of that with the lean forward, observing Brian's stack. You wonder if that's sort of like a, do you have enough chips for me to bluff you off of this one kind of look?
Well, he does check back, and it does feel that we can safely remove King X from his range when he does that based upon some of the data that we've got.
You'd think so, yeah. The deuce, so innocent. But
I mean,
no
a delightful
draws.
river for Brian.
No draws to worry about. Is there any chance that Korzinin slows down with a king?
I mean, if I'm Brian, I'm thinking I don't need to worry about King X, Jacks, or Queens, and yet I'm being asked for almost all of my stack. Korsinen with zero hesitation jamming now. I mean, does it feel like something between pocket 5s and pocket 9s to you?
It really doesn't. I mean, a few data points, Ali. One was the pre-flop flat, which we've observed Korsinen willing to 3-bet with small pairs in the past.
Yeah.
Second is the large size on the flop, which, based on recent history, I feel to be somewhat polarized. Korsinen not automatically betting medium strength hands from what we've seen.
Okay.
But that possibility of a king checking the turn, it feels so unlikely, right?
Agreed.
I mean, are we really looking at a man who's sitting on quads right now in some way? Trap the turn when he improves?
It's tough to make quads. If I park you in Kim's seat right now, in this spot, in this 50K, how do you feel about 2 10s? All that you know about Korsinen?
I'm prepared to, well, I guess I don't have to go home if I make this call, but...
You bring yourself a lot closer to the trip, though.
All the things that I've seen out of Korsinen this stage in the tournament, we've just seen him be honest when he really has a big hand, and that turn check feels like a big data point.
I'll tell you what, this is as close to flustered as I think I've ever seen Brian Kim in a spot. He is so stoic.
Yeah.
And really has his bearings more often than not, but one cannot fault him for feeling a bit discombobulated here.
Don't want to conflate this spot with the magnitude of World Series main event, but I'm getting flashbacks to Brian Kim and his deep run in the World Series main. He made a big fold to a very capable, very erratic, aggressive player. He was incorrect. These kind of things get ingrained into your psyche.
3 time banks remaining for Brian, who's
early Christmas donation.
gone through a few.
Seems like a wise move. Try to glean a bit of info.
Feels like you want to give me a gift. Two left.
Korsinen tight-lipped.
I got nothing from that exchange. That was I'm on my last after this runs out, yeah?
No. You still have 2. In 3 seconds, you have 1.
Okay.
Is it a gift or is it a hatchet, chat? R10's good. What does Vladimir Korsinen have tucked away between the question marks?
All right, dude.
BK makes the call. And it was a gift. 6-5 offsuit, the gut shot.
Well, Randy, Christmas has come early for none other than Brian Kim. I'm so glad I got to rewatch that hand. Has this been, it's just been going on for the last however many orbits, Korsinen in the mix?
Well, Korsinen is no longer in the tournament, so it would be very difficult. But we do have a cast of characters been attacking, trying to take the chip lead, and it's changed hands many times.
Well, it is currently Danilo Velasevic who is chip leading the final 12, 2 tables of 6, live from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Continuing coverage of this 50K. Everyone guaranteed 122,000. I'm looking through the bust outs so far. I mean, Ponakovs, Shakurchi, Tolerine, Elis, Ibinger, Roberto Perez, all on the outside looking in. This was just a stacked field. Jules Dickerson, Matt Belcher, Stephen Chidwick, Nikita Batsiakowski, Dan Smith, Ryan Kim, Jao Samal, Fedor Holtz, Seth Davies, Poseidon, Alex Foxen. How about it? So we're going to be picking up coverage on the feature table with the Brits. Chidwick, Dixon and Belcher all jousting, Randy, for the chip lead.
Yeah, you can see that the average stack is actually quite shallow with the blinds going up, and the chip leader only has 28 big blinds, so you know we could get to the final table quick.
Yeah, and I think this is something that we're going to be seeing a lot of going forward with that change in ruling, given how now there is that final table rollback, so it allows people to get shallower. The average stack is currently 19 bigs. They know once they reach that FT that they're going to roll back the levels, bring the average stack to 30 big blind average. So it's kind of satellite-y almost in a way. Does that make sense? Or
I hear what you're saying. I think it's very relevant for micro stacks when it's like final table bubble, like a lot of reasons to try to squeeze into the final table and get a little stack increase from the rollback.
Well, that is a man who is going to need a little rollback. Alex Foxen down to 8 big blinds bagged. Day one as chip leader.
Did you order a special coffee?
Chidwick.
Just an iced coffee.
They have like a
Big
coffee
blinds making another deep run here.
The coffee bar area.
Where
Or at once is crazy. As you're coming in through the metal detector, right before on your left, there's a door. It's
before the.
What's going on here, Randy? Is Fedor going to be summiting Everest soon, or?
No, it's the...
He's going scuba diving?
Which one? The mountain you did.
Oh, Kilimanjaro.
That one.
I'm buzzing for this. We're playing all the way down to a champion tonight.
Just thinking about jamming the Jack 9 of clubs. Big blinds next hand.
There is the jam. Belcher, Holtz, Davies, all going to get out of the way. Round to the big blind. Foxen's got to get it done.
Time bank stables too.
Mystery.
So currently guaranteed 2.5x. Initial buy-in, $122,000 on a 17K ladder between 12th and 11th. Of course, once we reach that final table, that's where it gets really juicy. 166,000 for 9th, 1.66 million for first. Great to see that man on center stage. Matt Belcher of the UK. Part of Punat Punsri's crew.
Okay.
Randy.
Was unaware. Didn't really expect you to say Punat Punsri's crew, given he's from the UK.
Punsri studied in the UK. Finished his.
You're right.
Yeah.
So you think when he was playing in the UK, he ran into Belcher?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they know each
Okay.
other back from back then.
There we go.
Would you believe me if I said that that cut that Belcher has on the side of his right eye is from a bullet?
Oh, I thought... No, I wouldn't.
Hold on.
But go on.
This is Ace King against Kings, and it is an ace high flop, Randy.
Bets all in pre-flop. Brutal for Kim.
This is for the chip lead.
Not enough for you like this?
At the start of this hand, Brian Kim was in 5th, Zhao was in 8th. All the money has gone in the middle. BK looking for a 1-outer. What a brutal development with 12 left. Brian had Zhao covered ever so slightly. 0.6 of a big blind. It's a pretty cold deck.
225.
It's pretty rough for Brian Kim, once upon a time chip leader in this tournament. Down to just 75,000.
There's the black.
Hand does play itself though.
He was inside, I don't think. Yeah, yeah.
There's the crumbs. Actually has a little bit more, but
225. That's what was inside.
needs to pay the big blind.
Yeah, but like this the blind price 200. This is not.
Chidwick opening bottom. Foxen in the small, Belcher in the big. Yeah, see a few people asking about Korzanin. He is out. Came 20th. Ran a savage bluff on Brian Kim. Belcher going to defend. 6-7-5 in the middle. It's the two Brits square off on the 10-5 tray. Advantage Belcher in the form of top pair. Chidwick with an overcard. Backdoor heart, some connectivity with that 4 dangler around the 3 and the 5.
Yeah, it's quite a acceptable board for Chidwick to consider a C-bet. But before we check that out, BK's in with Queen 4 of diamonds. In good shape, as Dan Smith's got the Doyle, blind versus blind.
Just 5 outs to fade with 1 to come. Brian spin this back up. Manages to hold.
It's a start.
Here we go. 5-2-5. It is a start. I mean, look, 1 more double. It's back up to like 10 bigs or so if you include the big blind ante. So back over here. Did see a C-bet. It was a sizable C-bet as well. 4-2-5 on the button. So an additional 850 going into the middle. You surprised by this sizing from Chidwick? Just really looking to make things uncomfortable, right, for like a 3 or a 5?
Yeah, even the hands that have back doors, they are less likely to check call a big bet on the flop. Of course, could be some alarm bells now with the big C-bet. Doesn't need to double barrel his turned equity.
Let's go check, check.
I would feel very confident by Belcher, even with the 5 pairing. The big bet sizings on the flop from the pre-flop raiser doesn't tend to be containing the middle and bottom pair. It's more top pair, more polar. So now you can value bet this 10 against ace highs, potentially. But he's not going to value bet, which is going to assume it goes check, check. I don't know, can Chidwick get a better hand to fold?
I'm struggling to think of better hands, right? Unless it's
Ace X of diamonds.
Sure. A 3, maybe something like ace deuce.
It just doesn't seem like the line would be that believable if he was to go bet, check, bet with big flop sizing. Then again, Chidwick might also be thinking, shouldn't Belcher bet a 10 or 5 right now? So does that mean he's just up against weak pair or ace high a lot, which he can attack?
Stevie's really chewing on this one. Does knuckle it back. Belcher shows the winner, and he moves up to second in chips with 12 left.
Could you shed light about this scar that you got cut off on earlier?
Yeah, I can. I believe he was out at a range and trying out some different guns, and yeah, he's shooting a shotgun, I believe, and he's pulled the trigger and then just felt like a really sharp pain in the top right-hand corner of his head. He's just like, what's kind of like going on? And what I believe happened is that the shell has kind of like backfired and then got jammed between his safety goggles and the side of his head. And I was saying to him, like, can we just appreciate how lucky you are to be here right now? Like, dude, this is insane, bro.
That's run good.
And yeah, he just said, like, he was like, you know, when you shoot and you're looking to see where it went, and you're like, hang on, like, where is it? I'm not seeing it, but I feel a really sharp pain in the top right-hand corner of my head.
Yep. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't really know what's happened immediately.
Yeah, I mean, very lucky man. I would have been very sad if my boy Igbo man down.
Well, it's been good play that's gotten him to the top of the chip counts.
Do you think there were people that were thinking that maybe Igbo was involved in some, like, cowboy shootout or something?
The little showdown. 10 steps. Turn around. First one to shoot wins.
Yeah. It's like, I'm your Huckleberry. Man, how did Val Kilmer not win an Oscar for that performance? Back on over here to this performance, Brian Kim's managed to spin it up a little bit more, but now all in for his tournament life. Ace-9 of clubs against Ace-Queen.
Man, that's actually a pretty good spot for Brian Kim to reshove, but running into the bigger ace.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal, especially given that it's six-handed.
See, can BK get lucky?
He can get lucky, Randy. He's not even going to be the shortest stack anymore. He's going to go from 75k back up to middle of the pack. He's looking for clubs or a 9. Wow, they're making us really wait for it, aren't they?
Here we go.
We've earned it. Here we go. That is as GG as it gets. Some hope, but Brian Kim drawing to runner. And he turns dead. Kings against ace king. All in pre, ace high flop for the chip lead. To out in 12th. Really disgusting run for BK. Unavoidable. Almost managed to spin it back up, but will head to the payout desk to collect $122,000 for his efforts. Back on over here. People saying Belcher is free rolling life now.
1.5 million.
I agree.
Fedor with the rip on the button. Take that one.
Yeah, they were just waiting for the hand to finish on this table before running out that board. So 11 left, 2 away from the final table. And yes, we are playing down to a champion tonight. So champion is going to be going home with $1,663,000. Big old payday. We have a stacked lineup, as one would expect. Jao Samau, Matt Belcher, Mikita Baziakowski, Fedor Holtz, Alex Foxton, Dan Smith, Stephen Chidwick. Woo!
So it's one table of 6 and one table of 5. The tournament director is keeping track of hands. If this goes on for extended amount of time, they're going to move one player from the 6-handed table to the 5-handed table to keep it fair.
Okay, I'm not sure if you saw it, but you didn't see it? Yeah. Yeah.
Jules not interested in tangling out of the small, neither is Stevie.
Can I get a waitress, please? Thank you.
Tony saying, why are they making us wait so long to see a flop? I've got places to be and people to see.
Can I get the blue
My man's double busy.
Thank you.
He's got to get to the shops. Got to buy some milk, a loaf of bread.
Sounds like his schedule's wrong.
He's double busy, Randy. Have you ever been double busy before?
Double busy, no.
No? When you go out, do you go out or do you go out?
Yeah, you mean double out.
Little ace queen here. For Jules, short-handed.
Foxen should be in with Jack 9. It's a button open. Jack 9 can perform all right.
Ace king 6, that is all Jules.
Jules doesn't necessarily need to bet very much. His hand's very nutted. He wants to get value. Random pairs, gut shots. Buck 25. It's enough.
What do we know about this man, Randy?
Which one? Dickerson?
Yeah.
Well, I told Ali earlier that I ran into him at food, and he was telling me that he used to watch me when he was 15 or 16 years old.
Oh, okay.
So he's a young one.
That's what I told you the other day in the booth.
Yeah, so you guys are like the same age.
He looks older than me. Just saying.
Cool.
The name does ring a bell.
But I believe he was saying he's...
Maybe it's just that you're really old, Randy. Hang on, let me see. Let's see what Wikipedia says. The
I
name
believe
does ring
he's
a bell.
French from the UK,
And there's still one for me.
from what he said earlier. Another day on stream. Dickerson, Jack 10 offsuit, gonna raise in the cutoff. Aces for Chidwick. Chidwick only has 10 big blinds. Would seem like it would be suspicious to do anything but all in. So unfortunate that Dickerson's only got Jack 10 offsuit.
Stevie looking for his second final table of the series.
What about Alex Foxen?
Yeah, tell me about it. Second title of the series. Potentially for the Fox Dog.
Fox Dog.
Okay, looks like we've got action back over here. 9-2-5 in the middle. Nikita opened on the button.
500,000.
Yeah, there's a small bet of a $1.25 on the flop. Nikita with the double barrel for value, top pair, top kicker. There's not much Dan can do now with the flush draw that's naked, out of position, especially off of 1.4. Shouldn't have much fold equity.
5 seconds.
Not getting the right price to just check call.
Fold.
Hope to hit.
Nikita building a stack. How about that man right there, our chip leader? Jounce him out. Loving the position he finds himself in.
We have a fold.
Courtesy of that ace-high flop. We got ace-king, all in against Brian King's.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Dan Smith, 9-7 offsuit. He's got, what, 11 big blinds? Could be a spot where he just tries to jam in the small blind to take down the blinds and antes.
All in.
Oh, ace-9, that can snap off.
Yeah, Poseidon's going to just take a moment to soak this up. This is a huge spot. And the reality is 12 bigs. Has to make the call, which he does. Smith is in really rough shape here. Poseidon has him dominated.
I go.
Poseidon on his feet.
Okay, some opportunities. 10 would tie it. Running hearts also an option for Smith. He has 3 outs twice. Oh, wow. That
That's a
removes
bad
the
card.
chop. That is a disgusting turn card. Removes the chop outs. Poseidon looking to just hold, which he does. Dan Smith out on the soft bubble.
Taiwan's Poseidon Ho. He's got 3.4 million now.
Oh, very healthy stack. Smith with another deep run. Took the aggressive line, blind v blind. Ran into a legit hand. He's going to collect $139,000 for his efforts. And now we're on the final table bubble. Max asking, what does soft bubble mean? So now we're on the stone bubble, right? So there's 10 left, 9 make it to the final table. Soft bubble is, you know, 2 or 3 spots away from the final table. So in Dan Smith's case, he didn't go out on the exact bubble, final table bubble, but it was kind of, you know, soft bubble.
Yeah, right before.
Exactly. Exactly, mate.
Who's got the chip lead right now?
Well, it's still Jalsamau. Nothing changed over there. Matt Belcher, just a couple of bigs back. Danilo Velasevic also playing a similar stack. Other end of the spectrum is Seth Davies. He's playing 10 bigs. Alex Foxton on 12. Stephen Chidwick on 14. So all eyes on those guys.
Aces.
Seth asking for aces.
One red, one black.
Aces sounds fun.
Only 10 bigs. Shortest stack of the tournament.
Five-handed now. Jules kicking things off with the JK. Let's see if Seth wakes up with aces. Oh, ace of spades, 5 of clubs.
Kind of.
Well,
halfway there. But it's definitely something that can see a flop.
Not sure that's how it works, Randy.
How about that?
How about that?
It's better than aces now.
Trip 5s for Shark. 6, 7, 5 out there. See if Jules just range bets this.
Yeah, when you range bet, you want to range bet small. Give yourself a good price. There's not much Davies can mess around with when unpaired. It's kind of interesting because he's so shallow where he might not need to check raise here.
275.
He's trying to get a little bit of value. Practically check raise min plus a quarter.
Yeah, also just maybe trying to get Jules to level himself. Like, what is this nonsense? This guy is just trying to outplay me on this dry board. Could make a massive misstep. Oh, he's made the call, Randy.
Nice check raise by Davies, getting paid off.
Three of diamonds on the turn. Fortunately for Jules, doesn't hit a king or a jack.
I actually wouldn't mind checking here.
Yeah, slide it on over.
You made it so small, you're inviting hands like the king jack offsuit to float. Maybe let your opponent try and catch up. That can pay off for the last 650 at some point. That's good. It's very good.
It's such a sneaky way to play this hand. Like the near min check raise, aware of the fact that Jules is going to be continuing wide, as you mentioned, Randy, and now just giving him rope with hands like this that are drawing dead to do something mad.
I think it's all right for Jules to take the free card. See what happens on the river. That's a pair of jacks.
It's a rough one for Jules. May feel inclined to call this off, you know.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It shouldn't change that much, though. Like, Davies is probably not check raising flop with naked ace high. I'd guess that Davies would want to just ask for it all himself.
Yeah.
To not let crying checkbacks, even from like some queen X's that Dickerson could have. Every single chip.
He's left one back, I think.
One white?
Yeah, 625 out of his 650. Just waiting for official confirmation, but there it is. One chip back.
I think Jules can get away from this. It just would have. This has to be like a very heroic bluff. Check raise, almost min, check turn, bluff river. Wow, he makes the call. How did Davies just get max from that? Well played.
Seth Davies up to 2.5 million. He asked for aces. He got dealt the second best thing.
Fedor Holtz, he's on 3.8.
That was insane. Okay.
Wow, it looks like on the river, Zhao tried bluffing Fedor.
Give it 1%, you know, I wasn't
Yeah, he did. Went check check on the flop. Joao bet 325k on the turn on the ace, and he bluffed the river all in. Got snapped by 2 pair.
Are we sure Fedor's not going on an Antarctica expedition?
Well, with a lot of money, potentially.
Also follows up with the final table now.
Recently engaged.
You know.
Yeah, I thought that you had a sexy.
No. Just out of respect, you know.
See, Kristen Foxon looking on Alex at our feature table.
Yeah, I believe she's going to fire that 30k turbo, event number 7. We're in the gym today together, Andy.
Okay.
Me, Chrissy, Espen, and Nachito. She was talking about that massive fox in hand yesterday against Leon Sturm that basically guaranteed him to bag day one as chip leader, where he check raise flop on a king 4-3 of 6-5, turn 7, completing the nut straight, check raise turn, and then jammed river, and Leon, after time banking for a good 7 minutes or so, flicked in the call with king queen. For at the time was a 170 big blind pot, I believe.
Yeah.
Chrissy was like, Alex just gets paid in those spots. People just don't believe him. Do you want to know what Nacho's take was on it, Randy?
What was Nacho? That's the real one I want to hear.
Nacho was like, listen, if the guys double check raise me and still manage to find the jam on the river, he just deserves the pot, bro. Just fold. That was Nacho's logic.
Just an achievement.
Yeah, he's just like, look, if this guy is running the most insane bluff, then, you know, he's earned it. Let him have it. Talking of Foxen, here he is.
Take a walk, Stevie.
Man, the action keeps happening over on this table, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
Back over here, Danilo, couple of tens. Raise and take. Well, Danilo with that raise and take has taken the chip lead. Matt Belcher's in second, Fedor's in third, Side and Hose in fourth. Belcher's going to get out of the way. Seth Davies in the cutoff. Queen 8 of diamonds. Perhaps a different spot. Would V-pip this one. Looks like he's still going to come in with min. Wow, Jules has a couple of tens.
That's a good hand.
Rejammable.
Might even 3-bet smaller to induce.
You're a sicko, Randy.
I mean, with tens, you do have a lot of under pairs that could potentially play back at you, but he's just going to go the simple route. It's ace king for Chidwick.
Mamma mia.
Gotta go with this. Dickerson is reshoving hands worse than ace king, like ace queen, like ace jack. Slight dog, 2 pocket pairs. I don't see how he can ever get away from this.
Chidwick's going to take the rejam. That much we know. Seth's going to get out of there. And when I say this flip is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity, I mean it. Huge collision here on the stone bubble of the final table of this 50K. Biggest Mayan tournament of the series so far, with 1.66 million up top. That's what one of these remaining 10 is going to be going home with tonight. Jules just looking to hold. If he does, he's going to eliminate a very tough opponent.
That's
Just
a
a
bad
draw.
play. You have nothing.
Chidwick still with nothing. Just a draw to ace or king.
What an absurd spot. 6 outs once for Chidwick to stay alive, otherwise we are down to the final table. Ace or a king needed. Can he get there against the 10s? No. Deuce of diamonds completes the run out. Jules Dickerson wins a monster flip. 4 million plus chip pot going his way with the 10s. With that, he's going to be coming into the final table tied for the chip lead. Dispatches of one of the greatest of all time. Relief for everyone else. Wow. Did not expect it to go in like that, but here we are. That's all it took. It was a classic flip. We're down to the final table. Everyone going to be guaranteed $166,000 for their efforts, but of course they'll all be eyeing up that top prize of 1.66 million. Stacked final table, as one would expect, as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy Foxon coming in 9 of 9, but we've seen him do it before. Can he do it again? He's on the hunt for his second title here in Montenegro. Seth Davies, great to see him back at a big final table, along with the likes of Mikita Baziakowski, Fedor Holtz. A couple of, relative newcomers, Poseidon Ho. He's made a massive FT here. He's coming in 5th. Matt Belcher, Jules Dickerson, and of course the Serb, our chip leader, Danilo Valasevic, will be coming in looking to clinch that 1.6 million top prize. Randy, we're going to be stepping away just for a couple of minutes. The stage is going to get set, and obviously when we return, we're going to be playing down to a champion here in this 50K. We'll see you very shortly.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the 50K event number 6 here. Randy Lew alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, on call for this one. Randy, I've pulled up the final table seat draw, and I do want to ask you kind of straight off the bat, looking around, it looks like 1 and 3 in chips sat side by side. Is there anything else you notice from that seat draw?
Well, if I'm looking at the seat draw, I'm really liking Fedor Holtz's seat. He's got position on Dickerson, who's got a big stack. He's across from other big stacks as well. He's got Poseidon Ho, who's only got 24 bigs to his left, and Fox on 10 big blinds, so he can kind of stab away at them. I think Fedor's got the best seat in the house.
So Dickerson kind of across the table, as you pointed out. He's, I mean, I wouldn't say able to just avoid playing pots against those guys, but he can kind of just pick and choose his spots, right? Once Velacevic is out of the hand, once Belcher's out of the hand, just opens the door for Dickerson to kind of play the role of table captain.
Yeah, I think Dickerson's in a really good spot. He's going to be able to put a lot of pressure on Samel, who's sitting on 30 big blinds. Davies has 19. In terms of the worst seat, I think Badziakowski's got the worst of it. He's got Velacevic and Belcher right behind him, and he's sitting on 25, which is healthy, but like every time he opens, he's probably going to get flatted or 3-bet, so he needs to just kind of stay quiet.
And it is healthy because we have, of course, rolled back the blinds. Now, as you can see, we were playing big blind 125K. We're now coming back to 9 hands left of big blind 100K. So the average stack has gone up to 32 bigs. Foxon, the shortest stack, with 12. Danilo with 47, tied for the chip lead with Jules. And with that average stack rollback, it does just allow for a little bit more playability, Randy. I expect, compared to some of the other final tables where it's been on the shorter side, that here we're going to see, you know, some spiciness. People are going to be taken to the streets. We're going to be seeing some flops. And it's going to allow for people to try and, you know, pick on certain opponents and outplay them.
Yeah, I think the rollback is really nice for the shortest stacks. So now Foxon's got a couple more big blinds. He gets another orbit, hopefully find a spot. But even like Davies and Makita, you know, they've increased their stack a little bit, give them time to kind of try to attack. But, you know, the big stacks are still very healthy.
Payouts, Randy, 1.66 million going to the champion. I have to ask, when you're sat here 9 left, 166K guaranteed, are we just focused on playing one hand at a time, or does that top prize kind of creep into the back of your head and you're thinking, wow, you know, 1.6 million up top, trophy, or is it a case of, look, we can't get distracted, we need to just focus on the task at hand right now?
I mean, we need to focus on the task at hand. Yes, you know, winning the tournament gives you the most prize, right? It's very top heavy. We get the Triton trophy, but players are always very aware of ICM. It becomes much more relevant when you get towards 5 remaining, etc., because the pay jumps are just bigger each and every time.
Now, of course, a couple of the storylines emerging here. I mean, Foxon, if he does the impossible, and it does feel like it's the impossible, coming in 9 of 9 with 12 bigs, he would pick up his 2nd title of the series, be his 4th overall. Obviously got Fedor Holtz, another Triton OG, just looking at his Triton track record. He's got 4 titles, looking to join that very exclusive 5-time champion club, along with the likes of Danny Tang and Phil Ivey. So yeah, Fedor looking to join that club. And of course, let's not forget Mikita Badziakowski, a 5-time champ himself. Seth Davies also would love nothing more than to pick up a piece of gold here. And then some of the newcomers as well. Randy, you know, Matt Belcher, Jules Dixon, Danilo. Not many final tables under their belts, but they are 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in chips. So I guess, you know, all eyes are going to be on them from the start as we look to throw it down to Luca Vivaldi, who's going to be introducing the final table here of this 50K.
$143 entries in this event number 6, the 50K No Limit Hold'em. We are down to final table of 9. It's time to find out who's gonna take home this beautiful trophy, glory, and $1.6 million. It's my pleasure to introduce you to your final table. Scene number 1 from Taiwan with 3 million. Please welcome Poseidon Ho.
Let's go, Poseidon Ho, his first final table of the Triton series, coming in 5th of 9.
In scene number 2 from the US with 1.2 million. Please welcome Alex Foxon.
This man needs no introduction. He's won 11 million in the last 7 months at the Triton Series. He's on the hunt for title number 4.
RC number 3 from Belarus with 2.5 million. Please put your hand together for Mikita Badziakowski.
He has over 27 million in Triton earnings, 5 titles and 43 cashes. If he can close this one out here, he'll make it 6.
From Serbia, RC number 5 has 4.7 million. Please welcome Danilo Velašević.
Coming in as the tournament chip leader, his 3rd final table of the Triton Series. Can the Serb close this out?
EC number 6 from the UK with 4.3 million. Please welcome Matthew Belcher.
Matt Igbo Belcher. Massive FT for him. Coming in 3rd at chips.
C number 7 from the US with 1.9 million. Please welcome Seth Davies.
Seth Davies, one of the Triton OGs, 36 cashes. Would love nothing more, Andy, than to finally
From Brazil,
clinch the gold.
LC number 8 with 2.9 million. Please welcome João Simão.
Join us for the first time this series. Great to see him here representing the Brazilian Armada. João with his first
C
final
number 9
table.
from the UK with 4.7 million. Please welcome Jules Dickelson.
Coming in tied for the chip lead, this being Jules' 3rd cash of the series. Love to pick up 1.6
And
million
last but not
payday.
least, closing down this final table in C number 10 with 3.5 million from Germany. Please welcome Fedor Holz.
Fedor with over 20 million in earnings, 4 titles and 30 cashes. Looking to make it 5 here in Montenegro.
Our button has been drawn on set. We roll back the blinds to 50, 100. We're gonna play a minimum on this level of 9 hands. I wish you all the very best of luck. Carl, shuffle up in the place.
Thanks, Luca. Thanks, Carl. Shuffle Up and Deal has been announced. There is your final table of event number 6 here in Montenegro, and it is a stacked FT. Foxen, Davies, Mikita, João, Poseidon, Fedor, Belcher, Dickerson, and Danilo. That's what they're playing for. Currently guaranteed $166,000 for their efforts. Currently on a 42k pay jump between 9th and 8th.
Yeah, there's currently no clear chip leader, but clearly only one at the bottom in terms of chip counts, which is Foxen. 12 big blinds, 1.2 million. First hand being dealt now.
Let's get it. Who you rooting for, chat? Let us know. Who do you want to see take down this 50k here?
Foxen's going to attack with the rollback, giving him an opportunity to have some raised folds.
Oh, sorry. Good save. Got a goalkeeper.
French goalkeeper.
Yeah, there we go. National team.
Basket. Good name.
And a code. Thank you.
Foxen might get himself in a bit of trouble here. Randy's opened from early position as the short stack. Ace, Jack 8, a board texture that he's expected to kind of pounce on. We really are in for a show here, by the way.
And the thing is, Foxen opening off with 12 big blinds early position contains a lot of ace-X. So we can really try and represent this board. Let's see how Dickerson wants to approach ace-deuce, playing the shallow stack.
Yeah, Jules, of course, going nowhere. 800k in the middle, SPR of around 1 as Dickerson turns Foxen dead. Having the 9 feels like a bad card to have, blocking some of the hands you want to try and fold out.
Yeah, Foxen can really only bet this turn card if he feels that all jacks and all the 8x's are just going to check fold. He's going to try. Seems like that's what he thinks is in Dickerson's range.
What do you think here, Randy? I mean, Jules just with a very clear-cut call.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. You want to try to sell the story that you're holding a jack or an 8, and maybe your opponent can try to bluff you off of that. That card should slow things down because Foxen does beat the 8 now.
1.3 million chip pot going Dickerson's way straight off the bat. He's taken the chip lead from Danilo. Perhaps more importantly, he's taken chips from Alex Foxen, who's down to 6 bigs.
Fold. Fold.
Makita, 25 big blinds, early position. Never thrilled about this, obviously, but will come with open.
He looks cozy.
Looks very cozy. Ultra in the hijack, suited ace.
Kind of a tricky spot. Suited ace 9. Up against a 25 big blind open. He's gonna push it back on Makita.
This is this is a little bit of spice and everything nice, Randy.
Looks like he went small, 3-bet to 450.
Actions on Jow, I believe.
Ace queen. Wow.
Against these positions is...
Look at this. This is cool. We're clicking. It's almost limit hold'em.
This is insane. +2 open, hijack 3-bet. Jow's found the cold 4-bet on the button.
His sizing is perfect too. He knows that Belcher can't really continue without the goods. And there's also a lot of 3-bet folds off of that stack that's very polar. Yeah, that's cool. He only risked 750k to get that cold 4-bet in, and it worked.
750 to win 900. Great awareness there from the Brazilian. Grant saying it would be nice to see Davies finally get one. Rosebug saying, thank you to all the people who make the Triton Poker Series. It's the best poker broadcast by a mile. I have to agree with you. And the reason for that is because we have Nanonoko.
Come on.
No.
Let's be real.
No, stop it.
It's the highest stakes buy-in. So many different tournaments. The best players show up. Production's great.
Randy, stop glazing, okay? And accept it. I've thoroughly enjoyed working with you over the years, mate. It's been a lot of fun. We've had a lot of A lot of huge FTs, a lot of poker history that we've managed to call the action from. I'm just, you know, getting a little bit sentimental around
Thank you so much,
serious,
buddy.
man.
But you know, it really is. It's the players, it's the stakes. We get to show you every single, you know, cards. It's just amazing. And you know, we run the very unique tournaments, 200K invitationals, 100K main events.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at the field. It's a $50,000 buy-in. We have 143 entries in this very event. Day after day, so many final tables. It's a treat.
It really is. Yeah, the fact that we get a front row seat to it on a daily basis is really unique.
And then sometimes we just give you a look at the hidden doors, the secret cash game.
Yeah, that's been so much fun. I hope we get at least one more session.
A lot of those participants will be joining that 200K invitational coming up tomorrow.
Did you hear that? I almost flicked it in.
Invitational.
Yeah, I'm not even joking. Espen doesn't have a partner. And we were talking about it. I was like, well...
Oh, you're going to invite Espen?
Yeah, I was like, I can't let the commentary team down because, you know, that means that you guys would have to do it 3-man rotation because obviously I'm going to final table. Obviously, if I play it.
All right.
But
All right, buddy.
I'm going to play the next one.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm looking forward to it. You want to buy a piece?
Of Espen? Yeah.
5 seconds. Sold. Sold.
525.
Okay.
Call.
Poseidon with the limp. Foxen's got rags in the big. See how he perceives this.
I think it's actually kind of interesting because he's so short and he's wondering why Poseidon didn't jam.
And check.
He's going to take the free flop. It's great for Poseidon.
Well, yeah, he's allowed Poseidon
Check.
to flop enough of a piece to take an 88% lead.
And check.
Diamond on the turn. Foxen with that 3 of diamonds dangler.
It's not going to get to see a river card.
I guess Foxen just gives Poseidon credit for having traps pre-flop.
Yeah, he's a bit of an unknown entity, so it's hard for Foxen to make assumptions and yeah, just have to fold. Nicely done. 3 million now for Poseidon Ho of Taiwan.
Would love to see him go on, make a bit of a run here, top 5 kind of situation. Just loves poker. Loves the investment industry as well, doing a lot of cool things over there.
Raise to 200,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
Ace 10 for Danilo.
Call. Fold.
Opening things up front. Poseidon flatting on the button with the ace jack. Nikita has king jack in the big blind.
He can throw another big blind in there. Complete. Squeezing doesn't seem to be the play to go for, given the UTG open from Velocevic. That's nice from Makita. Top pair, jack kicker.
Danilo with middle pair, backdoor clubs. 750 out there. Let's see how he wants to proceed on this ball texture.
Betting is what he's going to go with. 150 to 750. 20% pot. Clean draw to the nuts for Poseidon. He's in. Probably not much check raising for Makita unless he's very comfortable getting in 2 million. There's some short stacks like Foxen who's sitting on 4 bigs, so it would seem a bit reckless to check raise King Jack at this point.
This is a really fun one. Not often do you see 3 players take it to a flop, and even less occasion do you see them go to a turn with money going in on the flop. 6 of clubs. I assume Vlasovic wants to just try and get this to a river.
Yeah, I like checking here because it feels very likely someone's holding the king. That's not going to fold.
Oh no. Don't do it, Poseidon.
I wouldn't mind him just taking the free card, but he doesn't seem to think the same thing.
375,000.
Doesn't go too big. Sub 1/3. Makita has to feel somewhat uncomfortable here, but
for that price, gotta continue.
Still has Danilo behind as well.
I wonder if Danilo can ever just say, ship it, and really just put some heat on like a King Jack.
That would be sick, you know.
It would be.
Like it's like blocking one of the strongest hands, which is 10s.
King 10 too.
King 10.
Nice. Doesn't feel like we're gonna see it, but it's definitely worth considering. Especially if he thinks Poseidon. Well, I love this play. Just think about it. If Poseidon, even if Poseidon had like King, Queen, King, Jack, he's sandwiched.
Yeah.
I
love this.
Foxen has 4 bigs.
This is so sick from Danilo.
This is cool. What does Makita think about it? Like, Makita could be just drawing to the Jack.
Power poker being played at the highest level here from Danilo. Poseidon perhaps going to kick himself a bit for not taking a free run. Same for Makita.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to the muck, doesn't it? He's like, seriously, buddy? Check raise all in? Is it Makita?
Let's think this through. I mean, Makita maybe ask himself, would he really do this with, like, Ace King? Aces, what a power jam. Power jam, Randy.
Power jam. That was max power. That's well deserved by Vlasovic.
Desue, brate moj.
What does that mean?
Just like, how's it going, my brother? Something like that in Serbian. It means like, where are you at? But like, how are you? Idemo. You watch tennis, Randy?
Nope.
You ever see Novak Djokovic just win? The Serbs, man, I'm telling you.
That was such a cool play.
That's gonna make the highlight reel. Clip it.
We have a fold. 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 Fold.
Ace queen for Fedor.
Raise to 225,000. Fold. 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 Thank you.
Round to our chip leader. 4-3 offsuit. Bottom of range. Does obviously have the ability to push Fedor around post flop.
Yeah, because he has such a big chip lead, he's expecting free turn cards quite a bit against Fedor, who's in the middle of the pack, which allows him to defend this kind of weakish hand.
Well, these guys aren't going to make it to the player party, Randy.
No?
I think they're okay with that. They're okay with the fact that they're not going to make it.
Thank you.
Well, it's only 1.66 up top. Maybe they can sit out a few hands?
Yeah?
Just
mean,
kidding, of course.
Odie saying Randy gets asked a lot of questions about things that he has no answers to. But he answers it. Do you watch tennis? No. Do you remember this quote from this movie? No. Do you pack your own luggage?
No.
See? I know my man.
Do I change my own placard on the iPad? No.
Man's living the life. Minimal decision making in order to have max brain power in poker.
You know it.
I like it. They say, what pop culture references is Randy familiar with? I'm going to take a guess here. I'm going to say Hearthstone.
That's old.
You used to play?
I played a little bit, yeah.
You dabbled?
Dabble.
What else? Do you watch any like TV series or?
Yeah, I've turned on a TV before.
Well, Randy, we're all surprised. Please do tell.
Do we have anything brewing? Let's see, Queen 8 suited. Not a delightful hand in the small.
Igbo. In the big blind, dominated ace.
Igbo?
Igbo, I-G-B-O, Igbo. Get used to it, Randy. It's a name you need to learn.
It's a screen name or something?
It's just a name you're going to get familiar with, okay? If
Sounds like 4 random strokes of the keyboard.
No, that sounds like that's what your name is. Is your name actually Randy?
It's Nano. Middle name, no. Last name, go. Was your real name actually Henry?
I'm going to let you in on a...
Is it Henrik?
On a little secret, Randy. My father wanted to call me Hank.
Oh.
H-A-N-K.
Yeah, what happened?
My mum said, go to hell. She's like, there ain't no way I'm naming my son Hank. So they
found Henry?
They compromised somehow. I think it has like the H and the N are in the same place, so my dad was like, okay, that's a good compromise. I'll take 2 of the 4 letters.
Is that a true story?
That is a true story.
Huh. Odd.
Dan Reed said, was Randy not a boss man at Street Fighter? Have I made that up? You used to dabble in Street Fighter as well, Randy?
I did.
Did you really?
I did. I used to travel, play some tournaments.
Wow.
But main passion, of course, was poker.
Yeah, I was going to say, when did you discover poker then? So you're traveling around playing these games?
Yeah, that was in uni. So around 18 years old, roughly.
When you were playing Street Fighter?
Poker.
Okay.
No, Street Fighter was before that and during that time. So, yeah. Surprisingly, you can make more in one of the 2 games.
Yeah.
Think you know which one?
Yeah, I had to have the same conversation with myself.
There's a lot of people who you know, transition to poker from gaming.
Yeah, I was playing Counter-Strike 1.6 for money against my classmates and other people at the local schools, and then they were playing like a weird variant of Stud in the internet cafe that I would play Counter-Strike in, and they were like, Henry, like, why are you wasting your time? Just like, come and gamble with us. So, yeah, there we go. Poseidon with the 3-bet. Against second in chips.
Look at the position. It's UTG versus UTG +2. So Poseidon is repping a strong range. He's 3-betting when there's a Foxen 375k stack out there. So technically Poseidon's get-in range is supposed to be super strong.
This is really grim. I mean, wow. Fair
Dickerson,
play. Fair play to Dickerson for finding
always
this.
knows. He's good.
That is a great find. And now we have a bit of a unique dynamic. Randiers, Danilo and Jules have done a great job at separating themselves from the rest of the pack. They're both tied for the chip lead, playing around 60 bigs apiece.
Okay, so we're back to the original blinds before the rollback. 51-25. Been a big fan of Jules Dickerson. He shows no fear. $250. Foxen can't get dealt a hand. He's out. Jules has been showing fight, so he's coming along with 10-8 offsuit.
Been a while since we've had a Fedor Holtz final table. FT, the 25k WPT Global Slam in Jeju, came 5th in that one for 529. I say it's been a while. That was only a couple of months ago, but it's just so surprising whenever an entire series goes by and Fedor doesn't lift the trophy. Came 3rd in the 100k main in Paradise, 3rd in the 150k in Monte Carlo, as well as 3rd in the 100k in Monte Carlo. Continuing here, what's Jules thinking? 10 of clubs, doing something crazy? Right, it's coming with float, Randy. I don't think Fedor's the guy that I want to be floating out position against.
It's pretty interesting to float 10-8 offsuit on 3-3 deuce. Ace-King does rate to be the best hand quite a bit on this run out so far. Yeah, this is where the problem with floating against a player like Fedor out of position is. He's very aware where he's at. Still betting Ace-King for value. Well done.
#1 on Germany's all-time money list. 4-time champion. No eliminations thus far at this FT. Push Insane has gambled or busted. Well, if you don't see him at the table, given that this is the final table meaning the last table left, whoever you don't see in the 9 seats being occupied by the players at this table means that they are no longer in the tournament. That was a bit passive-aggressive from me. That was directed towards Randy.
Towards me?
Yeah, but I took it out on someone when I wanted to take it out on you, Randy. So I do apologize to the chat. That was Randy's fault.
Okay. Big fold from Makita with the ace-9 of hearts against the 3 big blind open Foxen. Belcher, ace-5 off. Belcher's the one that's going to give King Jack a spin. Okay, so Makita folded ace-9 hearts. Wow. Makita's like, I don't want to see this board run out.
GG's Fox Dog. Million out there. Belcher putting it in with the ace high. Foxen calling it off, of course, with the 2 overs. Jack of hearts has 29% equity. Foxen's going to need to get lucky. 2 cards to come. Make that 1. If he's going to win his 2nd title of the series, needs to find a king or a jack. Oh.
Jack for Foxen. It's live. 2 title chasing here, Montenegro.
Finds the jack on the river. Small dent to Matt Belcher's stack. Everyone was watching on, hoping to ladder $42,000. You're asking, is Belcher a VIP? He is.
That's all you're going to say? He is.
It's just the VIP, isn't he?
On to Fedor Holtz. Queen 6 offsuit. Maybe 75K more if he wants to call, but he says, Poseidon, do you want to call off your stack? Nope.
Yeah, really tough for Poseidon given that there are 4 shorter stacks. Foxen, Badziakowski, Seth. No eliminations thus far. You're asking, any idea when the dinner break is? Good question.
Later.
Good answer. Good answer, Andy. Pretty quiet out there, isn't it? Not as chatty as some of the tables we've had up until now. Perhaps some energy being preserved by the players. They know they're here for the long haul. This is going to be a grind.
Well, Foxen can come along with knight-8 offsuit in the big. He's the shortest stack. Hand plays all right. He's kind of got that stop and go kind of stack at the moment. 1 SPR remaining. Depending on certain flops, he might rip. He might check. We'll see. DVD.
Is that enough?
It could
shot?
be. If he feels he can get a better hand to fold, then certainly he's going to consider it. Does he think ace high would fold that doesn't have a gut shot?
Foxen in the tank. 7-2-5 out there. We can obviously see he'd be getting snapped off.
Oh, he's pushing it.
Good luck, sir. He's going to need to find a jack again.
It's a 2 million chip pot. Looking for the jack.
He found it before on the river. Can he find it again? Oh, add a 6 to the equation.
You like that, Foxen?
Jack or a 6 needed. Otherwise, Foxen is going to be our first elimination of this final table. Does not find it.
GG, Foxen. Well played.
Came in 9 of 9. Tried spinning the wheel. I guess the first blow, of course, was that King-9 hand against Jules Dickerson's ace-deuce. It was then incredibly short-stacked. We'll head to the payout desk to pick up 166,000 for his efforts. Meaning he has crossed the $12 million Triton earnings mark. The man is a beast. Absolute beast. Third cash of the series. I'm sure we'll be seeing him jump straight into that 30k turbo. He'll join his wife and who else is in that field? A lot of big names over there.
Well, the pay jump's been acquired for everyone else. Ace-5 suited. Dickerson really likes to play pots. Doesn't matter about his opponent's stacks. Be pretty surprised if he doesn't continue with Ace-5 suited in some manner. They are the big stacks of the tournament, but he does let it go, which is great for Velocevic. Would have been in the tricky spot of 2 sevens. Fedor's turn, Queen-Jack of diamonds. There's 3 people in the 11 to 13 big blind territory. You can see these big stacks saying, maybe next time.
Well, Danilo is just loving life after getting that incredible bluff through 2 opponents. Finds himself sat atop of the chip counts.
Yeah, I feel like that play is actually paying extra dividends. Like, as the chip leader, lots of players are much less apt to kind of go after you, so we can get a lot more pre-flop raises in, take down more blinds and antes. It's been smooth sailing ever since that play from Velocevic.
Really has been. The Serb finds himself chip leader with 8 left.
Dickerson with the raise. Queen 10 off. In comes Velocevic, chip leader.
I think the Serb is going to find a way to win this one. 6-7-5 out there. Jules second in chips, although Jules is...
He's feisty.
He's really feisty. He's got different flavor, man. I mean, we saw him with the 10-8 float against the Fedor C-bet just an orbit or so ago. But here he is, Danilo leading out.
Let's see how feisty Dickerson will be with just Queen 10 high. Chip leader leading into you doesn't exactly scream strength. Then again, it's hard to play back when you're very healthy. Second in chips overall.
Yeah, just gets out of there.
Easy game.
Velocevic continues to climb. Click up saying Danilo's aggro. I like it. He's Serbian. I mean, would you ever really expect a Serb to take a passive approach to any sport? Hold up, saying the board was 379. I heard the commentator saying 567. What are you talking about, bro? Rewind the tape. Stop trolling.
King Jack offsuit now for Belcher. Decent hand to defend with.
Defend he will. King high flop could be fireworks. And there you go, right on cue. King 8-6. Both players flopping top pair. Let's see if Jules wants to mix in some checkbacks with this particular holding. Does not. Continues for 2-2-5. Third pot. Action back on Belcher.
Interesting spot because King Jack is clearly very strong on this texture. Potentially a check raise spot if you're willing to commit by the river at some point.
Oh wow, Belcher has come with a check raise. This gets pretty dicey for Jules. I mean, it feels like he has to call at least one street here. An additional 3-2-5 being asked of.
Yeah, there really is no folding with top pair on the flop after a check raise. You need to protect your c-betting range. So far, well played by Belcher, getting push-in chips with the better hand, the 8. I would say it's not that scary, although probably maybe a little bit more in Dickerson's range. You wouldn't expect Belcher to check raise mid-pair. Dickerson might have been betting range on king high texture, so could have some 8Xs. Should be a lot of slowdown from Belcher. This is really nice to see for Jules. He has the best hand a lot. He doesn't need to charge too much, though. Especially when he's holding at 9 of diamonds, he blocks some of the draws. He blocks some of the outs from hands that are willing to check raise, bluff. Check back's pretty good.
So after checking through on the turn, let's see if Belcher can extract some additional value here. Jules getting himself in trouble with pretty wide open.
A value bet would be quite nice with King Jack. Can't let your opponent do the betting.
650.
650. Kind of feels like you're getting milked if you're Jules. Was there ever worse value? No, it doesn't seem like it. A King 7 is probably not check raising the flop.
Rainbow texture. I wonder if there are some hands. Well, that's a fantastic fold.
Nice.
Wow.
Well done.
Against that size, I don't even know how I feel about that fold. I mean, results-wise, it's great. You get 4-1 on a call with that hand.
But if you can't think of any hands your opponent's bluffing with, and saving a 650 there.
That's huge.
Very nice.
That is huge.
It's a great read. You put in enough resistance on the flop with the bet call. Figure that Belcher won't be messing around anymore. You played it good.
Yeah, that's a good fold. Must be a call in theory. I mean, well, I don't think we have King 9-0. In theory.
Sometimes we throw theory out the door. Go off our gut feeling. He was right.
I'll throw you out the door in a minute, Randy.
Why?
I don't know.
250.
People asking about the mystery bounty. Poker Chat Pro saying, will Jesse win over 800k or under 800k in the bounty draw? His expected EV is 900k. His expected EV is 960. He's got 12 bounties. 80k EV per bounty. Knowing Jesse, I think he's probably going to pull the top 12 bounties.
That's your read.
My read for Poseidon is top set.
And he's going to win this pot? Because he's not going to want to slow down all the complicated turns that could arrive.
250.
And even though Seth has that ace of clubs, it's very dicey given the stacks. Can't really continue. Not that shallow.
Nice little pick up there for Poseidon. Joe Wilson saying Henry chose violence today.
Towards me.
Yeah, I don't know, Randy. You're just catching strays today, man. It's
you right there, buddy?
I'm great. You're the one catching strays. I feel bad for you. Like, what did you do? You just got some bad karma coming your way today. Were you talking trash about me or something in private?
No.
No? Okay.
Why would I? You're my favorite.
He's bluffing. He's bluffing at this conversation. But we're not going to bluff about the mystery bounty. See a lot of people asking when are the bounties going to be drawn. Now, obviously, our primary focus here is this 50k. We have the players' party going on. And we thought, Randy, well, when in Rome,
275.
with that players' party, we're going to do the draw at the party. Arnie Nishant's down there with the players, mixing it up, you know, a bit of change of scenery, beachside, stunning venue. So players are really looking forward to that bounty draw ceremony. And of course, we're going to be posting all of the results and the content over on our socials, so IG, Twitter. So do drop us a follow, obviously, if you aren't already. And check that out. But there will be no bounty draw on the stream as we've got this final table to focus on.
Get him, Joel.
1.6 million up top. You know, these Brazilians, man, they're just something special.
It's controlled aggression, well timed. Can't run them over.
Blister.
Wait, who folded King Queen? Chat's going crazy. Let me rewind it. Where was it? Poseidon, early position. No, I think it's fine, chat, with ICM. I think it's absolutely fine. You guys are tripping.
You have to remember.
You got Makita on 9 bigs. You got Seth on 10.
Yes, exactly. And pay jump's obviously sizable. Survive another, you get another buy-in back. Somehow, Queen 6 off. It's a tough big blind to get involved with. Outkicked. The 6x.
Would like to see Jules take something like Jack 6, make it 3x, 3.5x. Perhaps the Jow effect. Somehow it's so tough to play against such a formidable opponent.
$125K. No spade in hand for Dickerson.
Yeah, it feels like he's going to have better hands to be stubborn with. Triton mod can't spell socials. Jeej. It's not Makita, but everyone's stealing Makita's style. He's bottom of the chip counts with 9 bigs, practically tied down there with Seth. Poseidon with 15, needs to double up, and then he's in a very comfortable position to be tied with Belcher, Dixon, and Holtz. But yeah, Holtz, Jules, Matt, all kind of handcuffed right now, letting Danilo and Jow do what they gotta do. Given the nature of the beast, the short stacks.
It seems like Fedor has maintained his stack very well, despite not getting involved too much. 34 big blinds, 4.3 mil. Solid game, ace queen offsuit. Raise them all, but one.
Good luck, Makita.
You're gonna gonna fold like Kristen Bicknell? Have you seen the fold?
Yeah. If all of you goes all in.
Get heads up with one chip.
Yeah, that sounds like a great plan.
Let's go bats. Randy, give me some odds.
It's me, sorry.
Odds on what?
Odds on Fedor winning this.
That's just a random ask.
I just, you know, he's shown up with the jacket and the glasses combo.
You feeling Fedor right now?
I feel like
it's a good bet.
It's always a good bet. Title number 5. Joe with a couple of ducks in the cutoff. Thinks better of it. I love watching just the best players in the world navigate these FTs. You really do learn a lot. And yes, we are live. Randy and I are watching the same delayed stream as you. We're on about a 40-minute delay or so to obviously protect the integrity of the game.
This is out of line from Fedor, perceiving Poseidon to be playing snug off of the 15 big blind stack.
Do you want to know how sick Fedor is, right? The other day, you know the WPT Global Slam, they wrapped it up with 5 left.
Okay.
And then they said, look, come back for day 3. Fedor was in event number 2. And we're on break. And he started walking towards the room where he thought the final table was being played out because his friend Tom Fuchs was obviously there, final 5. He said, Henry, like, where are they? I said, oh, they've wrapped up, 5 left, they come back tomorrow for day 3. He was like, what's the reason for that? It's like, well, you know, don't want the players to be super fatigued. They're playing for, you know, big money. And Fedor just turned around and says, no, you should make them, like, play until 4 or 5 a.m. until they crown a champion. He's like, this is what we're here for. Like, we're here to compete. Like, this isn't just, you know, theory. It's also energy. It's also, like, how long can you go? How long can you stay awake? All of these things. I was like, Fedor, you're sick in the head, bro. But I like it. He's just that competitive. He was like, he couldn't believe that we had let them go home at 1 a.m. to get some rest and come back the next day to play the rest of the final table. It's like, no, make them play until 6 a.m.
Well, you know, the Triton series, we like to give, you know, like a positive playing environment.
Yeah.
Hence why we stopped the tournament earlier. We don't want the players to be that fatigued, you know, and sure, Fedor is willing to go outside the box and play Iron Man, but not everyone feels the same.
Well, he feels like that's where the edge can come from. And I agree.
10-9 of diamonds into the muck. Davies just quietly waiting for a better spot. Easy jam spot for Makita. He's in the small blind with an ace. This will create some distance between him and Seth Davies if he can get this one through.
5 seconds.
He'll probably leave a little bit back. All but one once again. Head shakes always what you want to see.
Shows the ace of hearts.
75, 150.
Back up to 12 bigs. Let's go, Makita. Mine's going up to 75k, 150k. I don't know. I don't know, man. Who do I want to see heads up in this one?
Well, sounds like Fedor and who?
I gotta back my boy Matt Belcher, you know. Like, I might not be allowed back in Thailand if I don't.
What'd you say his name was? Igloo? No?
That's brilliant. We got to clip that. I'm gonna change his name to Igloo in my phone. That's brilliant. His name's Igbo. Nickname's Igbo.
That was close.
I'm gonna change his name to Igloo though.
All in.
Milosevic jams pocket threes into Belcher. Gets it through.
Put your black chips in front, please.
I think it's easier just to look at the screen.
I know, but I like to see.
Oh, okay.
Can I or not?
They're pretty.
Or just...
Sometimes it's wrong.
You think?
Yeah, I've seen people make mistakes when it jumps.
Yeah, yeah.
One level behind. Oh, it's one.
Yeah, but in the big blinds is yeah, but chip count is right.
300.
Dickerson, ace-9 offsuit. Gonna min raise. Big blind being 75K, 150K now. Milosevic, ace-queen. You might even say all of it. He actually comes in with flat. Means he's not comfortable stacking off against Dickerson. Davies comes along. Queen 10 off. There's already 1.125 in the pot. King high texture. No pair for all three.
Check.
Seth on dire straits here, just 800K back. See how Danilo wants to proceed here. King 6-5. Checked round to him.
It's an okay stab spot for ace queen. He's gonna check. That's a fun one.
That is. Gives Jules the gut shot. And the nut flush. Danilo with the queen of spades.
Check.
It's a bit unclear how to navigate ace-9 off here. A lot of good draws. Says he has bets 450. Queen of spades is not too bad either. Jules with the chip. Up. Davies is super short. He's only got 5 bigs now. After defending there and check folding the turn. Fedor, ace-10 offsuit, gonna kick it up. Threes for bads out. Joao Simão, 8-6 offsuit. Let's see if he's got the appetite. Does not. Easy raise and take for Fedor Holtz.
Randy, you know I was asking if you'd give me odds. Do you want to give me odds, or?
They got worse.
They got worse?
With a few extra big blinds he's picked up. I feel like Rabbit Child's good at setting lines.
That makes sense, yeah. That does make sense.
He'll definitely give you action. Keep that in mind going forward.
Yeah, I would like to take Fedor for 5-1. 5-1, yeah, 5-1 seems fair.
Sounds about right.
No, surely not. I gotta get better odds than that. 10-1.
10-1 is.
What do you mean? He's
It's a
4
bit much.
chips. What do you mean, Randy? Don't try and kill my action.
Look at the stack sizes, though. He's barely behind.
All right, 7-1.
I mean, you're probably getting right about there.
5 seconds.
What's happening here? Simão in the small blind. Opts to raise against the dangerous Dickerson. Jack 8 offsuit. It's not going anywhere. Not for this price. Deep stacks. Position is key.
Joao has been limping these spots. Obviously, small sample up until now. Jules, of course, going nowhere. We'll close this one out. It's a fun flop. Ace-8-6, middle pair for Jules. Gut shot backdoor clubs for Joao here. With the range advantage.
Yeah, so given that Joao is the pre-flop raiser and he didn't get 3-bet pre, he can represent all of the big aces. Should be a pretty standard C-bet. He's got a gut shot to the nuts. He's got backdoor clubs. 10 of clubs overcards the 8 and 6 X's that might call flop, and he's got outs against that. As played, mid-pair. Should want to contain the pot with the call.
It's certainly a spot where it feels like Jules is going to keep him honest for at least one, but it does get uncomfortable. I mean, Jules starting the hand third in chips. Joao has him covered. And well, how about this for a turn card? Queen of clubs now giving Joao the flush draw as well as the gut shot.
This is a mandatory 2-barrel with 10-7 of clubs. So many outs. 8 and 6 X's gonna have a lot of trouble calling down, especially with a Seth Davies short stack out there on 5 bigs. This is good.
1,100,000.
And the thing is, even if Dickerson feels like the 8 might be good, he still has to fear a potential river bet, and the 8X is very vulnerable to draws. It's basically a guessing game if he doesn't improve, if he wants to put resistance here on the turn. Seems unfortunate, but it feels like he has to let this one go here and now.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it's exactly what we were saying, right? It's like Zhao sending a message that he's willing to play for stacks. Jules just in the blender. Does he want to get stubborn here with this pair of eights? Lets it go. Somehow part of that ever formidable Brazilian armada, just steamrolling his way to victory in that pot.
Haven't seen a misstep from Samel at this final table. He's playing amazing.
He's locked in. Yeah, he is locked in. Poseidon, 11 big blinds, Queen Jack suited, going to hit the mark. Respecting the ICM, 2 shorter stacks.
325,000.
And Zhao's practically tied with Danilo now.
Fold.
Danilo with the size up pre-flop raise. Trying to force Fedor to fold pre-flop. Works. It's been an easy game for Velocevic.
EIRYA. Something. Yeah.
That's good order.
Yeah. Rice veggies.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Jules has been bleeding. It's on the bottom. 26 big blinds. See if he can bounce back here in position. Poseidon's going to make the call out of the big. Jack 10-0. Man, Randy, it's getting to that stage where a couple of these stacks are just incredibly short. Let's see, the SPR is near 1 in just a single raise pot.
That's a good flop for Poseidon. Opening a straight draw.
150,000.
Expecting an auto c-bet. Whole range. Oh, he's instant check jamming this one. Wow, this looks a little strong, right? Given Davies is short, Makita is short, and he's still willing to risk his stack.
This would be a huge call for Jules, who's made some fantastic decisions so far at this final table. Having the ace of spades.
Not the greatest.
Oh,
wow.
He's made the call.
Jules Dickerson.
Happy to just run it.
That's a great read.
He's blocking. Some of Poseidon's out.
Just putting Poseidon on straight draws and flush draws. Realize if Poseidon had a king, he might take a different route.
Queen on the turn would be massive. 8 of hearts. Poseidon is still drawing live. Ace, Jack, 10 or a 9 needed to double up. Get back in this fight. Doesn't find it.
Well done, Dickerson.
Dickerson with the massive call on the flop. Poseidon Ho for his first final table at the Triton Series. He's going to head to collect 208,000. Bit of a bittersweet run for Poseidon.
You have to go to third?
No, I'm
GG's, mate.
just thinking how many hands
Would have loved to have seen him ladder a few more spots. Still has to be thrilled with his result here in Montenegro. Final table of the 50K. Really fun guy to have at the table. Gets involved, makes it tough. And enjoying his time here, playing with some of the elite pros. GG's, mate. Looking forward to seeing more of him in the Invitational.
So we're down to 7. This time, Samel's got ace-king suited.
Yeah, that's obviously huge for Seth and Makita.
It's 375,000.
Fedor of king 6 of hearts.
Potential spice ball.
Yeah, he's just thinking, is it worth it? We've got short stacks out there, and Samel is the type of guy who likes to play back. Yeah, maybe not worth it.
Took us a while to get down to 7, Randy. Given how short some of the stacks are, expected to, you know, be down to 6 if I'm being honest with you. Jow, ace king again of the suited variety.
Same suit.
Jules is, you know.
He doesn't like Samel opening
He really
quite
doesn't.
often. Hold on. This is slightly reckless.
Oh, man. This is going to be a fun final table, ladies and gentlemen.
Queen 7 offsuit.
Do you think people are buckled up, Randy? Are they strapped in? You got someone like Jules in the mix who is just willing to fight like this. Ill-timed aggression, of course. Zhao is going to become the tournament chip leader. He will be announcing himself here. Question is, in what fashion?
Yeah, is it a 4-bet to induce? Is it just 4-bet rip?
I do love this playstyle, though. It reminds me of Jesse Lonis. Like, people that refuse to let the chip leaders do what the chip leaders are supposed to do, and they just play back at them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes Jules so tough to play against. Missed time to this one.
Okay, 4-bet, 1.85.
There is the fold. 3 million chip pot going Zhao's way. He's back up to 7.8 million. Takes the chip lead from the Serb. perhaps more importantly, takes away from third in chips Jules Dickerson as he separates the gap between himself and the rest of the field. Everyone guaranteed $283,000 for their efforts. Just in time, give a special shout out to GTO Wizard, the #1 learning app for poker players. You see elite players such as Espen Jorstad who use GTO Wizard, our very own commentator in the booth, Kevin Rabichow, part of that crew where you can beat the best, crush the rest. Drop GTO Wizard a follow on socials, join their giveaways. You can win yourself annual subscriptions, seminar videos, all sorts, coaching, you name it.
Back at it. Ace-4 of clubs for Dickerson. Yeah, Beltrick just got to wait out Davies and Makita. Can't defend Jack 8 off.
It's pretty sick. Yeah, we're getting to that stage of the tournament now where
Keep the mic or we take off?
have what, a 99k ladder on tap, and it just gets bigger and bigger all the way up to first prize. The champion's going to be going home with 1.66 million. There are your chip counts going into the break. João Simão of Brazil has really earned this chip lead, Randy. I mean, there are a couple of spots that you took that maybe others would have passed up on as we welcome you back to the break desk. Nana Noko alongside myself. He's been impressive, right?
Yeah, I would say so. And, you know, he really hasn't had a misstep. He's been double barreling as necessary. He's attacked the previous chip leader, Velocevic, with some 3-bets as well. But, you know, Velocevic, he's currently in second with a solid deck. He's done no harm, but he did that really nice play of the ace-10 of clubs.
Yeah, that was one of the highlights of this final table. You know, I'm looking at this 7 now, and obviously you have the short stacks in Seth and Makita. I guess it's going to be a bit of a waiting game when we return from break to see how they proceed. But any one of these players, you know, you throw in someone like Fedor, Dickerson, Danilo, João, they're all willing to play big pots. None of them want to let the chip leader play as the chip leader. They're all trying to fight back. And, yeah, we could see some fireworks here, Randy.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't know. Let's see if one of these short stacks can hopefully run it up.
We're going to be coming back in about 20, 25 minutes or so. So, yeah, don't go too far, because when we return, we're going to be playing down to a champion in event number 6 here, the 50K.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, antes, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
want to see take down this 50K here.
Foxen's going to attack with the rollback, giving him an opportunity to have some raised folds.
Oh, sorry. Good save. Got a goalkeeper.
French goalkeeper.
Yeah, there we go. National.
Basket. Good name.
And a cold
Foxen might get himself in a bit of trouble here. Randy's opened from early position as the short stack. Ace, Jack 8, a board texture that he's expected to kind of pounce on. We really are in for a show here, by the way.
And the thing is, Foxen opening off with 12 big blinds early position contains a lot of ace-x. So you can really try and represent this board. Let's see how Dickerson wants to approach ace-deuce, playing the shallow stack.
Yeah, Jules, of course, going nowhere. 800K in the middle, SPR of around 1. As Dickerson turns Foxen dead. Having the 9 feels like a bad card to have. Blocking some of the hands you want to try and fold out.
Yeah, Foxen can really only bet this turn card if he feels that all jacks and all the 8x's are just going to check fold. He's going to try. Seems like that's what he thinks is in Dickerson's range.
What do you think here, Randy? I mean, Jules just with a very clear-cut call.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. You want to try to sell the story that you're holding a jack or an 8, and maybe your opponent can try to bluff you off of that. That card should slow things down because Foxen does beat the 8 now.
1.3 million chip pot going Dickerson's way straight off the bat. He's taken the chip lead from Danilo.
Raise to 200,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
Ace 10 for Danilo.
Call.
Opening things up front. Side and flag on the button with the ace jack. Nikita has king jack in the big blind.
He can throw another big blind in there, complete. Squeezing doesn't seem to be the play to go for, given the UTG open from Velocevic. That's nice from Nikita. Top pair, jack kicker.
Danilo with middle pair, backdoor clubs. 750 out there. Let's see how he wants to proceed on this board texture.
Betting is what he's going to go with. 150 to 750. 20% pot. Clean draw to the nuts for Poseidon. He's in. Probably not much check raising for Makita, unless he's very comfortable getting in 2 million. There's some short stacks, like Foxen, who's sitting on 4 bigs, so it would seem a bit reckless to check raise King Jack at this point.
This is a really fun one. Not often do you see 3 players take it to a flop, and even less occasion do you see them go to a turn with money going in on the flop. 6 of clubs. I assume Vlasovic wants to just try and get this to a river.
Yeah, I like checking here because it feels very likely someone's holding the king. That's not going to fold.
Oh no. Don't do it, Poseidon.
I wouldn't mind him just taking the free card, but he doesn't seem to think the same thing.
375,000.
Doesn't go too big. Sub 1/3. Makita has to feel somewhat uncomfortable here, but
for that price, gotta continue.
Still has Danilo behind as well.
I wonder if Danilo can ever just say, ship it, and really just put some heat on like a King Jack.
That would be sick, you know.
It would be.
Like it's like blocking one of the strongest hands, which is tens.
King 10 too.
King 10.
Nice. It doesn't feel like we're gonna see it, but it's definitely worth considering. Especially if he thinks Poseidon. Well, I love this play. Because think about it. If Poseidon, even if Poseidon had like King, Queen, King, Jack, he's sandwiched.
Yeah.
I
love this.
Foxen has 4 bigs.
This is so sick from Danilo.
This is cool. What does Makita think about it? Like, Makita could be just drawing to the Jack.
Power poker being played at the highest level here from Danilo. Poseidon perhaps going to kick himself a bit for not taking a free run. Same for Makita.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to the muck, doesn't it? He's like, seriously, buddy? Check raise all in? Is it Makita?
Let's think this through. I mean, Makita may be asking himself, would he really do this with, like, Ace King? Aces, what a power jam. Power jam, Randy.
Power jam. That was max power. That's well deserved by Vlasovic.
This
Jules Dickerson. He shows no fear. $250. Foxen can't get dealt a hand. He's out. Jules has been showing fight, so he's coming along with 10-8 offsuit.
Been a while since we've had a Fedor Holtz final table. FT'd the 25K WPT Global Slam in Jeju, came 5th in that one. for 5-2-9. I say it's been a while. That was only a couple of months ago, but it's just so surprising whenever an entire series goes by and Fedor doesn't lift the trophy. Came third in the 100K main in Paradise, third in the 150K in Monte Carlo, as well as third in the 100K in Monte Carlo. Continuing here, what's Jules thinking? 10 of clubs, doing something crazy? Right, it's coming with float, Randy. I don't think Fedor's the guy that I want to be floating out of position against.
It's pretty interesting to float 10-8 offsuit on 3-3 deuce. Ace-King does rate to be the best hand quite a bit on this run out so far. Yeah, this is where the problem with floating against a player like Fedor out of position is. He's very aware where he's at. Still betting Ace-King for value. Well done.
This FT. Push Insane has gambled or busted. Well, if you don't see him at the table, given that this is the final table meaning the last table left, whoever you don't see in the 9 seats being occupied by the players at this table means that they are no longer in the tournament. That was a bit passive-aggressive from me. That was directed towards Randy.
Towards me?
Yeah, but I took it out on someone when I wanted to take it out on you, Randy. So I do apologize to the chat. That was Randy's fault.
Okay. Big fold from Makita with the ace-9 of hearts against the 3 big blind open. Foxen. Belcher, ace-5 off. Belcher's the one that's going to give King-Jack a spin. Okay, so Makita folded ace-9 hearts. Wow. Makita's like, I don't want to see this board run out.
GG's Fox Dog. Million out there. Belcher putting it in with the ace high. Foxen calling it off, of course, with the 2 overs. Jack of hearts has 29% equity. Foxen's gonna need to get lucky. 2 cards to come. Make that 1. If he's gonna win his 2nd title of the series, he needs to find a king or a jack. Oh.
Jack for Foxen. It's live. 2 title chasing here, Montenegro.
Finds the jack on the river.
Later.
Good answer. Good answer, Andy. It's pretty quiet out there, isn't it? Not as chatty as some of the tables we've had up until now. Perhaps some energy being preserved by the players. They know they're here for the long haul. This is going to be a grind.
Well, Foxen can come along with knight offsuit in the big. He's the shortest stack. Hand plays all right. He's kind of got that stop and go kind of stack at the moment. 1 SPR remaining. Depending on certain flops, he might rip. He might check. We'll see. TBD.
Is that enough?
It could
Gotcha.
be. If he feels he can get a better hand to fold, then certainly he's going to consider it. Does he think ace high would fold that doesn't have a gut shot?
Foxen in the tank. 725 out there. We can obviously see he'd be getting snapped off.
Oh, he's pushing it.
Good luck, sir. He's going to need to find a jack again.
It's a 2 million chip pot. Looking for the jack.
He found it before on the river. Can he find it again? Oh, add a 6 to the equation.
You like that, Foxen?
Jack or a 6 needed. Otherwise, Foxen is going to be our first elimination of this final table. Does not find it.
GG, Foxen. Well played.
Came in 9 of 9. Tried spinning the wheel, I guess. The first blow, of course, was that King-9 hand against Jules Dickerson's Ace-Deuce. It was then incredibly short-stacked. We'll head to the payout desk to pick up 166,000 for his efforts. Meaning he has crossed the $12 million Triton earnings mark. The man is a beast. Absolute beast. Third cash of the series. I'm sure we'll be seeing him jump straight into that 30k turbo. I mean, would you ever really expect a serve to take passive approach to any sport? I'm saying the board was 379. I heard the commentator saying 567. What are you talking about, bro? Rewind the tape. Stop trolling.
King Jack offsuit now for Belcher. Decent hand to defend with.
Defend he will. King high flop could be fireworks. And there you go, right on cue. King 8-6. Both players flopping top pair. Let's see if Jules wants to mix in some checkbacks with this particular holding. Does not. Continues for 225. Third pot. Action back on Belcher.
Interesting spot because King Jack is clearly very strong on this texture. Potentially a check raise spot if you're willing to commit by the river at some point.
Oh wow, Belcher has come with a check raise. This gets pretty dicey for Jules. I mean, it feels like he has to call at least one street here. An additional 325 being asked of.
Yeah, there really is no folding with top pair on the flop after a check raise. You need to protect your c-betting range. So far, well played by Belcher, getting push-in chips with the better hand, the 8. I would say it's not that scary, although probably maybe a little bit more in Dickerson's range. You wouldn't expect Belcher to check raise mid-pair. Dickerson might have been betting range on king high texture, so could have some 8x's. Should be a lot of slowdown from Belcher. This is really nice to see for Jules. He has the best hand a lot. He doesn't need to charge too much, though. Especially when he's holding at 9 of diamonds, he blocks some of the draws. He blocks some of the outs from hands that are willing to check raise, bluff. Check back's pretty good.
So after checking through on the turn, let's see if Belcher can extract some additional value here. Jules getting himself in trouble with pretty wide open.
Yeah, value bet would be quite nice with King Jack. Can't let your opponent do the betting. 650. Kind of feels like you're getting milked if you're Jules. Is there ever worse value? No, it doesn't seem like it. A king 7 is probably not check raising the flop.
Rainbow texture. I wonder if there are some hands. Well, that's a fantastic fold.
Nice.
Wow.
Well done.
Against that size, I don't even know how I feel about that fold. I mean, results-wise, it's great. Yeah, 4-1 on a call with that hand.
You think so?
Well, very warm welcome back to the break desk. Kevin Rabichow stepping in for Randy Liu. Alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Event number 6, the 50K 8 Max is down to the final 7, Kevin. And, well, we were alluding to the fact that there are some players left in the field that could really turn this into a bit of a hyper turbo, given just how willing they are to play big pots and go after each other. I'm talking about the likes of Jules Dickerson, who hasn't really been abiding to the rules of ICM per se. He's been attacking the chip leader, trying to fight back. Same said for Danilo. And when you throw someone like Fedor or Makita into the mix, who also have a propensity to just play big pots, yeah, I mean, it could just be a case of this is over in the next hour and a half.
Well, if it's playing that way, then I have to think that someone like Seth Davies or maybe Matthew Belcher is going to sit by and wait for said collision to occur. I mean, if we've got Samau, Dickerson, Holtz kind of in a row fighting for top position, is that what you're expecting?
Yeah, I mean, it's been Dickerson that's really just thrown an absolute spanner in the works. A couple of hands where he's just gone after it, and some have gone his way, others haven't. But, you know, you live by the sword, die by the sword. But it's just the willingness by Dickerson to not just like be pushed over. He wants to push back. He wants that chip lead because he knows once he's got that chip lead, it's then him that gets to dictate the rest of the play. And I really love that. I mean, when there's this much money on the line, I've not always been a fan of just like people playing super tight. I understand, you know, ICM and all these things. But yeah, and you have someone like Seth on 5 bigs, Makita on 7. I guess the waiting game that you alluded to is going to be in Belcher's camp, in Holtz's camp, who kind of just have to see, does Davies find a double, does Makita find a double, and then if they do, reevaluate and go from there.
Yeah, I mean, potentially a couple of big eliminations coming up, $100,000 between the next 2 pay jumps, so no reason to scoff at these amounts already. Very, very meaningful jumps from 6th through 5th.
Yeah, and the fact that we could, you know, get down here from 7 all the way to 3 in the space of just like what feels like a couple of levels, and we get to those podium payouts of 751,000. But of course, all eyes on a top prize as we throw it down once more to the final table of this 50K with 1.66 million. Up top, it is Brazil's João Simão out in pole position here in Montenegro. He's showed up to his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series. And I mean, what a way to kick things off for him if he can snag his first title. Still has his work cut out though. He is up against some very, very formidable opponents.
Just catching myself up now, Henry, on the elimination of Poseidon Ho in 8th place. Jules Dickerson, as you said, got it in pretty good there for bet calling the ace high against Poseidon's straight draw for his last 10 bigs. Certainly unafraid to put chips in the pot, as is this man, Mikita Badzikuski. 7 big blinds in the cutoff with 2 5s.
If anyone's going to know these spots, it's going to be this man. And I, for one, am not looking to argue with whatever decision he makes from here. Feels close.
Small note to make is that Seth Davies is in the big blind, the other shortest stack, who Mikita covers by a small margin.
5 seconds.
Calls.
Let's it go. Danilo also going to get out of there. Belcher in the spawn. This would be a disaster for Mikita if now Seth just gets a walk.
He should never. This is the setup that Mikita's hoping for. He knows that if he open jams, the money doesn't go in as often. Now by folding, he sets up this inevitable collision.
Seth, the all-in player, at risk. Matt Belcher ahead with the 10 high. Just looking to hold across 5. Deck has other plans.
Note the 5 on the flop. Mikita folding what would have been a flop set.
Belcher picking up 2 outs, looking for a 10 or a 6 to get us down to 6 players. Seth Davies going to double. It has not been a great day for Matt at this final table when it's come to all-ins. Been all-in ahead twice.
Right back in.
Both occasions he had the player all-in at risk. Foxon earlier on with the King-Jack. Seth Davies now with the 9-8. Needs to just, you know, shake it off. Continue playing his game. Great to see Belcher here at this Triton series. Second full series for him. Joined us for the first time in Jeju. I mean, he played the 100K main in Paradise. Did not cash that one. That wasn't a full series, though.
Now more reason for Mikita to get involved. Couple of high cards for battle removal. But also Seth Davies has doubled up.
5 seconds.
So he sits in the shortest stack.
500,000.
Well, he would have won the hand before. Now he's going to run into the ace-king and will be forced to play for it all for his tournament life.
900.
It's not all of it. Danilo just asking for 400,000 more. Makita with a touch extra back. Counting it out. Seems to have just verified that he has extra.
What's the play here?
I think the goal is to call and hope that we can leave our 100K back. Unless we make a very, very good hand. Not planning to fold to, let's say, like 100K on the flop, of course. We have too much equity on any board, but potentially Danilo content to check down.
Oh my word. Makita Wadziakowski has flopped the absolute joint.
Danilo giving some thought to how much it matters to him to make that extra 100,000. He's flopped such a good hand, though. He's going to put it in.
Nuts is good for now. One in 25 times. Danilo is going to find a way to win. Not on that turn, as he is drawing dead. Wadziakowski is up to 2.4 million.
Such a funny sequence.
What
Henry,
is going on?
I made note of the pocket fives folding. Had Makita jammed there, he probably just gets a round of folds, picks up the blinds, and then maybe has too deep of a stack to open jam this queen jack. Not to mention the fact that Seth Davies wouldn't have doubled up, so Makita would still be second in chips. So as it turns out, Makita ends up with a lot more chips after flopping the king high straight with his queen jack. Both short stacks have found a double. First two hands off the break.
$325.
325,000.
Which ones do you have, Kevin? Just sent over Kevin a little image. Different.
I think somewhere between Greek and Roman.
Fair. Probably makes sense, actually.
Something in that ballpark.
Story checks out.
Definitely not German. That's a wild-looking one to me. I feel like without the context of the image you just showed me, it sounds like I'm talking some strange racist nonsense, Henry. So
No.
thanks for that.
No, not at all. It's just, I don't know how I feel about the idea of letting the world know that we're talking about different types of feet in the booth. You know, these things do come up. And, yeah, I was just curious.
Because you're clearly an Egyptian.
Probably.
Thank you.
Yeah. Belcher with the 3-bet there. Nice to pick one up after having Seth Davies on the ropes for his tournament life. But as we alluded to, on the break desk, we kind of said, you know, we're going to have to come back and see what Seth does, see what Makita does. Well, both of them have doubled up. That really changes things for the likes of Belcher and Fedor. See if things open up a little bit here now. Jed Smith saying, "Oh man, you guys crack me up." Jed's back, by the way, Kevin. He said, "Evening, boys. Any small cash games going on after this? The usual small stakes of 2K, 4K." Yeah. Yeah. I think they're playing 5K, 10K, but it's like, you know, what's the point? Why would we even stream that?
Is that a real tease? 5K, 10K?
I have no idea. No idea.
Had me excited.
Wouldn't surprise me if they're playing 5K, 10K somewhere.
Dickerson in the tank here with the offsuit ace. Feels quite light to me against a 9 big blind effective jam. Of course, Davies has only put out 5.5, and Dickerson's calling. Fedor's behind with king queen.
Wow, this
is a cutoff jam. It's a relatively wide range. Any ace for sure, any 2 broadways. But having flatted here, Fedor, I think, recognizes that plenty of hands weaker than king queen will flat, as well as plenty of better. Where does that leave us?
Well, it leaves us with a bit of a guessing game by the sounds of it. Let's it go. That is huge news for Seth Davies.
Still 375 back.
He's no longer dominated. Man. Butterfly effect is real. All in from Jules. Snap from Seth. He's now 2 cards away from being up to 3 million, or just shy of. Man, just what the doctor ordered for these short stacks coming back from break. Not what the likes of Fedor and Belcher wanted to see. They were looking for a couple of ladders. One pull at an ace or a 4. Do the dirty on Seth. Doesn't find it. And what do you know? Seth Davies has doubled up twice in the last orbit. He's no longer the short stack, and he can now do some serious damage with his 18 bigs.
Fedor, of course, pleased to see the results there, but I imagine a bit surprised to see how good a shape he was in. 3 ways.
Well, some real storylines potentially developing here. I mean, Makita looking for title number 6 would be huge. That would move him up to 2nd overall, 4 behind Jason Kuhn. Seth Davies, one of the best in the business without a title. Be great to see him finally clinch the gold here in Montenegro. Fedor, of course, looking to join that 5-time champion club.
Seth opening 2.5 blinds. Makita just going to fold the queen 10 offsuit. Slightly increased price. Not wanting to square off light against Seth there. I'm a bit surprised Oftentimes we see the two shortest stacks, or, you know, stacks who can do serious damage to each other, willing to tangle a little bit looser. But maybe a bit of that dynamic you were referring to at the top, Henry, where there's some players at this table who are just a little bit too active right now from Makita's point of view. He wants to reap those benefits by folding more. Well, Davies, as the blinds go up to 100, 200,000.
He's just got the blades, eh?
Gonna try to continue this spin up. 2.5x again, off of 15 blinds.
Danilo's dropped down quite a bit, by the way. Was peaking around 6.5 million or so. Couple of pots not going his way. Man, dude, from an ICM point of view, this is disgusting.
KG, I thought you might say.
Chip leader has 37 bigs. Second in chips has 24.
Yeah.
And then you have this drop off to Fedor, who's in third with 19 bigs, Seth with 18, Jules Dixon with 18, Belcher with 17. And it, you know, when you look at it like that and how close it is, and then you think, okay, well, the difference between 7th and 3rd, you know, is the better part of 500,000.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of big blinds separating all four of those. It's, yeah, it is KG.
Every player able to do damage to every player means risk premiums are high in all directions. Nobody really wants to collide lightly, and this one wouldn't be light. Belcher's got kings in the big blind. Just 15 effective, but we know we can leave chips back, extending the game tree off of this stack depth. Still possible. Belcher could go 4.5, 5 blinds here with bluffs. If he finds it, Fedor might be in trouble. Jam, I think, would allow Fedor to get away, although it's close.
950.
Does go for non-all-in. Just shy of 5 big blinds. Fedor, I think, is at least calling, unless he can sniff this out.
Belcher has given Fedor the opportunity to misstep. You know, Igbo would be balanced in this spot. Against different player types, perhaps with just jam. Against Fedor, gives him the opportunity to get involved. It's a Jack 10-9 board. I saw that 10 of diamonds window card and I thought, wow, could be fireworks on this board texture though. Perhaps Fedor gets away from it. SPR less than 1.
So it's interesting, Belcher's bluffs generally coming from trashy offsuit combos. Not expecting a lot of hands like ace-queen, even ace-king. So Belcher now starting this hand off as if he has one of those miss bluffs. Imagine he has ace-deuce, king-6, total miss. Fedor, I think, no reason to open the action with ace-10. We're way ahead of the bluffs, and we're crushed by the value.
Checks through. Big pot developing for both here. As the pendulum swing in the direction of the kings 80% of the time. But there is now room for Fedor to perhaps outplay Belcher.
Yeah, I was
very
thinking
uncomfortable turn card.
exactly that. Henry, I think it's so unlikely that Belcher has a straight or a flush. Just a couple of combos that could qualify, something like ace-queen or ace-king of diamonds. Pocket queens, maybe. Do these hands check the flop? Fedor not necessarily thinking about needing to bluff just yet, but his pre-flop range is so tight, so strong on this board. Maybe he can just get Belcher's entire range to fold by the river. Fedor's going to start setting it up.
400 into 2.2. And this is incredibly uncomfortable for Matt. That is always the risk you run when you do take a more high variance line pre-flop with the induction, taking it to the streets.
Yeah, we have to be prepared to play these spots. Belcher, having started out with that flop check, does look to at least have generally prepared. But you don't necessarily think once you get to turn that you're going to have to play this spot where it looks as though you never have it, and Fedor can easily have it. Belcher starts with call, feeling like it's too early to get away. Oh my. This run out. What's interesting now is Belcher can have so many stronger hands than this. Much like he has kings with no diamond, he could have kings with a diamond and have river to flush. He could have aces with a diamond and have river to flush. Belcher's going through this right now because he might even be thinking that he has an overall flush advantage in this spot. For Fedor to have a flush now, what, ace-jack of diamonds, ace-queen of diamonds, he's never offsuit, or at least it's so hard for Fedor to be offsuit in this spot. Maybe king-queen offsuit flats pre, but does it check back the flop?
Check.
Fedor just shrugs and accepts that he's going to chop sometimes. Gets half the pot back.
Both can let out a bit of a sigh of relief, if you will. Belcher would have much rather seeing the 3 million chip pot being shipped his way. I do wonder, had that fourth diamond not rolled off, whether or not Fedor would have continued selling a story on the river.
Yeah.
We'll never know. Down to the final 16, I believe, in that 30K. Just looking over on the app. Also, quick shout out to Igbo's mates back home in the UK that, according to him, don't have a clue about poker, but are enjoying seeing him on the final table, enjoying the show. So if you do count yourself in that club of clueless poker friends of Matt Belcher's, welcome to Triton. Good luck to you, boy. Do you ever get that, Kevin, you know, like Christmas or Thanksgiving, where you get that uncle and friend come round and they start asking you things about poker and you find yourself explaining things that you know that they don't understand, and
yeah,
it's falling on like deaf ears?
Yeah.
It's like,
all the time.
What's the most you've ever lost, Kevin? Huh? How much did you lose?
Yeah. And then you wonder if you respond like, well, let's unpack that. Today, in a day, in a week, in a tournament, in a year? What are we talking about? Makita, by the way, a min raise from the cutoff, starting with 10 blinds. He's representing quite strong. Flops, nothing. Couple of suit interactions. 2 Broadways on board. A 1 big blind stab, or something very small, perhaps customary. I think it just gets through. Davies. Totally missed here.
Yeah, the 1 big blind stab gets the job done. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had those conversations. I typically don't respond anymore when people ask me what I do. I just answer, you know, from like a business lens, if you will, some of the things that I've been doing. But back in the day when I did answer with professional poker player, yeah, you would get that a lot. It's like, what's the most amount of money you've ever lost in a night? Yeah.
Or what's the biggest pot you ever won? And then I pause to think, like, when you say pot, do you know the difference between a cash game and a tournament? And it's like, well, now we're... At least now we're just talking about poker structure and not about my financial business. It's a good diversion.
Yeah, you must have played some pretty sizable pots in your time in terms of like all-in EV in tournaments with like 6 left or something.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I was thinking the biggest cash game pot I played was probably on stream at the lodge, so some people know about that one.
Okay.
I think it was the biggest one I played.
How big was that? I see it now. I kind of don't want to know because I don't want this to turn into a you know, measuring stick war. But go on, I know mine's bigger. Sorry. Oh man, I just can't. Honestly, what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me?
That was good. That was pretty good.
Go on. How big is yours, Kevin?
I actually would have to look it up. I honestly don't remember. It was, I don't know.
6 figures?
It was mid 6 figures. It was like 300 or 400.
Wow.
Some big number at the lodge. Yeah, we're playing a big game. These two are playing a big game right now.
They are indeed. It is absurd to me to think that Seth Davies is ahead here with 54% equity and is 5 cards away from being tournament chip leader, given the fact that at the start of this frame, which started just 30 minutes ago, he was on 5 bigs. And he was 7 of 7. Clean flop. Zhao does pick up additional outs. Has backdoor diamonds as well. Oh, wow. Ace on the turn. Davies drawing to 2 outs once to get back into this fight. On the hunt for his first title. Oh my word.
Wow.
What is going on at this final table? How'd you like that river, Seth Davies?
I think he's in shock.
Chip leader with 7 left. Came back with 5 bigs. Now sits atop of the chip counts. Drills the 2 outer on the river. Barack Wizbrod style. Man, someone go check that man's pulse. He's on the hunt for his first Triton trophy. He's been battling hard over the years. Come close on a few occasions. Some big FTs to his name, of course. 8.5 million in Triton earnings. Closest he came to gold was quite a long time ago, you know. First ever event he played in Madrid, 75k, came third. Followed it up with a third place finish in Cyprus 2022 in the 75k there as well. But that's it, never reached heads up. Had another couple of third place finishes in Jeju 2024. I don't want to harp on, but he is one of the most loved players here. He's just very friendly with all of the staff, all of the team. Always takes his time to say hello to everyone. It's nice.
Yeah. A lot of love for Seth in the chat as well. No surprise. Dickerson here. Rejam opportunity. It's going to work.
Did you win the biggest pot you've ever played?
No.
No way.
I was bluffing.
Of course you were.
I was trying to find it because I think I may have overstated the total size. I think it was like 280, 300. But yeah, it didn't go well.
You bluffed it off in a 400k pot, you sicko.
Let's just keep inflating how much it was.
What was it, 700k? That's crazy, bro.
I was bluffing 400 million.
Korean won. I love the fact that Makita, at any stack depth, is willing to get involved, do what needs to be done. You see some players just try and chip up, get a couple of ladders. Makita's always playing for the win. This has really shifted things here. I mean, it's a disgusting setup. Chip leader has 29 bigs, shortest stack has 13 bigs.
Yeah, this is...
And there's a difference of, what, $1.4 million between first and seventh?
Close to symmetric. The stacks at this final table. Fedor's going to defend the Queen 10 offsuit against under the gun min raise. Flops quite well.
Seth with the clutch coffee order.
He's going to be here a while.
Americano with a little bit of milk.
Not a straightforward bet for Makita.
He goes pretty big.
Yeah.
7 into 1.1.
This pre-flop range meant to be polar. Starting with just 13 bigs, Makita would play some open jams, I believe. So by polarizing here, kind of taking the weaker opens, taking the Jack X plus, only betting those. Tough spot for Fedor with just gut shot and one overcard. No guarantee that his pair outs are live. Gonna continue still, and 2.5 million in the pot, 1.6 behind.
Spicy turn card. Fedor with the open ender. One would have to assume this goes check check.
I'm not so sure. The king improving even more of Makita's range. He has a low equity ace. Unlike an ace queen or an ace 10, he could bet and still fold to a jam. That 7, not a very attractive card to bluff with. Some concerns that Fedor would have low straight draws on the flop that include a 7 that we can bluff him off of now. Not sure if Mikita expects Queen 10 offsuit to arrive here. Although honestly, if we only bet 800K or something, I don't think we get Queen 10 to fold.
$800.
Well, there is 800. I guess we'll find out if Fedor thinks he can fold at this price. Mikita representing so strong.
It's getting laid, what, 4-1 on a call?
Yep.
Needs 20% equity. We can see he's got 29 against this particular holding.
Against value, of course, just the straight draw. Maybe Mikita has ace-jack in his range and our queen is a live out. But when bluffing, we have a lot more equity. These chips carry a lot more leverage in a final table spot than they would early in a tournament. Fedor wants to have 2.7 million. He doesn't want to dip below 10 big blinds.
Man, this is just incredible poker being played right now.
That's such a good bluff.
This is one of the sickest final tables I've had the pleasure of calling the action on in recent times. What a spot. Mikita, who came back from break 6 of 7, has chipped up nicely. I guess the craziest part of all of this is that we're still 7-handed, and the 2 short stacks who came back from break are now near the top of the chip count. Seth Davies leading the field. I just saw someone replying to a certain David Lappin. I didn't see David's comment in the chat, but shout out to Lappin, fellow booth brethren. Sad to hear that the podcast that has, you know, blessed the ears of many over the years, the chip race, is coming to an end. Do let us know, David, by the way, when that last episode is going to be released. Honoured to have been invited on with Espen and some of the old Unibet crew.
Very nice. Yeah, it's a shame. It's on the chip race back in the day. I don't know what the day is. It was a while ago. I feel like the episode keeps coming out like 6 months at a time, though.
Yeah.
It's a nice, maybe a nice touch of marketing there. Or I just recorded a bunch of episodes at once. Dave, remind me, please. But I did enjoy being there. Always a fun conversation.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what the fans in the chat think about poker podcasts at the moment. I can't say I'm too in the know as to who's putting out some content. I saw someone mention the other day they listened to a podcast with Barack Wizbrod. I'm not sure whose podcast that was, but always a fan of supporting content creators in the space, trying to get more eyeballs on this game that we love.
Mikita with the offsuit king. 5 big blinds shorter than Danilo in the big blind.
David Lappin saying, lol, you've been on 3 times, Kevin. Most recently recorded 2 strategy segments and we spaced them out.
That explains it.
That's how many invites Kevin gets, by the way.
Wow. Was that a jam? With Jack 3-0 against the limp.
You surprised, Kevin? You sound surprised. There's a tone of surprise to your voice.
Was it the wow that convinced you?
That might have been one of the small giveaways. But listen, this man.
I was surprised.
Is from
yes.
Serbia. Okay, have you ever been to Belgrade?
Never.
You should. I highly recommend you check out. One of my favorite cities in Europe. A lot of history. The Serbs, they're not known for taking passive lines in life in general. It's very assertive and aggro. Look at Novak Djokovic, perhaps greatest of all time, tennis player. Very aggressive. Love seeing Djokovic in action. Idemore, they're all about it. So when I see a Serbian player at the table, I'm like, okay, we're gonna battle. I know you're gonna try put me in tough spots.
Fedor with 13 bigs in the cutoff. Open jam and take it. Too strong of a hand to min raise. Face potential additional action. And really, I think, I'm still shocked by the Jack 3 offsuit, but I do think that the idea here being calling jams right now for anybody, against anybody, very difficult to do. You need a very premium hand to be willing to call even a 14 big blind jam when the biggest stack on the table has 30.
I need some help from the viewers because I know they're more reliable than ChatGPT when it comes to a lot of these things. Red Bull Zero. Trying it for the first time. No sugar, no caffeine, I assume. Hold on, because Danilo's got number 1.
75.
That's with north of min. Oh my word. What a sick setup.
Cold deck here for Belcher.
14 bigs out the small against a very aggressive button. Open. Belcher just running into the blades.
All in.
There is the jam. Steph's going to get out of the way and a snap call from the Serb. You see a bit of an eyebrow raise from Belcher. Understandably so, given the way that this final table has played out. He's had Foxton and Davies all in for their tournament life. Lost both. The kings against the ace-10 of Fedor. Chopped. He's seen the short stacks double left, right, and center. Diamond in the window. Hello. Oh, Jack 9, 4, 2 diamonds. And all of a sudden, a glimmer of hope. 38% equity. Reduced to 20. 9 outs once. For Matt Belcher to stay alive. Red, but not the red he was looking for. GG's all round. Matt Belcher can't be disappointed with that run, although perhaps a bittersweet taste as he heads to collect $283,000. Sometimes, Kevin, you are just dealt out of the tournament. First Triton FT for Igbo, and you know it won't be his last. You're seeing plenty more. Belcher at this stop and future series to come. Nice to always get the monkey off your back in the form of a big final table. But I do think Belcher will be, feeling a bit hard done by there, understandably so. So with that, something has finally given. was just an insane return to this frame. We came back. Seth Davies had 5 bigs, Makita had 7. And it's just been a roller coaster of an hour or so. Down to 6.
And Velocevic now with some separation.
425.
Opportunity to put his foot on the gas. Does have the 2 next biggest stacks to his left. Has to be a bit cautious here. Not short enough to open rip the pocket pair. Maybe a chance for Samau to take a flop here.
Queen 10-5. Couple of overs to the 6s of Velocevic. Samau with that inside straight draw on 9 of hearts.
Going to be tough to continue on this board, though, for Samau in the face of a C-bet. Low gut shot. 2 overcards to his hand. Danilo could have a 10 or a queen already, quite easily. Not to mention a bunch of draws that have Samau's hand in bad shape. It is only 1 big blind. He's going to stick around.
Of course he is. He's from Brazil.
Maybe a chance to shake the 2 6s, or how about just turning it straight?
Just drill it. 1.6 out there. Checks it on over once more.
Sometimes see these underpairs running bluffs on advantage boards for the imposition player, but having raised on the button with the chip lead, I think this would be getting a little out of line. And, well, as you suggested, Henry, maybe this man doesn't mind getting a little out of line. He's continuing the bluff. 600 with 2 6s.
Doesn't take his foot off the gas, does he? Always applying pressure in spots where he deems profitable.
And what's dangerous here is Samau going to have so many pair plus straight draws, pair plus flush draws on this board. On a clean run out, which I don't know that this is clean. Velocevic very tempted to bluff. Will he deem the 2 6s worthy of a bluff here? That's if Samau even checks it over. He might think his range has improved too much on this card. Lots of 9x in the big blind. Lots of 2 pair, over pair, top pair that will check behind.
.8 out there, 2.6 behind.
Samau definitely sizing up a lead at this point. You have to think after all this contemplation. A question of sizing. Not going to get action from these 2 6s if he does lead. Hard to think of a size that makes a difference. Wow. Don't often see such a long deliberation land on a check. And it almost looks, perhaps to Velocevic, as if this was a bluff from a stronger pair that shut down. Doesn't take the bait.
Yeah. I misclicked the turn size and I lost to less.
Meant to bet bigger on the turn.
Sounds like it. Shake it off, on to the next one. The Brazilian ascends.
Need the coffee. Извини, може еспресо?
Može espresso, brate. Može, može. Do you need an espresso, Kev?
I mean,
we're going to be here a while.
Why bother with espresso when you've got Red Bull Zero, right?
That's what I thought. The chat are right, though. It does taste rancid.
Don't they all?
I don't know. The original Red Bull, you know.
That's a good one for you.
I mean, I rarely drink them. It only seems to be when I'm at Triton's and I'm talking for 9 hours a day. You know, I get a bit of brain fog.
Yeah.
You know, I get a bit tired.
And that makes it worse, I assume.
What, drinking Red Bull?
Is it meant to help?
I mean, allegedly, it's meant to give you wings.
True.
Are you old enough to remember? Well, of course you are. You're older than me. That was an unintentional needle, by the way. But do you remember the original Red Bull adverts, like way back in the day when they first came out?
The ones that look like a sketch cartoon and
yeah. And then people actually started drinking Red Bull and then jumping from buildings and stuff and then suing Red Bull.
How did they manage to sue after jumping from a
Well, I
building?
mean, they didn't jump from... Don't lead me down that path. What I'm saying is people started doing a lot of dumb stuff.
Yeah.
And then they would sue the company and say, well, hang on a minute. The only reason I did this is because I drank one of your drinks. You said that it gives me red wings. It gives me wings.
Great shoes, by the way.
And then, you know, now I have 3 broken bones. Pay me. So they had to add the little asterisk at the end of every advert, at least in the UK when I was growing up, and it would say, Red Bull does not actually give you wings. Good times.
I think I do remember the asterisk.
I think they've stopped saying it now, actually. I think they're not allowed to say it anymore. Their lawyers have just said, guys, like, no more. Doesn't say it on the can.
Good thing there's no fact-checking on this stream.
Wait, what do you mean? Fact-checking regarding the original adverts?
Just any part of, you know, I'm sure like 80% of what we say is true, but I'm just glad no one will ever find out if the other 20% is or isn't.
You guys do love it, stateside, don't you? Suing people.
I thought you meant Red Bull. I was like, yeah, it's everywhere. Gas stations, poker rooms.
Oh, Giles keeping Jules honest for one street, correctly so.
Yeah, just a limp check, pre-flop. King Jack, still a pretty strong hand on this board. Jack High had showdown value, although Dickerson using the clubs to leverage a bluff. I think Samau's hand will actually be close if he faces turn aggression. Size pending.
.2 in the middle. Matthew Ribeiro said you guys don't even talk about the game, just nonsense. Yeah, we do what you do, Matt. You know, that's what we're here for. That's why they pay us the big bucks. Love this from Jules, by the way. He's been so impressive today. There are a couple of hands that, you know, had things worked out in his favor a little bit more. He could have easily been runaway chip leader.
Well, Samau hasn't folded yet. I feel like he's folding right as I said that. Yep. He's out.
Dixon's been really impressive. 382,000 is the current payout. $111,000 ladder between 6th and 5th. And they only get bigger from here on out, all the way up to our champion. Said champion will be going home with 1.66 million. 2 7-figure payouts in this one. Gonna have a little 550k heads-up match. But I've got a funny feeling that this is going to go on for quite some time. I think we're going to be here for another 3 hours at least.
Which tournament you think finishes first, this one or the 30k turbo?
Wow, that's a great question.
Because they're catching up.
Wow. Can I just take a minute to look at the structure?
Yeah. Run the numbers.
I think it might be the turbo, you know. I think it actually might be the turbo. $15-minute levels.
Has Dickerson seen something on this open? Why are we in the tank with Jack-6 offsuit? Maybe just a little bit of analysis being done.
Yeah, he also just likes putting people in like uncomfortable spots pre. Just kind of similar to who was it we were talking about the other day? Just like a pause, even with like non-decision type hands.
It was Jesse, wasn't it?
It might have been Jesse.
Fedor with the offsuit ace against a button raise. Finds a spot here. Should get through once the numbers are confirmed. Cool.
Now lets it go. Fedor with a nice pick up there. That rejam. Yeah, it's interesting. I think they're coming down to the bubble of that 30k. Average stack around 22 bigs with 16 left. Two more hands.
I'm just curious, why is
level.
it two but not one? Okay. But then? No, wait. Two after that?
So this one, and then two more.
Okay.
Is the problem raising zoom?
I mean, that's the rules. Well,
Yeah, sure.
that's the rules.
It's always like that?
Yeah, it's the first time, so.
So just to give some context on what's going on.
Then he's small blind and they want, I don't know. Probably someone.
Since we changed the final table structure, so we have the rollbacks, of course, bringing the average stack up to more than 30 bigs, or 30 big blinds, sorry. but they've also removed the clock. So there's no tournament clock anymore. It's amount of hands played per level, to remove a lot of, you know, like stalling and trying to get the blinds to go up on the same player twice. All of these things, you know, these advantages that people can gain. So what's happened is, one of the rules is that the blinds can't go up on the same person twice. This is the last hand of this level, and the last time the blinds went up, it went up on Danilo, and it would go up on him again here if they let it ride out, but they're not. They're going to play 2 more hands afterwards of this level, and then they're going to remove 2 hands from the next level. So people asking if we have cash games after this. Allegedly. Allegedly.
Wow. You weren't kidding about Dickerson, Henry. Danilo's opened from under the gun, light. And Dickerson's just going after him with a hand that wouldn't even open raise the button.
Imagine getting on a jet ski with this guy. You know what I mean? He's like, hold on, mate. You know, Jules, what do you mean, hold on, bro? It's like, have you ever backflipped a jet ski? Oh, you haven't? Well, we're about to, mate. You're about to find out.
They decide based on who's left.
Yeah.
D3 saying I don't get stuff like that. Like if it goes up on the same person twice, then that's just part of the variance of poker. See? I hear where you're coming from. And to the naked eye, it may seem like that. But it can be gamed. If there is a clock, it can be gamed where people can deliberately tank a certain amount of time in order to force the blinds to go up on a particular player to gain an unfair advantage. So I kind of like removing that. Like we're trying to just go back to pure poker and not let players who are in the know find these, you know, kind of unique edges to game an edge. As Fedor finds the rejam. Don't think Jules can call this off here. What is this, 18 bigs?
No, it looks like far too much to me. But Dickerson wants a count. Clearly following his own rules to some extent. With everyone so locked up here, you really do just need a premium to call off.
Kelly Shields saying I'm rooting for Seth because I'm from the USA. Anyone else? Yeah, let us know who you're rooting for. Got a cool mix of players here. Got Serbia, France, UK, USA, Brazil, Germany, Belarus. Different representations at this final table. And you got 4 people looking for their first title. Zhao, Jules, Seth, Danilo. Got Fedor looking to become part of that 5-time champion club. And you've got Mikita looking for his 6th title. So a lot of cool stuff going on here. Chip leader has 24 bigs, shortest stack has 12. I mean, it's just anyone's game.
Note the 10-8 suited fold from Dickerson. He's not just out here playing loose and aggressive. He's selecting spots. Danilo and Seth, almost equal in chips. Generally want to play these suited hands cautiously. This looking like a fairly level board. Both players can represent. Seth with good interaction here. Low gut shot. Backdoor. Wouldn't be surprised to see him start betting. Getting check raised is annoying, but maybe not the worst thing with a clean draw like this. Slight size up as well. Hi, Sam.
Hey guys, no politics in the chat, please. Let's just enjoy the show. You're going to get me and Kevin fighting in the booth. Mine's going up. We're buying 250k.
$525.
Big hand for Danilo here. And a defendable Jack-9 for Samau. Nobody with more than 23 big blinds at this table.
This is such a brutal setup. I don't think we've ever seen something quite like it. Up until now, we've had just runaway chip leaders in, you know, almost every final table. That is a Jack high flop. Jack 9-6, top 2 for the Brazilian. 10s for Danilo, and he is in trouble. Only one over to the 10s.
Does check behind with the 2 10s and
Oh man, what is going on today? This is just absurd. Zhao is going to need to get bailed out by the deck. Like, needs like a king or a queen or an 8 to roll off. Put like a 4-liner on board. There's 1.4 million in the middle. SPR of around 2.5x.
I mean, it looks like quite a setup, but take those ICM implications that have made pre-flop play so snug. And you just have an unwillingness to be loose aggressive post-flop. A set of 10s, maybe barely feeling good enough to put in a raise. I think we just see Velocevic call here. There are a number of bad river cards. Both players happy to keep the pot under control. There's a pretty significant amount in there already. There's one of those bad river cards.
Yeah.
4-liner on board.
Samau has been saved by the run out. I mean, you could argue that he wasn't because the 10 showed up on the turn, but this queen is going to save him. Had a brick rolled off, would have just been showers.
I'm not even so sure, but certainly as played, I think this just goes check-check. Quick showdown.
Wow, Danilo is going to be pretty tilted to see that one.
Tilted, he won the pot.
I mean, tilted in the sense that he could have got a lot on the turn.
He was ahead for like 30 seconds. Yeah, he was ahead pre-flop as well. Fair enough.
You're a fiery one today, aren't you? What do you have for breakfast? You're all fired up, Kevin.
Henry, it's 11 p.m.
You woke up and chose violence today.
I had breakfast like 12 hours ago.
Did you go and play tennis?
Not today.
Got
tennis tomorrow.
What time?
9 a.m.
Let's hope you get out of here before 3 a.m., mate.
Not counting on it.
Everyone guaranteed 382,000 for their efforts so far. Playing for 1,663,000. Danilo is the chip leader with 30 bigs. Jal Samau and Mikita Badziakowski are the short stacks with 12 bigs.
Ace-10 offsuit in this spot. Not quite looking strong enough to open jam. The way Mikita's been navigating as well feels like a min raise.
1.5 million.
I stand corrected. Half stack in the pot. Perhaps not wanting to mess around with Dickerson in the big blind. No nonsense open jam.
Yeah, I reckon the turbo's going to finish before this.
Well, you were talking about runaway chip leads. From what I'm seeing in the app, Kiat Lee, 2 million chips ahead.
Really?
Of number 2.
Okay.
Kiat in first with 90 big blinds. Ponikov's in second with 38.
Wow.
Huge lead.
That is massive. Kiat on the hunt for his second title.
500.
See Nightbot in the chat saying we're prioritizing coverage of this final table. The mystery bounty draw won't be live streamed. In fact, it's happened already at the players' party. Pretty epic scenes out there overlooking the Adriatic Sea. We will have a lot of stuff going out on our socials tomorrow, of course, giving you the full rundown on who pulled which bounties.
Wow. Look at this jam from Dickerson. 20 bigs, Queen 9 suited against the hijack open.
Bro, I told you
he's really fighting to take over the chip lead.
This guy is very quickly becoming one of my favorite players on tour. Very quickly. He backflips with jet skis. What else does he do? It's probably base jumped off of
500.
the Eiffel Tower or something, I don't know. Making stuff up at this point.
Seen him as far back as JG 2019.
I heard he once wrestled a black bear and Well, I mean, he's here now, 2025, live to tell the tale. Queen Jack offsuit, upgrade from the previous hand.
Same player opening, same action.
Oh,
it
man.
feels targeted at the chip leader as well. Maybe thinking that this is the player with the most light opens, and also this is the player I want to take chips from to get into top position. Danilo with a hand that could click, but he's going to stay patient.
So Jules has the chip lead, finally.
He's taking it over.
Finally has the chip lead. He's been trying since the start of the final table. Let's see, now that he's chip leader, how does he proceed?
So I'm looking up at the board there as well. Maybe just to confirm that he did take the chip lead.
Yeah, it started at 12. Yeah, because it starts at 14, but it started at 12. You know what I mean?
It's interesting to see the contrast in play styles. You throw someone like Dickerson in the mix, man, and it really throws people off. Like, good luck adjusting to this guy. 6 left, over $1 million in difference between the current payout and first prize, and doing that on the fly 6 days into the series. You know, bit of brain lag. People are tired. You know, they've been here since what, 1 o'clock today? It's coming up to 11. We're 10 hours into the day.
Started at 12:30.
That's right, and you just got this guy mashing the raise button. Fedor with the ace-queen suited. Fold round to Shark. Davies in the big.
Playable one, perhaps. Usually don't fold the offsuit connected against a late position raise, but we're in one of the highest risk premium setups that we've seen at a final table. We know Davey's willing to defend light if it's appropriate, but he recognizes just what we're dealing with in this stack distribution.
Billy's saying, is Dixon an invitee or a pro? I believe he's on the invitee side of the bracket. But I wouldn't count him out of any lineup. I mean, this guy has been holding his own at this FT from the very beginning. Against this lineup, you have some of the most decorated players in Triton history on his direct left. So, you know, invitee or pro, I don't know, but the guy is playing some sick poker.
One of those decorated players. Couple of queens here. Might get action. In the big blind from Samau, the other shortest stack. These two just about tied to start this hand before Samau posted the ante. Knows it's a close one. Does get away. Could have been disaster there. Somehow now 10 big blinds. The clear shortest stack.
This has been so fun. I got a feeling, Kevin, that this final table is it's going to be rewatched by a lot of Poker's Elite for ICM purposes.
Good one for review.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really good one for review.
You know, study spots that you maybe don't get that often. Unsexy. But important to know how to deal with these layouts. By making moves like what you just saw Davies fold on the button. Trying to create a collision, perhaps. Somehow the shortest stack. Davies didn't want to put in 10 blinds here. By folding, gives the option for the 2 blinds to get involved. Just an open fold.
Wow. You see like a nod of the head there from Danilo as well. There's some kind of recognition that, okay, this is the stage of the tournament that we're at.
Well, in the positions as well there, right? Dickerson in the big blind, shown to be the player least concerned about ICM conservation. That's going to lead those covered players, which is everybody, to want to avoid that pot. It's a tougher blind to steal.
Anchor saying people are going to run a ton of spots in HRC for sure. I was thinking GTO Wizard, but, you know, each their own.
Well, you know, for the pre-flop setup, you got to wait for GTO Wizard to add it to the events page, and it's a whole thing.
Don't talk about that. GTO Wiz or Riot. I might have to come and see how good you are at tennis, you know. Jules with a jammable one, by the way, out the small.
Yeah, Fedor about 15, 16 blinds back on his left, blind versus blind.
There is the jam. Quick fold from Fedor.
You trying to encroach on my court time?
No, it's not that I'm trying to encroach on your court time. I just want to come and observe, you know, be a fly on the wall.
Wow.
See how good that forehand is, see how good that backhand is, because we might be able to get some money down.
Yeah, I knew there was a hustle coming.
Of course. You owe me 100.
I do owe you 100.
Shout out to my fellow play-by-play commentator, Ali Najad. Earned us that crisp 100. How long has it been since you played tennis?
November.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you got to really shake the rust off.
Yeah. Similar spot here for Fedor. Bit stronger. Makita on 12 blinds to his left.
3.5.
Still going to jam it.
Oh. Hold the phone, ladies and gents. We could have a potential collision here. Five-time champ squaring off against the 4-time champ. Go on, Kev.
Is it bad that I love watching Makita when he's in the blender? He's so...
He wears his heart on his sleeve.
He just shows it.
He loves it.
It's so good. Like,
yeah.
You know how seriously he takes every spot. And you know part of it is maybe even to try to ascertain a little information, but it's all just, it's done so well.
He just loves the game, mate. Absolutely loves it.
I'm just happy to watch clips of Makita thinking about river calls or ICM spots, what have you.
Big Makita fan, big Fedor fan. Looks like one of these two ships is going to sink. And they will tie 8% of the time, and that is assuming that Bads calls it off, but I do think against Fedor in particular, King Jack offsuit, blind v blind. I mean, it depends, right, on what Bads' perception. For everyone else at the table, he's seen what Jules has been up to. No, he's going to flick in the call. Good luck, boys. Massive pot.
I think you have a little bit more.
It's because of the entry.
The entry. Yeah, okay.
It's before the entry.
Yeah.
This one is, well, pretty much for the chip lead, or at least to be tied for the chip lead. Makita looking to just hold, which he will 66% of the time. And well, make that 85% of the time, as he's flopped bottom two. Fedor does have chop outs, of course. Add a few more to the equation. Ace or a queen for the chop. Cannot win. Trying to a chop and a chop only. And does not find it. Makita Badziakowski came back from break on the last frame. 6th of 7 with just 7 big blinds. Fast forward an hour and a half. He is tied for the chip lead with 6 left. On the hunt for his 6th Triton title, which would move him up to 2nd overall. He's currently tied in 2nd in that 5-time champion club, along with the likes of Danny Tang and Phil Ivey. Just so much at stake here.
It should be now, actually. I mean, we played 3 levels after the dinner. But I mean, wait. Oh, yeah, right. What are you playing? 6.3.
Sounds like there is potentially a break coming up.
High leverage spot for Jules here. Still covers the table, and Fedor's on his left with just 2.5 blinds. Spot where he could exercise quite a lot of pressure on these two players in the blinds. They've got straightforward folds.
Fedor needs to be careful, by the way, Kevin.
Why's that?
A lot of people in the chat have a live read on him.
Oh boy.
I think it's career over.
And they're just putting that out there. Rather than
apparently
keeping it hidden and playing him heads up.
It was a call based on the read, an easy call, the way that Fedor was acting.
But now they changed. It's raising already. 12 hand, 11.
Rip Fedor, eh?
Yeah, 11 hands. Okay. Because like we borrowed 2 hands from the previous level.
Next level is 17 hands. So now it's 3, right? Keep cranking it up.
48 hands.
Always easy to make a read from over here on this side of the table. I can say from experience, much harder down there.
I think Fedor's just going to retire after this.
He's been retired for years, Henry.
Jules just mashing the all-in button.
I like this. I would have liked him to find it even on the previous hand with the ace-jack, because once Fedor folds, what's the rest of the table going to do? They're just going to fold. Unless you wake up with aces behind. Why wouldn't you wait out the 2 big blind stack of Fedor? He's going to be forced all in just 2 hands.
Dickerson up to 9 million chips. I do believe this is the most anyone's had.
What do you have after him? What do you have now?
4 million and 50,000.
Yeah, I get it. And you have this correct? 5.7?
I think so. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Dickerson's got the same hand again. I think it's time for the same action.
I do wonder how Fedor wants to take these kind of spots here. If he just assumes that there are always folds behind. Or does he just run the risk of being forced all in from the big blind?
Yeah, you got to run the risk. 2 really good things could happen. 1, you fold and somebody just has a calling hand. And now there's the potential of an elimination. 2 is just you get dealt a better spot than this. Because once his chips go in, now other people can get involved. Not to mention he's got to beat whatever Dickerson has here. Got to assume that it's a pretty reasonable hand that has jammed here. Not expecting Dickerson to just be any 2 all in from under the gun.
Wow, I didn't realize Zhao's down to 1.7 as well. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
This is just brutal stuff.
The likes of Makita, Danilo, Seth, so handcuffed.
Later I give you. Wait for heads up. Be patient.
All right.
Yeah. It's coming.
Let's go.
Jules is having the time of his life. Saying to Zhao, hey, listen, pal. Be patient. Wait till we get heads up. It's coming. I really like this guy. He's very quickly converted me into a Jules Dickerson fan.
Fedor gets dealt another bad one. Maybe just a moment to think through what he's going to do next hand. Because you got to think this one's going in the bin.
Bless you.
By the way, kind of tongue-in-cheek, next hand what he's going to do is he's going to post his blinds and have no decisions to make. Just felt the need to explain that one.
I heard a rumor about Jules Dickerson, by the way.
Go on.
You know, at the airport, you're supposed to you have nothing to declare or something to declare.
Yep.
Jules always walks through something to declare. And when they stop him, they say, Mr. Dickerson, what is it you need to declare? He just says, oh, I just need to let you guys know I'm an absolute badass at poker. And they take note, and they're like, okay, thank you, Mr. Dickerson. Welcome to Montenegro. Here he is, chip leader. 6 left, and he is in cruise control. He's been fighting for this chip lead from the start, making it very uncomfortable. It's not often you see pros such as Fedor, such as Makita, kind of being taken out of their, I don't want to say comfort zone, Kevin, but you know, just having to play by a different set of rules for the time being.
I mean, look at what Seth is going through right now. Let's not overshadow.
This is disgusting.
He's got ace-queen offsuit. The man who could bust him is in the big blind. And the man who he wants to see bust is going to be forced all in next hand. I think he's legitimately thinking about open folding right now. He's going to put a big raise in, leaving a little bit back. Escape path. Gets it through.
Unfortunate.
No sweat. Fedor.
Oh, I love it.
Rooting for Seth to bust.
I mean, obviously, naturally.
Why not?
That worked out well.
Cares about his own bottom line, as he should. Fedor forced all in, out of the big, reduced to just 2 bigs.
A good hand. Nothing.
You're right, I did not have a pair.
Had nothing.
I had a draw in hand. One of the good ones, though. He's already all in.
Zhao will be folding.
You sure?
I mean,
it's a dicey spot to go after. But the good news, if Samao were to jam here, is that if Dickerson snaps and has the goods, Fedor is probably going out in 6th, right? So he still gets the ladder, even if that worst case outcome occurs. It's not the wildest idea. The problem is there's way less dead money out there than usual. 150 small blind. Fedor can cover. Samao's going to have to win the all-in against Fedor to get any of this pot if he were to jam. So that one makes him a bit handcuffed here.
oh, he's going to run it.
He goes for it anyways.
This
Just
guy
5 blinds.
is playing for the win. You'd love to see it.
And this improves the chance of knocking out Fedor right now. Dickerson would have been dominated. I say would have been. He hasn't folded.
I mean, is he just thinking, look, do I flick in the 5 bigs and potentially eliminate 2 players?
That's what he seems to be thinking.
That's
Wisely
not
gets
good.
away.
Okay, so cards
Give me a
on
sweat.
their backs.
Live.
Fedor hadn't looked. Sees that he's live 35% of the time. He'll be tripling up and then some. Seven in the window. Hope for Holtz.
You had the king? No. I had the 7. No problem, queen is there.
No problem. Queen is there announced. No queen, but the king does give Zhao additional outs. Queen, 9 or an 8 to get us down to 5. Oh, it is the double paired board. Fedor counterfeited on the river. GG's announced by the 4-time champion. One of the most decorated players of all time.
Very good. He's a 4-man.
Heads to the cash desk.
Me too, so it's great.
After an insane battle. Took a very profitable jam spot. Small blind versus big blind with the king 8 suited. Ran into the king jack of Badziakowski. Was left crippled and couldn't spin up his final 2 bigs. Fedor goes home in 6th. Finally, I can stop saying that word, because I know how all of the Americans get riled up at my pronunciation. 5 left. João Simão, part of the Brazilian Armada. Bottom of the chip counts, but 1 double, and he's right back in this fight. $493,000.
600.
The on-tap payout. I'm hoping some of these lads get out of here soon, Kevin. Jules, Seth, Makita. They've all got a $200,000 invitational to play tomorrow.
I thought you were rooting against them.
Not rooting against them. Well, look at this, man.
Wow. The shortest stack has been cleared. Dickerson just going after another Velasovich Open. That was a wild one. That one's way out there, Henry.
Man, I told you this guy goes through the something to declare customs port every time.
This is one of those, you know, players talk about the theoretical model. If I could get into it for a second.
Please do.
This ICM we're talking about all the time, right? Independent chip model. It's a equilibrium that assumes that everyone is going to follow the same rules. And it's very fun to watch the real poker games that develop when one or more player decides not to follow those rules. As Danilo abides and folds the queen-8 suited for 15 blinds. Because really the whole set of assumptions that we're used to following, fold your way to get pay ladders, it just kind of, I don't want to say it falls apart, but there's cracks. There's cracks in the plan.
I don't even know what to call this guy anymore. I mean, bulldozer, steamroller, wrecking ball, pit bull. Just Jules Dickerson. Has played by his own rules from the start of this final table. Finds himself chip leader with 5 left.
Another candidate, perhaps. Simão has folded ace-5 offsuit into the larger stacks. Goes with min raise. Davies, I think, going to be more hesitant to defend the offsuit connector here. Simão will be in the big blind next hand. We want to let that play out first.
Guys, chill. Seven, 8 suited. João is in the big blind. Jules comes with min. Ace queen for Danilo. 15 big blinds, potential rejam spot.
How much more time you have to play? What time is it now?
Does seem like a clear one.
All in.
Problem is, of course, Samau in the big blind behind, but our hand just so strong here, and a lot of extra dead money because Dickerson's just min raised.
Sorry.
Nice pickup.
People asking if we're going to see the 30K turbo. No, we've got a funny feeling that that final table is going to be finished before this one. $493,000 is what's currently guaranteed. Almost 1.2 million in difference between first and fifth. All on the line.
Interesting one for Davies here. He's fourth. Samau in fifth to his left. High chance of Samau busting if he folds. Would otherwise be a reasonable open jam, but feels like one we don't really want to take right now. Seth goes for min plus instead. And is Samau going to commit here? No obligation for Davies to be eliminated this hand. Well, Samau passes on the ace. See if he gets this one through or if Dickerson decides to go post. I mean, I'm assuming that 3-bet's not on the table, but we've seen everything.
Yeah, I don't even know what to think at this point. Could just see Jules say all in.
He's thinking about something. His lead just keeps growing. Makes taking these risks even more affordable. Does let go.
Yeah, thinks better of it. Nice little pickup there for Seth. Playing 17 big blinds.
White.
Let's have a look at that turbo, see how they're getting on. Lee in first, Punsri in second, Thomas Santorini in third, Mateos is in mix. Well, that's a fun one. Mateos in fourth, Ponakov's in fifth. Okay. That could be a real fun one.
Samau thinking of putting together a raise here. 5.3 big blinds on the button. Suited king. Maybe a half stack or a little more. Yeah, the effective all in. Looks like Makita's taking interest. Big blind.
Makita's always interested to at least calculate things, make sure he's not potentially making a mistake.
Yeah, don't think he's that interested anymore.
can confirm they're down to the final table in that 30K Turbo event number 7. Cantley is chip leader. He's looking for his second title. Open up Punsbury's in second. 586,000 up top in that one. The likes of Michael Soiser, Ponakovs, Mateos, all on that FT. Of course, for now, our attention is on this battle.
Min open here to the 2 mid stacks. Vlasovic is going to have another chance to rejam. Looks like a pretty straightforward one based on what we've seen.
Idemo, brate. As the Serbs go wild. So 3 hands to be played and then a 15-minute break. It's a very, very fun frame. Came back with 7. Seth Davies was the shortest stack with 5 bigs. Makita was second shortest with 7. And now, fast forward, what, 2 hours? Belcher out in 7th. Rejamming ace queen and running into aces. Fader out in 6th.
Close one for Samau. The lone shortest stack. Just shy of 8 big blinds. We'll be posting the ante next hand. Looks like maybe the worst hand we want to take, or the strongest we want to fold.
Oh, he really chewed on that one, didn't he? Must have been close, at least in the Brazilian camp.
Another min raise from Dickerson. Uncomfortable kind of rejam opportunity here for Seth. We've got that key blocker, but it's into the man who doesn't have to fold a particularly strong hand against our jams. Could just get called by ace 9-0. Maybe incentives to let this big blind move on over to Samau. Comes with flat.
Well, Seth does defend, 1.6 million in the middle, but he's going to be unable to continue. Get his ace high to showdown. Jules has the overcard, the gut shot, and one would have to expect, given from everything we've pieced together about this man, he is going to be firing out a C bet. He gets the fold as Jules Dickerson extends. So last hand before the break announced.
Would be good to double before the break. Who volunteers yourself?
I'll be the volunteer to double.
Imagine being so rich you can't.
Nice little brag there from Dickerson.
I mean, it's technically wrong. He could go all in and Danilo and Makita could call and he could win and he would double up. Not to split hairs, Kevin, you know me.
It's your best point. Well,
Thanks.
Samau asked for a double, and he's been dealt a doubling hand. Don't think Dickerson can get away at the price he's about to be laid.
Let's see 5, dealer. Let's see if the Brazilian is going to be coming back with 4 million chips.
1.5.
Leaves a little behind. Seeking some courtesy from the chip leader.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Dixon perceives this. I mean, future gameplay. If he feels like, okay, look, I fold and just keep this guy short. Yeah, wow.
Yeah. I do think that's the dynamic he's after. He's thinking, this is such a good situation for me. Let's keep it going.
Yeah. It's like, I don't need to potentially double this guy up, and then, you know, Jules drops down tied with Danilo. He retains the chip lead. As we head into break, man, I need to go and splash the face with some water or something. That was an extraordinary frame from an ICM point of view, just seeing how some of the best in the world navigate those spots and navigate the likes of Jules Dixon. As we welcome you back to the break desk, Kevin Ramachal alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Kevin, just a couple of thoughts from you on that frame.
Yeah, I mean, grindy indeed. We saw Dickerson really separate himself because of his willingness to get after pots. It started well before he had the chip lead, and we were kind of predicting as he went after Danilo Velocevic over and over and over, eventually taking the chip lead just before the elimination of Fedor Holtz after that unlucky run-in against Makita.
Yeah, I mean, from the start of the final table, Dixon has been trying to get the chip lead, and now that he's got it, as we expected, he's been playing it the way that, you know, some people don't, but this is Jules Dixon we're talking about, making a big name for himself here in this 50K. We're going to step aside for all of 10 minutes. Don't go too far, because when we return, Jules Dixon is the chip leader with 5 left, and we're playing for 1.66 million here in the 50K. We'll see you very shortly.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Well, he would have won the hand before. Now he's going to run into the ace-king. and will be forced to play for it all for his tournament life.
5 seconds.
$900.
It's not all of it. Danilo just asking for 400,000 more. Makita with a touch extra back. Counting it out. Seems to have just verified that he has extra.
What's the play here?
I think the goal is to call and hope that we can leave our 100K back. Unless we make a very, very good hand. Not planning to fold to, let's say, like 100K on the flop, of course. We have too much equity on any board, but potentially Danilo content to check down.
Oh my word. Makita Wadziakowski has flopped the absolute joint.
Danilo giving some thought to how much it matters to him to make that extra 100,000. He's flopped such a good hand, though. He's going to put it in.
Nuts is good for now. One in 25 times. Danilo is going to find a way to win. Not on that turn, as he is drawing dead. Wadziakowski is up to 2.4 million.
Such a funny sequence.
What
Henry,
is going on?
I made note of the pocket fives folding. Had Makita jammed there, he probably just gets a round of folds, picks up the blinds, and then maybe has too deep of a stack to open jam this queen jack. Not to mention the fact that Seth...
Jed's back, by the way, Kevin. He said, evening, boys. Any small cash games going on after this? The usual small stakes of 2K, 4K? Yeah. Yeah. I think they're playing 5K, 10K, but it's like, you know. What's the point? Why would we even stream that?
Is that a real tease? 5K, 10K?
I have no idea. No idea.
Had me excited.
Wouldn't surprise me if they're playing 5K, 10K somewhere.
Dickerson in the tank here with the offsuit ace. Feels quite light to me against a 9 big blind effective jam. Of course, Davies has only put out 5.5, and Dickerson's calling. Fedor's behind with king queen.
Wow, this
is a cutoff jam. It's a relatively wide range. Any ace for sure, any two broadways. But having flatted here, Fedor, I think, recognizes that plenty of hands weaker than king queen will flat, as well as plenty of better. Where does that leave us?
Well, it leaves us with a bit of a guessing game by the sounds of it. Let's it go. That is huge news for Seth Davies.
Still 375 back.
He's no longer dominated. Man. Butterfly effect is real. All in from Jules. Snap from Seth. He's now 2 cards away from being up to 3 million, or just shy of. Man, just what the doctor ordered for these short stacks coming back from break. Not what the likes of Fedor and Belcher wanted to see. They were looking for a couple of ladders. One pull at an ace or a 4. Do the dirty on Seth. Doesn't find it. And what do you know? Seth Davies has doubled up twice in the last orbit. He's no longer the short stack, and he can now do some serious damage with his 18 bigs. Yeah, you must have played some pretty sizable pots in your time in terms of like all-in EV in tournaments with like 6 left or something.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I was thinking the biggest cash game pot I played was probably on stream at the lodge, so some people know about that one.
Okay.
I think it was the biggest one I played.
How big was that? I see it now. I kind of don't want to know because I don't want this to turn into a you know, measuring stick war. But go on, I know mine's bigger. Sorry. Oh man, I just can't. Honestly, what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me?
That was good. That was pretty good.
Go on. How big is yours, Kevin?
I actually would have to look it up. I honestly don't remember. It was, I don't know.
6 figures?
It was mid 6 figures. It was like 300 or 400.
Wow.
Some big number at the lodge. Yeah, we're playing a big game. These two are playing a big game right now.
They are indeed. It is absurd to me to think that Seth Davies is ahead here with 54% equity and is 5 cards away from being tournament chip leader, given the fact that at the start of this frame, which started just 30 minutes ago, he was on 5 bigs. And he was 7 of 7. Clean flop. Zhao does pick up additional outs. Has backdoor diamonds as well. Oh, wow. Ace on the turn. Davies drawing to 2 outs once to get back into this fight. On the hunt for his first title. Oh my word!
Wow.
What is going on at this final table? How'd you like that river, Seth Davies?
I think he's in shock.
Chip leader with 7 left. Came back with 5 bigs. More than ChatGPT when it comes to a lot of these things. Red Bull Zero. Trying it for the first time. No sugar, no caffeine, I assume. Hold on, because Danilo's got number 1.
75.
Comes with North of Mint. Oh my word. What a sick setup.
Cold deck here for Belcher.
14 bigs out the small against a very aggressive button. Open. Belcher just running into the blades.
All in.
There is the jam. Steph's going to get out of the way and a snap call from the Serb. You see a bit of an eyebrow raise from Belcher. Understandably so, given the way that this final table has played out. He's had Foxton and Davies all in for their tournament life. Lost both. The Kings against the Ace-10 of Fedor. Chopped. He's seen the short stacks double left, right, and center. Diamond in the window. Hello. Little Jack 9-4, 2 diamonds. And all of a sudden, a glimmer of hope. 38% equity. Reduced to 20. 9 outs once. For Matt Belcher to stay alive. Red, but not the red he was looking for. GG's all round. Matt Belcher can't be disappointed with that run, although Perhaps a bittersweet taste as he heads to collect $283,000. Sometimes, Kevin, you are just dealt out of the tournament. First Triton FT for Igbo, and you know it won't be his last. We're back, we're live. We've still got 5 players. It has been an absolute grind through this final table. We saw Alex Foxon came in 9 of 9, very early departure. And then, you know, even with 8 left, there was a lot of back and forth. Poseidon Ho was up to 2nd, then out in 8th. And then from there, it was just a stalemate. 7-handed, gridlock, car jam, Matt Belcher eventually falling out in 7th after rejamming the ace-queen into Danilo's aces. And then again, 6-handed, Kevin. I mean, it was just a grindy affair. And, you know, we were waiting for something to give. It took a blind v blind confrontation. Fedor's King-8 running into Makita's King-Jack. And I do wonder now, coming back looking at this, Jules Dickerson with 24 bigs, Zhao with 8. Are we just going to see the same kind of grindy affair, given that Danilo and Makita are just really handcuffed right now?
It really could be. I mean, this is how we find ourselves with a 14 big blind average 5-handed. Insanely short distribution here. Dickerson obviously going after the stacks. We've seen him go after Velasovich a lot, but I've got my eye on Makita for being willing to take a stand. He showed a willingness to do that earlier against Fedor.
Yeah, and it's pretty sick when you mentioned the 14 big blind average, given that there's a near $1.2 million difference between 5th and the champion, who's going to be going home with $1,663,000. I guess we've reached the stage of the tournament where it'd be a good idea, Kevin, to get dealt good hands.
That's going to work, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's going to work for someone.
14 big blind average, it sounds like a good old strategy to me. Live from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Jules Dickerson, chip leader. He was fighting for the chip lead from the moment hand number 1 was dealt at this final table. This is brutal. Brutal stuff. There's this much money on the line.
Man, that jump from 3rd to 2nd is big. Almost 400K.
Yeah.
Between 3rd and 2nd, 550 as you mentioned, between 2nd and 1st.
Yeah, it's pretty
There's a lot of money at top, yeah.
The fact that it's almost $1 million difference between 3rd and 1st is just insane. It's like 950K.
Yeah.
Or 975K, whatever it is. Makita comfortably middle of the pack, practically tied for 2nd. Comes with raise. Opening into the chip leader's big blind, always a dicey proposition. Bats is going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante.
Starting off with it right away, Makita.
So what have we got? Jules on 24 bigs. Makita on 18. Danilo on 16. Seth on 9. Zhao on 7. Only Makita knows what it's like to lift a Triton trophy. He's done so on 5 occasions.
Good spot for Dickerson here, covering Makita. Uncomfortable hand. But we've seen Jules take aggression with worse. He does find the jam. Finds that he's willing to do that with almost any two. 10-7 offsuit. Reclaiming those chips from number 2.
He's just been in one gear and one gear only. It's been 6th gear from the start. The guy is so aggressive. You know, you fly a little bit too close to the sun. You're gonna get burnt eventually, Kevin. But perhaps today isn't that day. Maybe everything just works out for him.
Deuces you expect to go in. 15 blinds for the blinds.
All in.
Man, every time he gets this jam through, just picks up 1,000,000 chips.
And those blinds come around quick as well. 5-handed play.
You can hear some laughter in the background coming from that 30K turbo. Down to 8 in that one. First bust out of that FT was Adrian Mateos. Busting to Kiat Lee, running his ace-jack into Kiat's ace-queen. Kiat is still the chip leader. We'll be keeping tabs on that. We're curious to see if that FT is going to finish before this one. There's 586,000 up top over there.
Dickerson's already folded. And that lets Makita act as chip leader here. Thought he might have been considering open jam. And perhaps fortunate that he wasn't, because Davies has a real one in the big blind. I think he's going to happily rejam here. Get this through.
Fair play, Davies. What a spin up it's been for him.
And if it's surprising to see players raise folding for 8 big blinds, wasn't long ago we saw Dickerson raise fold for 5. When the average is this low, those chips really do mean more and they stretch further. They're just worth more dollars. It's the same amount of money in the prize pool as always, but the total amount of chips reduced to the point where each one is so valuable. 2 8s in the cutoff. Hand class that wants to open jam in general, but Dickerson's out already. So Makita even-ish with the remaining players or covering. He does still jam.
He's going to pick up 1,000,000 chips. I mean, let's be honest, at this point, it's just going to take a pre-flop collision. We're not seeing flops. Once Dickerson's out the way, opens the door for someone behind to take the jam spot.
Yeah, unless you put Dickerson in the big blind, we're really not going to see a lot of hands go to a flop. Other players just not deep enough to be investing such a large portion of their stack. Rare exceptions, of course, but on average, Dickerson is the big blind this hand. See if Samau can pick something up here. Just 5 blinds in the small. How about ace queen suited? No need to trap here.
Talk about timing. Waking up with a legit hand. Sub 5 bigs. Doesn't even jam, just comes with 3x.
Jules puts the rest in.
Yeah, ace high v ace high. Jules with kicker problems. The Brazilian venturing out to the Triton Super High Roller Series for the first time in his career. Making his first final table. He's going to be doubling up 72% of the time. Beautiful turn card. Reduces Jules to 2 clean outs for the win. Can Zhao hold? He can. He's got the double.
You want black or orange?
Up to you, my friend.
To me? Let's go with orange.
All right.
2,050,000.
No, it's
2,050,000?
more than one. It's there. It's all part of the plan of the heads up, right?
It's a little bit premature. I wasn't expecting it as early.
I mean, I need to survive to the heads up, so you need to feed me.
Yeah. I might not make it to the heads up, actually.
Light-hearted banter. The stakes this high.
I'll be watching you.
Don't give up, man. You're the ship leader.
Okay, now I play good.
Queen jack suited for Danilo. Open jamming hand class. I can fold out much better. Still have reasonable equity if called. But from the first position,
3 million?
maybe too much to risk. We leave 40% of our stack behind in case of emergency.
The emergency being all in, all in, all in.
Even just one fewer than that.
Oh.
Oh.
How
Wow.
about all in against this man? 5-time Triton champion is about to play a chip lead pot. Who has who covered? I believe Bads has Danilo covered ever so slightly. Here we go. Biggest pot of the night. 11.2 million chip pot.
It's my turn for queen jack.
Sorry?
It's my turn for queen jack too.
Oh, of course, yeah. Earlier when they were all in, Bads had the queen jack against Danilo's ace king, and Bads flopped the nut straight. Danilo's very quick to remind him, saying, hey, it's my turn now. And perhaps it is. On the queen 4 deuce, Danilo has leapfrogged into the lead. Bads reduced from 6 to 4 outs.
Not really.
What a time to find the double, Kevin.
Double into the chip lead, no less.
Double into the chip lead, leave Badziakowski with less than a blind and a half, and just puts himself in the driver's seat.
Average stacks 14 big ones.
Wow. What is it they say, Kevin? Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I've heard you say that before.
How much do you think that pot was worth in dollar EV, my friend?
Well, it was a 28 big blind pot. There are 70 blinds in play. So that was 40% of the remaining prize pool in that pot. And I don't want to do all that extra math to figure out the remaining prize pool, but you know, a lot. A lot of dollars. Everyone guaranteed 493,000. $1.66 million for the eventual champ.
Jules with the ace-10 on the button.
He's now covered.
Yeah, out the big blind as well.
And Makita has so few chips here. Wow. Well, Makita gonna have to call here most likely with 350 back and so much out there. We can dream of the scenario where we fold and Danilo wakes up with something busting Dickerson, but that's for just 120K pay jump. Which, to be fair, would be quite meaningful to Makita's stack right now, but just so unlikely that Danilo finds a hand to call with.
Yeah, I mean, what is it, like 2% of the time? He just wakes up with a hand that he can call.
I think more, but
I know, I'm exaggerating,
very low.
but it's very low.
Very low.
Dickerson is just a madman. Very high variance play style, and I love it. I kind of want him at every final table, or at least, you know, at our feature tables. So exciting.
Certainly one of the concerns for Badzikowski is he's not up against just any range here while he does make the call. He's up against a range that was strong enough to be willing to put 20 big blinds in the pot right now. He knows he's dominated a lot of the time, like he is right here. Hates to see it.
Bads, as always, wearing his heart on his sleeve. Perhaps frustrated. I mean, of course frustrated. You were just all in for a chip lead pot to get us down to 4. And now he's 5 cards away from elimination, holding on for dear life. Wow. 10 high flop. That 7 on board does leave a glimmer of hope for the 5-time champ. Needs a black 7 to stay alive in this one, to get back up to 5 bigs. Can't find it. GG's, Makita. What a grind. What a grind. I mean, he's always going to be disappointed with that final result. But the reality is, when we came back with 7, he was down to like 5.5, 6 bigs at one point. So the fact that he managed to secure 2 ladders, put himself in a good spot to actually go on and become the chip leader with 4 left. Fair play. One of the best in the business. Will collect $493,000 for his efforts. With this score here, crosses the 27 million in Triton earnings territory. How about it? 27 million in Triton earnings. That is incredible. We're down to 4. Just like that.
Look at Samau here. Trying to sneak through a min raise from the new under the gun. In the cutoff here, 11 blinds deep. Dickerson does not believe it, but he's passing on the king 9. Davies has an ace. This min raise, traditionally polar, representing top of range. Samau would have shoves as well. That ace, a very key blocker when we're this short. I think we have to be willing to go for this one. Davies just going to call. Flops best. On a board where Samau is going to be hard pressed not to bluff at this.
Is the Brazilian going to go blasting here, Kev?
I think there's a good chance.
2.2 out there. Seth, the effective stack with 3.4 million. Zhao with a significant range advantage. Continues for one big, as expected. Zhao is very much expecting to just take this down. Right here, right now.
So unusual in this spot for Davies to have an ace. And Samau will have so many of them himself. Really is a board that you just want to put a ton of aggression into as the pre-flop raiser. Davies potentially going to have some suited kings,
900.
Suited 4s. Oh, and this check raise.
Wow, we're really in the weeds here, Kev.
So sometimes we see this in spots where your range is, let's call it gutted enough, that there's basically no hands that can profitably call. You played check raise only, just a small check raise. Good hands, pure bluffs.
Oh my.
Samau's not buying it. He's like, what do you have on this board? You just don't have anything. And I've got a backdoor flush draw. 2 backdoor straight draws.
This is not from the pot? No, the pot. Oh, okay.
Zhao is taking it to the streets. Calling the check raise with just queen high. Believes that he's going to be able to outplay Seth on a lot of turns or potentially rivers. He's expecting Seth to shut down. See if Seth slides this one over.
It is another turn card favoring the pre-flop raiser. And Davies can certainly have stronger hands now. As short as we're playing though, top pair just so good in general. Expect to be up against pocket queens, pocket jacks. Seth giving some thought to whether continuing to value bet is superior. I don't think he expects a hand like Queen 5 suited to be in Samau's range. This is a little out there for a pre-flop bluff, which means Davies. Oh, has Davies checked already?
Yeah, Davies has checked already.
I missed that somehow as I continued.
This entire final table has been out there, bro. I've seen stuff that I'm going to remember for a very long time.
One big blind in position for Samau. Just one of those plays you make where it's like, look, I know you were bluffing on the flop. We get it. Just fold your hand, right? But Seth is sitting here with top pair. He's going to continue Does this start to look like a Jack-10?
What a beautiful river for Seth. So clean. Just in case he was up against a stronger ace.
Definitely some ace-queen suited, ace-jack suited type possibilities. I mean, as Samau, we've just got to bluff it off. I don't see any other option. You've somehow gotten here with queen high on a board where you have everything. You expect your opponent to sometimes have Jack 10 or Queen 10.
There's the jam.
He's all in.
From the Brazilian, putting Seth to the test for his tournament life, and I don't think we've got to this river to fold 2-pair. Take another look.
Some verification being done.
Yeah, soak up the moment. I mean, it's a huge spot, 4 left with 1.6 million up top. Seth also looking for his first Triton title here. Just take it all in. Also one of those courtesy tanks as well, Kev. I mean, you've been battling all day. You don't want to snap the guy off with top and bottom. Kind of disrespectful.
I mean, I think legitimately Seth is having a hard time finding hands between his own and a bluff. Don't think he expects an ace-queen all that often, although of course possible.
See a massive sigh of relief there from Seth Davies as he gets shown the bluff, scoops an 8.9 million chip pot. Samau is down to just 1 big. And what a turn of events here in this 50K. Savage bluff run by the Brazilian. As expected, it's what makes them so tough to play against. They are widely regarded as the toughest players in the world. Jao Samau proving that with a willingness to run such a spot. The fearless Brazilian armada. Well, time for Seth to let out a sigh of relief. Time for us to soak in what we've witnessed so far today. And time for us to give a shout out to our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co, where engineering meets artistry. Jacob & Co really pushes the limits of watchmaking. That extraordinary Bugatti timepiece inspired by the raw power and precision of Bugatti's hypercars. This watch really is a true testament, by the way, to innovation,
big blind first,
craftsmanship. You hear Joe asking if it is big blind first. It is indeed. It is likely that he's going to be all in. So Jules Dixon out the way. Danilo. The players raised. That is bad news for Zhao. One of the 6s folded out of the small. Little smile there from Seth. What's that 6 high you got there, buddy?
Somehow also announcing call against the raise. I think that's what got Seth to crack a smile.
Yeah, the fact that Zhao in this moment can find the time for a sense of humor. But nothing to laugh about on that flop. Ace 7-4. Danilo with top pair. Somehow going to be dead on a lot of turns, including that one.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you, bro.
GG's, mate. What an absolute showing from Zhao. First time out at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
no chance.
It's his second cash of the trip, cashing 2 of 5 events, making his first FT here. Love to see people who are already incredibly well established and respected within the poker world
Like a deal?
to venture out to the Triton series and just immediately get that validation that they belong here. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of the Brazilian. For now, cash desk, 4th place payout. 615,000 will be going back home to Brazil with Zhao. And with that, we're down to 3. I heard whispers of a deal being discussed there, Kevin.
Really?
Yeah, Jules Dickinson saying, are you guys interested in looking at numbers? I don't know who declined, but it looks like we're going to play on.
Little fatigue setting in, perhaps, for the players. Not to mention the acknowledgement that in about 12 hours they'll be starting that 200K Invitational. Davies gets through a light 1 on the button. Min raise with the King 5 offsuit. Takes it down. Actually missed the fact there that there was a dead small blind, so calling it a light 1, maybe a stretch, a mandatory 1 really.
I don't want to speculate too much, Kevin, but if I'm not mistaken, I just heard Danilo kind of reiterate what Jules asked about looking at numbers. Just asking Seth, saying like, you don't want to look, and Seth just kind of said, no, let's play on, boys. Let's LFG. Let's go. 1.66 million up top. He's willing to risk it all. What kind of message does that send to everyone else as well, by the way?
I mean,
like 3-handed, you've been battling for the last 11 and a half hours, almost 12 hours. 751,000 for third, 1.66 for first, so a difference of what, 925K between first and third. And the guy's just like, guys, no deal. I don't even want to look at numbers.
I mean, you mentioned before, Henry, all of these remaining players without a Triton title. But in terms of experience here, looking at the cash numbers, Dickerson, 2 cashes at Triton. Danilo, 9 cashes. Seth Davies with 36. He's been here a time or two. So I'm not surprised if anyone is strong-arming their way to, well, to no deal. It would be Seth Davies.
That is pretty elite. That really is elite. Thanks for the offer, boys, but I'll pass. CHV saying no deal, we want blood. Paul Thompson is talking absolute nonsense in the chat, saying that it's not live. It finished an hour ago, and that Seth Davies won. That is not true. We are on a delay. obviously
rules were
protect
made
the
for
integrity of the game.
It's like these rules were made for me. It's the second time where it just like passes me. This is sick. Let's keep this up. Hope every tournament's like this.
Keeping an eye on that 30K as well. Familiar sight where their average stack is now 14 big blinds. 7-handed.
Who's left in that one?
Kyotley with the overwhelming chip lead, 35 blinds. Nobody else with more than 15. Got Michael Soiza in second. Zubov, Stanley Tang, Ponikovs, Thomas Santern, and Punat Punsri.
That's a fun final table. That is a very fun final table. Similar spot for them guys over there in terms of being in the absolute hurt locker.
Yeah, average stack here has gone up. Now 19 blinds as we're down to 3. But for them to still be playing 7-handed as those levels go by so fast. Ace-10 suited on the button.
Before, yeah. 875.
Raised to 875,000.
So what is going to give? Oh, hold on.
Nice.
We haven't had one of these today. Let's go. Little mystery hand.
Always making it hard for us when you've got a player like Jules. We've seen the volatility in his approach, willingness to be aggressive with any two. But we'll take a crack at it, try to figure out those two cards. Nine, 9, 8. Nothing stopping Danilo on the button from having a 9 in range. But now that he's checked behind, ace high, no backdoor flush draw, deciding to try and show this down, I get the feeling Dickerson's going to start making that a little bit more difficult.
He's going to start blasting.
Let's say that, yeah.
That's 750,000.
Third pot. Nothing stopping this from being a bluff, but thinking of value, any pair. Seems like this is a size cheap enough that we could have a 5 or an 8. Ace-10 suited, going to keep him honest. 2 overs and potential showdown value. And a clean run out.
Yeah, so some of those gut shots, you know, 6x, 7x bricking, spades also bricking. 3.8 million out there. See if Jules follows through. What do we think, chat? I know some of you are a bit skeptical.
All in.
Oh. Big shift there. 750K on the turn, all of it on the river. Forget about those 5x and 8x that I was mentioning before, because this is a statement of trips or better.
I mean, this guy's just bluffing.
Why small on the turn then?
Why all in on the river?
Because you've got it.
Nah. How much you want?
Let's just
What is
put our
it?
reputations on the line.
What is it?
I'm thinking Dickerson had a huge hand on the turn, wanted to induce some action, now reaches the river and is like, let's go for all of it.
I
So
think
that's going to be 9, 5 of diamonds. It's my submission for consideration. Got a lot of bluffs being thrown out in the chat.
Yeah, I think he's bluffing.
10-7, Jack-10.
I think he's got like Queen-6. Queen-6 of spades.
Queen-6 would be a nice one. Credit to Danilo for considering this. Just ace high. Understands what his range looks like when he checks behind. Just kind of bad removal on his hand. It would be so ambitious to call this. 10 feels like a bad card, blocking bluffs.
Yeah, you'd rather call with ace-king than ace-10, right?
For sure.
I mean, even ace-3 you'd rather call.
Yep, for sure. We just want cards that we're fairly confident Jules won't bluff with. It's hard to block anything here, but if we had an 8 or a 5, that'd be an improvement as well. Really nice bluff catchers being ace-5, ace-8.
I mean, it really just depends how much information Danilo's been fed from this final table. If he has people watching the stream and then on break he's being, you know, updated on some of the insanity. Let's call a spade here. I mean, Jules has been getting out of line. He has been getting after it, playing his own game. Then it does also feel like one of those almost like unnecessary spots to take.
Yeah.
Which is like, okay, well, I fold, I've still got 20 bigs. Like,
that's how it feels from here too. We've got a 20 big blind effective lockup between the three players. Heavy ICM. The pay jump from third to second we already mentioned is massive. To make a bluff catch like this, facing 2 times the pot, add in the risk premium. You need to be right so often to make this the right call.
so you're saying value, yeah? You think this is just the nuts?
Reads a value to me.
Okay. You want 100?
Just straight value versus bluff?
Value versus bluff.
Okay, bucked.
Bucked. Let's go.
Let's do it.
I feel like there are way more bluffs than value, so I'm getting a pretty good deal here.
Well, if that's the case, then so is Danilo.
But then again, you're reading into the strategy behind it.
It's my only chance to get unstuck.
Danilo in the absolute blender here with ace high. And this is just a case of Jules knowing what his image is and going for that classic kind of like, well, I know, like similar to Alex Foxen, right, in some of those spots the other day. Just like, well, I know this guy's desperate to pay me off, so why don't I just jam with the nuts? And the fact that he's got Danilo to think about it for as long as he has with just ace high is incredible.
It really did feel earlier, I mentioned it in some of those pre-flop spots, like between 5 and 7-handed, that Dickerson was going after Danilo specifically. There were so many of his opens that got 3-bet, got shoved on.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
it just builds up over time, right? Even if he hasn't gotten information that says Dickerson had this, he's maybe just got this feeling like, why is he always putting money in the pot against me? Why is he always all in?
I have to agree. I mean, the reality is the reason Dickerson is here, top 3, is because he's just picked off so many pots from Danilo. Man, this would be quite the call down there. 1 in the chat if you think he's bluffing. 2 if you agree with Kevin and you think he's nutted.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice one.
Wow. Stone bluff.
What?
Just no interaction. Didn't think he'd call. Huge bluff catch from Velocevic.
What on earth did we just witness? A savage bluff from Jules Dickerson, picked off by ace high. What was that, a 2x pot? More than 2x pot jam?
Yeah.
On the river. Danilo chewed through an infinite amount of time banks before ultimately calling off for his tournament life. Jules is down to sub 2 bigs. How do you not do a victory lap there, by the way? Just like,
Well done.
Thank you.
You get shown the king jack. Just shout out Idimo. Hi there, brate.
And also I have the
Start high-fiving the dealer.
Have the what?
10.
I mean,
turns out the blockers
blocker
not the
schmocker.
most important consideration here.
Blocker schmocker. Play the man, Kevin. Pay me. Pay me my money.
It was,
you know, there's
we'll
only
run it back on the next mystery hand.
There's only one person in the 7 years that I've been doing commentary, one person who is up on me in props. Can you guess who it is? OG German high roller, by the way. Oh, sorry, I say OG. Not quite as OG as like Rankemeyer, but generation after, part of Fador's crew.
Who did commentary time?
This was way back, by the way. We did commentary together with this person like 5 years ago. WSOP Europe.
Was Manig doing it?
Manig wasn't, no.
No.
But you're on the right path.
I'm in the right ballpark.
Yeah, you're in the right ballpark.
Well, Dickerson here. Diamonds covered.
Yeah, he's all in. What savage, by the way. I mean, someone needs to just create a highlight reel for this guy as he flops best on the ace. 7 deuce. Easily one of the most entertaining players we've had it in a final table in a very long time. Put him up there with Alex Foxton, Jesse Lonis, Nacho Barbero. He's going to double up and then some.
Seven?
It was Son timer, by the way.
Why'd you spoil it? I legitimately was going to be like my next guess. Stefan.
Yeah. Yeah, he jumped in the booth. I think a few of his buddies were at the FT. I want to say Stefan Schalabel and Julian Thomas, I recall. Very gracefully gave me his time and also took my money in the process. But I learned a lesson that day. Just don't bet with the Germans. They're sharp. But outside of that, Brian Rast lost over 1,000 to me in Monte Carlo.
Wow.
Absolute whale.
Whale.
Such a whale, that guy.
All in.
Jules Dickerson gonna jam the button. See what Seth wants to do.
1.9.
7-4, 1.9. I mean,
You know when they go for the high card peel that it's almost an any 2 spot?
I really want to.
And then you get dealt.
More than anybody in this goddamn room.
Yeah. For sure not me.
You get dealt that bottom 10% and you're just like, ugh. I thought it was almost any 2, but maybe it's not. Calling 1.4 into 3.1. A little better than 2-1 on his money. Chance to eliminate Jules. Get a huge pay jump. Not good enough. Of course, if he could see the cards, he'd have snapped.
sorry.
DJ Capella saying, Triton Poker, what an event, I love it. I've already seen a crazy call like that on YouTube, never mind in a live event, that was amazing. And I waited 10 hours to see that live, so sick. DJ, glad you've been enjoying the show.
Look at this jam, by the way. Danilo. Perhaps a small misstep. Queen deuce on the button. Big chip lead for him, three-handed. Wants to pressure Seth into folding extremely strong hands, but nines, one of the few hands that's good enough to call here. Seth is going to have a crack at the chip lead.
Bro, Jules is there with 4 big blinds back after posting the big and the big blind ante. You see Seth just kind of give him a little glare. He's like, hey, pal.
I didn't think I would make it.
You might make it heads up after. It would be a dirty way to go. Couple of clubs on board.
Okay, then queen.
Jack of clubs for a sweat? That's too much. 9 of clubs for a sweat. Oh my word.
How about a 7?
I'm not having fun.
16 million chip pot when Jules is sat there on just 4 bigs would be so disgusting. Seth playing for the win, as one would expect from a man of his caliber.
There's that 9 of hearts I wanted.
As he finds the hold,
7.5.
takes the chip lead, and Seth Davies can taste gold for the first time here in a very long time. Is this the trip? Is this the trip after so many crossbars over the years since he joined us in Madrid of 2022? $36 cashes, 8.5 million in earnings. It's come close on so many occasions, so many big spots as well, like final 2 tables, you know. You play like a top 3 chip lead pot. We've seen quite a few big pots not go Seth's way over the years. Still has his work cut out here.
Seth now in that commanding position. Gonna pass. Danilo happy to get a walk, even though his hand was quite strong. Attention on Dickerson. About to play his only free hand of the orbit before posting half of his stack in the big blind next hand. Any ace should do it.
And yes, Seth did deny the deal.
Jules there. It's going to be ruled a limp. Threw out 600. I think he might have thought he was min-raising here. Trying to leave a little bit back. Seth knows he's never folding. Why not check now? Take a flop and see if we can steal this one away. Well, no need to steal it.
1.7 in the middle. How do you proceed now in Jules's shoes?
I mean, Davies just having any 2 in the big blind pot behind ace high, rates to be the best hand on average. Don't blame him for just putting it in after that misstep pre-flop. I think it's still the right move.
Against the any two range. Gets snapped off by Seth, who has Jules on the ropes. Dickerson, who has been an absolute pleasure to call the action on, is one card away from elimination. Wow. This final table has just delivered the most gut-wrenching blows on so many occasions. Davies was just one card away from getting us to heads up. Barry for Jules. Man, this final table has had it all. This final table has had it all. Nebojša Ivanović, this je, brate moj, best FT in years. Yeah, this has been a special one. This has been a really special one.
Thank you.
So the show goes on. 751,000 locked up. Could have got to heads up on a couple of occasions. But here we are. Three still remain. Seth Davies leads the way. 27 bigs. Danilo in second with 21. Jules just needs to double and he's right back into this. Right back into this. Can do a lot of damage to either player. Man, that bluff from Jules was so savage. The call as well with the ace-10 was just like, it's like, bro, fold, you've got 19 bigs back.
Yeah.
You know, just keep battling. Why? Why do you have to call? And then he calls and he just gets shown King Jack.
Yeah, when he gets shown that, it's like, oh, that's why I called. Well done, me. Limped in with the ace-queen offsuit here. Trying to play limp jam. Seth just checks back with the bluff candidate. Ace of hearts, queen, still doing pretty well on this flop. No interaction for Seth. Don't see much need for Velocevic to put chips in here. No guarantee that ace high is the best hand. We have a pretty effective bluff catcher.
Hello, little deuce of diamonds.
Seth maybe would have been bluffing on the end had he not improved here. Has played. You just show down the winner.
Kelly saying, was it Seth that stayed alive early on with the 2 outer, 5 on the river for a set? It was. Yeah, that was all in, blind v blind. Was it ace king against 5s? Ace on the turn, 5 on the river.
You guys want to look at the numbers? What a bad decision.
Depends what my cards are. If they're good, no.
Yeah.
Jules asking, jokingly I believe, to look at numbers. Seth not interested, but he is interested in asking for all of it. Good luck,
Another monster.
gentlemen.
Just save me.
This would be quite the spin up, given he was down to 700k after running that savage bluff
Everyone dreaming.
against Danilo. If Jules can just hold here with ace-high, which he's got to do 2/3 at a time, he's tied with Seth. And he's going to be back up to 17 bigs. Wow. Jack 7-4, Seth Davies has found one of his 6 outs on the flop. Still, he knows it's too early to celebrate. He's seen Jules find Barry before. Can he do it again? He's looking for an ace or a 9. Otherwise, we're going to be down to heads up. Doesn't find it. We're going to lose Jules Dickerson in 3rd place after an epic performance. I mean, Kevin, I don't know about you, but I personally am automatically in the Jules Dickerson fan club after this performance. One of the most entertaining players we have had, bless our screens, in a very long time. I mean, I'd say the entire dynamic at this final table was a byproduct of his presence and his play style. Was gunning for the chip lead from the moment hand number 1 of this final table was dealt. And then he found it with, I want to say 7 left, 6 left, and then from there was playing by his own set of rules, making it really uncomfortable for world-class players like Makita, like Fedor, like Zhao, who just didn't know how to react and respond to his aggression. An ill-timed bluff against Danilo. 3-handed, saw him down to just a blind and a half, and now finds himself out in 3rd after almost spinning it back up. So tail of the tape coming into heads up is going to be a near 2-1 chip lead for Seth Davies. 1.126 million locked up, 1.663 for the win, as well as that coveted Triton trophy. Kevin, we're here finally after what's been an incredible day, an incredible final table. Seth Davies is chip leader for the first time ever, finds himself heads up for a Triton trophy, coming in against a very competent Serbian Danilo Vasiljevic, who's been very impressive at this final table. 37 bigs, plays 20. What can we expect very quickly from you from a heads-up point of view?
I mean, once we see the call that Danilo was willing to make there, the ace-10 suited to, you know, send Dickerson almost to the rail, you just expect that this guy is going to be a heads-up competitor, right? Anyone willing to make a hero call in that kind of moment is more than willing to make tough decisions with wide ranges, and that's exactly what you need to do to win at a heads-up match.
I'm buzzing for this. I mean, both of them have played sublimely at this final table, and yeah, looking forward to seeing this heads-up battle play out. We're going to take, what, 10 minutes or so. Luca Vivaldi and the team are going to get the stage prepared as Seth Davies and Danilo are going to be squaring off for the title in this 50K. We'll see you very shortly.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
You're sure?
I mean,
it's a dicey spot to go after. But the good news, if Samao were to jam here, is that if Dickerson snaps and has the goods, Fedor's probably going out in 6th, right? So he still gets the ladder, even if that worst case outcome occurs. It's not the wildest idea. The problem is there's way less dead money out there than usual. 150 small blind. Fedor can cover. Samao's going to have to win the all-in against Fedor to get any of this pot if he were to jam. So that one makes him a bit handcuffed here.
Oh, he's going to run it.
He goes for it anyways.
This
Just
guy
5 blinds.
He's playing for the win. You'd love to see it.
And this improves the chance of knocking out Fedor right now. Dickerson would have been dominated. I say would have been. He hasn't folded.
I mean, is he just thinking, look, do I flick in the 5 bigs and potentially eliminate 2 players?
That's what he seems to be thinking.
That's
Wisely
not
gets
good.
away.
Okay, so cards on their backs.
Live.
Fedor hadn't looked. Sees that he's live 35% of the time. He'll be tripling up and then some. Seven in the window. Hope for Holtz.
You had the king?
had the 7.
No problem, queen is there.
No problem. Queen is
Maybe
there
8.
announced. No queen, but the king does give Zhao additional outs. Queen, 9 or an 8 to get us down to 5. Oh, it is the double paired board. Fedor counterfeited on the river. GG's announced by the 4-time champion. One of the most decorated players of all time.
Very good.
He's a poor man.
Heads to the cash desk.
Me too, so it's great.
After an insane battle.
1.66 million for the eventual champ.
Jules with the ace-10 on the button.
He's now covered.
Yeah, out the big blind as well.
And Makita has so few chips here. Wow. Well, Makita gonna have to call here most likely with 350 back and so much out there. We can dream of the scenario where we fold and Danilo wakes up with something busting Dickerson, but that's for just a 120K pay jump. Which, to be fair, would be quite meaningful to Makita's stack right now. But just so unlikely that Danilo finds a hand to call with.
Yeah, I mean, what is it, like 2% of the time? He just wakes up with a hand that he can call.
I think more, but
I know, I'm exaggerating,
low.
but it's very low.
Very low.
Dickerson is just a madman. Very high variance play style, and I love it. I kind of want him at every final table, or at least, you know, at our feature tables. So exciting.
Certainly one of the concerns for Badzikowski is he's not up against just any range here while he does make the call. He's up against a range that was strong enough to be willing to put 20 big blinds in the pot right now. He knows he's dominated a lot of the time, like he is right here. Hates to see it.
Bads, as always, wearing his heart on his sleeve. Perhaps frustrated. I mean, of course frustrated. You were just all in for a chip lead pot to get us down to 4. And now he's 5 cards away from elimination. Holding on for dear life. Wow. 10 high flop. That 7 on board does leave a glimmer of hope for the 5-time champ. Needs a black 7 to stay alive in this one. To get back up to 5 bigs. Can't find it. GG's, Makita. What a grind. What a grind. I mean, he's always going to be disappointed with that final result. But the reality is, when we came back with 7, he was down to like 5.5, 6 bigs at one point. So the fact that he managed to secure 2 ladders, put himself in a good spot to actually go on and become the chip leader with 4 left. Fair play. One of the best in the... So Jules Dickerson out the way. Danilo. A lot of players raised. That is bad news. For Zhao, one of the 6s folded out of the small. Little smile there from Seth. So that's 6 high you got there, buddy.
Somehow also announcing call against the Rays. I think that's what got Seth to crack a smile.
Yeah, the fact that Zhao in this moment can find the time for a sense of humor. But nothing to laugh about on that flop. Ace 7-4. Danilo with top pair. Somehow going to be dead on a lot of turns, including that one.
Good luck, guys. Thank you, bro.
GG's, mate. What an absolute showing from Zhao. First time out at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Too good. No chance.
It's his second cash of the trip, cashing 2 of 5 events, making his first FT here. Love to see people who are already incredibly well established and well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 6, the 50K. We are finally down to heads up after what has been an epic final table. I've been sweating along with the viewers, you know, catching up with some of the comments, people calling it one of the sickest final tables in, you know, the longest of times. It's had everything, Kevin. It's had bluffs, it's had hero calls, it's had 2 outers, it's had short stacks spinning up to chip lead. We've had chip leaders fall down to short stacks. And a massive part of that has had to have been, of course, because of players like Jewel Dixon, who just threw a spanner in the works from the beginning, wanted to play big pots, made it uncomfortable for everyone. But alas, he is out in third. And with that, we have 2 players who have made it heads up for the first time in their Triton careers. Seth Davies coming in with 37 bigs, Danilo with 20. What can we expect at this stack depth, Kevin?
20 big blinds with big blind ante. It's, you know, it's a fair bit to play with heads up. You expect to see a lot of limping. You expect to go post flop. But at the same time, you can get it all in pretty wide at this stack depth. Both players certainly comfortable doing that. You know, I'd expect an early confrontation, Henry.
Now I'm looking at Seth's Triton track record, 8.56 million in Triton earnings, 36 cashes, has never made it to heads up for a title before. And then on the other side of the equation, Danilo has 9 cashes and just north of $1 million in Triton earnings. He also has never made it heads up. So both of these players coming in with, you know, not much experience in the Triton format, but of course very accomplished outside of the series, as we throw it down for the last time live from the Maestral Resort here in Montenegro. Seth Davies squaring off against the Sturb, Danilo Vilasevic, and I can confirm that a deal has been made. So they looked at numbers, hence the extended break. Danilo's going to lock up $1,298,000 for his efforts. Seth Davies has guaranteed himself $1,436,000 for his efforts, and they're playing for $54,000, Kevin. So am I safe in saying that that is just a mutual sign of respect?
Definitely.
Yeah, when they both just say, you know, because I'm looking at this, 37 bigs plays 20, plenty deep. I mean, we've had final tables already this series where we've gone in much shallower than that and people haven't looked at numbers.
Yeah, and, you know, I don't know if they followed chips exact to the dollar, you know, or if anyone requested a little extra. There can be some negotiation in these things, but definitely just being willing to take that much off the table, a sign of respect. We know both these players were willing to risk more if the opposition was correct.
By the way, quick update for the fans. They're down to 3 players in that 30K. Kiat Lee, chip leader with 21 bigs, Stanley Tang with 16. And I do apologize, just as I say that, the app updating, Punat Punsri, has been eliminated by Kiat Lee. So they are heads up. Kiat Lee with a 2-1 chip lead. He's looking for his 2nd title.
Check.
Keep a finger on the pulse.
Has Seth checked? Surprised to see that one. I thought surely after we check back the flop, the plan was to bluff unimproved on the river. Cautious start for Davies.
I mean, it's clear to me, Kevin, that you haven't...
Go on.
What is wrong with me? It's clear to me you haven't made a heads up for a Triton trophy before.
Wow.
Because you are not allowed to win hand number 1. Everyone knows that. Everyone here is superstitious. You play Tritons long enough, there are a couple of rules that you have to follow. The first rule is, don't win hand number 1 of heads up, unless it's for the title.
Chat.
Bad mojo.
Am I being trolled right now?
Everyone knows this. Steph's been around long enough to know this. See, now look at him. Now he's going to play a decent sized pot, top pair, against the open ender. So once again, a deal has been made. Playing for 54,000 and the trophy. Seth comes with call. 3.1 in the middle. Given that a deal has been made, it could potentially kind of take off the pressure and lead to a lighter all-in kind of spot. Don't think the Serb's going to slow down here.
Like this interaction. We have a spade.
3.2.
We have a 9. Size is large here, maybe larger than necessary. Some threats on boards like this of Seth having picked up equity, or even just making a straight on the turn. King 6. Looking like a bluff catcher now because of the pot bet. Would have been ahead of some value for a smaller size.
$9.5 million in the middle, going to a river. The deal has been made as the 4 of hearts completes the run out. And with this much money out there, have to ask, Kevin, is Delino going to empty the clip and fire a 3rd barrel?
This doesn't strike me as the hand that shuts down. 1 spade, not ideal. But we've got 9 high. Clean run out. A lot of weaker hands that Seth will arrive here with.
He's so savage. Danilo does it, and he does jam.
Count, please.
Kevin, Seth's asking for a count. If he clicks the call button after just 2 hands of heads up, he's going to be lifting his first Triton trophy. He's never reached heads up before. He's came 3rd on multiple occasions. He's had so many crossbars over the years. Final 2 tables, final tables where he's lost huge pots.
6,200,000.
Could have made the difference to his Triton track record. All he needs to do is click call, and he is champion.
It's a pretty strong one for Seth to arrive here with. King 9 plus, and we might raise the flop. We weren't excited about that pot bet on the turn. But any top pair is such a huge fold.
Especially in heads up. And especially since a deal has been made. He's flicked in the call. And he is the champion. For the first time, Seth Davies takes down event number 6, the 50K 8-max, for just shy of $1.5 million. Kudos to Danilo Vlasovic for running a savage bluff there, heads up.
Do you have Mario's number? I know he was looking for somebody. I don't know. Mario?
Place
No, like he had a
for
VIP.
$1.3 million.
Yeah, I don't know. This was like 2 days ago, so maybe it's already been filled.
I mean, incredible
my
stuff.
name is on the list, so yeah, I guess it will be.
Sweet.
Yeah. So,
congrats, but I appreciate it.
How about it?
Ooh.
You finally let out
That was fun.
a big old sight.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. Congrats, man. Thanks, dude. It happened. Something happened. Something cool happened. Thanks, dude.
Did happen indeed. See Seth embracing some of the team there.
Yeah,
That's why he's so loved on the tour. Man, that feels special, Kevin. That feels really special to see Seth Davies take this one down after so many attempts over the last 3 years. Gets the monkey off of his back in the 50K. That's just shy of 1.5 million along with it. Man, that final table is going to be it's going to be one to think back to. That was, I don't know, I enjoy poker.
Yeah.
And I've loved calling the action so far this series, but this FT, and there were different stages to it. There were ebbs and flows. There was that lull, 7 left where it was really cagey, let's be honest. And then you had Jules run away with the chip lead. It's had everything, man. What a special final table. And what a way to kind of go into the Invitational that we're coming back to tomorrow.
Yeah, and huge congrats to Seth, right? I mean, you can tell how meaningful this is to him. We saw like just how much energy he's putting out on the table and how much he cares about these spots. And after 36 cashes, it's about time, isn't it?
It really is. No, I'm really thrilled with that. Seth taking home just shy of 1.5 million, and of course his first Triton trophy. Now tomorrow, what are we doing, Kev? We're mixing it up a little bit. We've got a $200,000 invitational. Invitee side of the bracket, 48 players. They've invited their 48 chosen pros, 96 people in the pool altogether. And once you include rebuys, I mean, this prize pool is going to be huge. We're kicking off